I woke up standing, in the middle of a count, and my hands did not stop for me. 19 years those hands had counted another man's money on Tin Square, and they knew the work better than I knew the name they answered to. The name was the Nod. The man whose money it was called himself hauled, and before that afternoon closed, he would put marked coppers in my sleeve, name me a thief in front of a full queue, and have my right hand crushed on his own counter. 11 crowns, 40 days, and after the 40th, I stopped being a man and became a thing he owned. That was the price of my first hour alive in this body, and I paid it before I had learned where the door was. The counter was gray stone worn into a shallow dish by 4 generations of coins. My left hand fed coppers across it. My right hand stacked them in tens, and neither hand asked me anything. What the body gave me, it gave in pieces. Hot tin from the smith's outside, the weight of a leather apron, and one fact that arrived proud of itself, as a dog brings you a dead bird. Every man who walked out of that shop was searched at the door every evening for 19 years, except me. Hald liked to say that a man you search is a man you do not trust, and this body had carried that sentence around like a medal. My first thought was that I had landed lucky. By the time the count reached 90, I had the other reading, which is that a man nobody searches is the only man in the building who can be blamed without an argument. So I looked at the queue the way you look at a room you may have to explain yourself in. 12 people, a carter, 2 women with bundles, a boy sent by somebody, and 1 person who was not waiting quietly at all. She was a head shorter than the carter, and moving out of nobody's way. Bone dust to the elbows, a canvas roll of tools under one arm, and a flat tray she set back down every time Hald's man slid it off the stone. 60 tokens, she said. Cut, polished, drilled, delivered on the day I said. 9 marks was the price you spoke out loud in this shop with your own mouth. Hald never raised his voice, that week or any week. He looked at the tray the way a man looks at a dog that has come in wet and said 6, and said her name, Marie, kindly. The bone was mine. You cut my bone into my tokens, and I fed you while you did it. He did not argue about 9. He said a different number in a calm voice in his own shop, and the number was his, because the shop was his. The carter looked at his boots. One of the women nodded, and she was not nodding at Mari, who took the 6 because she had a cart outside and a market opening in the morning. On her way out, she stopped level with me and looked at me about as long as it takes to weigh a coin. 9 years, she said. 9 years of watching you count another man's lie with a nice straight face. One day, I would like to hear you say no. My hands, without me, gave her a small apologetic bow. That was the body's own habit, and I fought it all week. A voice went up and the shoulders folded. They had not called him the Nod for his posture. Closing came at last light. Hald walked the counter, checking boxes, stopped at my elbow, and did a thing he had clearly done 1,000 times, because the body did not flinch from it at all. He straightened my right sleeve, fatherly. 2 fingers, 1 tug, a pat on the wrist, and a remark about how a man who handles money should not look like a man who handles fish. I felt the weight go in and did not understand it, and that is the honest version. I thought the seam had caught. I had been alive 4 hours and was still learning which sensations were normal. Then Hald told the doorman that tonight everybody was searched. Everybody, he said, in the tired voice of a man mentioning a chore. The carter went through. The women went through. Then a hand closed on my arm. 22 coppers came out of my sleeve, each one nicked across the king's cheek with a knife point, which is how Hald marked coin he was watching. The queue had not gone home, and I am sure he timed that, because a robbery with nobody watching is only a loss. Hald put both hands flat on the stone and lowered his head. 19 years, he said, in the voice of a man at a graveside. 19 years I let one boy walk out of here untouched because I wanted one person in my life I did not have to check. That is my fault, and nobody else's. And the queue felt sorry for him. The women went soft in the face, and the carter said something about how you cannot ever really know a man. 40 is missing out of the day box, Hald said. 22 are in his sleeve. The rest he has already spent, and I would rather not know on what. I had nothing. No 19 years of my own to stand on, no way to say I had been in this skin since noon. So I did the only thing I actually knew how to do, and said both numbers out loud. 22 marked, I said. 40 short. The gap is 18, and 18 marked coppers are nowhere in this room, and nobody spends marked money on Tin Square, where every changer knows the mark on sight. It did not save me, and I knew it would not while I was saying it. 12 people heard 2 numbers that did not fit each other, and none of them could take that back out of their ears. He has learned counting, Hald said, like a man whose heart is broken. He learned it here, from me. Then he sent the doorman for the weight. I am not going to describe this twice. They laid my right hand in the worn dish where 4 generations of coins had sat, and the doorman brought down the 2-mark weight, and he did it 3 times. The third was for the small bones at the base of the fingers. I heard that one more than I felt it. The feeling arrived later and stayed for the rest of my life. Mari came back in off the street because the noise had carried and got 2 steps through the door before Hald's second man had her shoulder. 18, she said over his arm, to the whole square. He has just told you 18 coppers walked out of a locked box on their own. Nobody asked him where. Her word weighed what her word weighed, which was 6 marks instead of 9. But Hald turned his head and looked at her with no grief in his face at all, and put her away behind his eyes for later. Dragged me out over the step with my hand hanging off my wrist in a way that hands do not hang. Then something clattered on the cobbles and stopped against my thigh. Her chisel. The short one with the worn grip that a carver has had since she was 12. She had not thrown it out of pity, and I have never once been unsure of that. She threw it because I had finally answered back, badly, 19 years late. I got it into my left hand and pushed it inside my shirt, and nobody searches a man they have already emptied. The debt was called out on the square by Hald's own weigher to make it public. 11 crowns, 40 days. Worked off in the Valley of the Dead gathering bone, which is where this city sends the men it does not want to feed. 11 crowns is 220 marks, and a day's labor is 3 coppers. Do that arithmetic, and it stops being a debt and becomes a sentence with a polite name. After the 40th day, the debtor goes to the creditor entire. Not his work. Him. They walked me out on a rope that night, and the road took all of the next day. An escort told me twice that a dead debtor owes nothing, meaning it as a warning about cliffs. I turned it over the length of that road, because it is not a warning, it is a lock. If I died, Hald's 11 crowns died with me, and Hald had a patron waiting on a share he did not have. He needed me breathing more than I did. That, a stolen chisel, and a right hand full of gravel were everything I owned. You smell the valley before you see it. Lye, wet ash, and under that, something sweet and slow that gets into the back of your mouth and stays. The gate is 2 leaning posts and a keeper's hut and a line of stakes nobody guards. The temple does not cross those posts. Unconsecrated ground, and a priest who steps over is unclean until his own district washes him. Nothing in there wants out, and nothing out here wants in. The first voice that spoke to me in the Valley of the Dead said a number. 200, it said. 200. It was a man with no face left, waist deep in a trench, moving earth with a spade worn down to a tongue of metal. Norm is 200, somebody said near him once, and he died with it in his ears and has been saying it ever since. Beyond him, the entire floor of the valley was muttering, hundreds of voices at once, out of ash pits and ditches and the grass of the old war field. Tomorrow I will pay. Not my decision. Mother, bring the gray one round. Every one of them repeating the last thing a living person said near them, forever, into the dirt. The crews call it the noise and shout over it as millers shout over a wheel. A man works 10 years down there and never turns his head. I stood at the posts with a shattered hand and thought, in 1,000 years has nobody once answered one of them. A man lasts about 3 days in that valley with an open break and nothing to eat. I got most of the way through the first. I had been counting aloud to stay awake, because whenever I stopped I could feel the edges of me going soft. Somewhere past 400 I went down face first on a bare path between 2 heaps of stones and stayed down. Then hands got under me, cold and wrong, too many joints and not enough grip, and I was lifted the way you lift a sack that is burst. Set me on the second heap 20 paces along, together with 2 stones off the first, 1 in each hand. He was not saving me. There was a second heap in that shadow. I was lying on his route, and a thing on the route goes with the load. Then he went back for more stones. He had been carrying that heap across and carrying it back for 20 years, by the wear of it, a groove in the rock as deep as my thumb. I said the only word my mouth had left. Hello. Hello. He said back. Hello. My second reaction, 4 heartbeats after the first, was to go cold all over because he had not greeted me. He had taken my sound off the top of his head and set it where the old sound used to be. 1, 2, 3, he had been saying before that. 20 years of it. Gone. So I tested it, because I did not believe it. I said 16 and he said 16. I said the crossing at Balt and he said the crossing at Balt in my voice, with my own flat wrongness on the word, because he was not speaking. He was copying a sound. Within an hour, it was thinning, and within 2, it was gone, and he was back to 1, 2, 3, which it had 20 years to bed in. It holds one thing at a time. The new shoves out the old. And what it holds is noise and not meaning. I proved the last part by accident. I said 1, 2, 3 at him over a heap of 7 stones, and he said 1, 2, 3, and the 7 stones went on being 7 all the time he said it. Nobody had built anything out of this in 1,000 years, and lying in that ash I worked out why. A sound is not a mark. Marks that mean something belong to the temple, and temple law will not let a priest within 40 paces of a corpse. The only people in the kingdom who can fix meaning into a shape are forbidden to stand near the material. Carvers cut pattern instead. Mari had cut 60 tokens that afternoon, and not one shape on them meant a thing to her. The crews hear the muttering daily and call it livestock, but I had a chisel in my shirt and 19 years of a tallyman's counting shorthand in my head. Not temple writing, not ornament, a private set of marks for keeping columns, and every one of them meant something, and it meant it to me. I found a rib as long as my forearm, old and dry, and worked a long time one-handed to brace it between my knees with the chisel in my left fist. The first groove I ever cut was crooked, took the better part of an hour, and was accompanied throughout by swearing. When it was cut, I laid the rib against him and said out loud what I wanted it to be, which seemed obvious and turned out to be right. "Count what is in front of you," I said, "and say the number." Then something went out of me. It was not tiredness. It was like reaching for a tooth with your tongue and finding a space. And when I went looking for what had left, there was nothing to look at, not even the shape of it. I tried to find the edges of the hole and could not. And after a minute, I stopped being able to remember that I had been looking. That is what a groove costs. One piece of you, gone, nothing given back, and you do not choose the piece. He stood up with the rib in him. 1, he said, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 stones on that heap, and nobody had said 7 aloud or any number aloud for a good long while. He had looked and counted and spoken. It was not a victory, and I knew what it was. A bench trial with a sample of 1, run by a man with a shattered hand, no water and no food, who would be dead of fever inside a week. I called him 3 because naming a tool is faster than describing it. Then I went to find the crew on the northern trenches, because a crew that digs bone always keeps a bone setter. Theirs was a wide old man with no top teeth who laid my hand on a plank, told me flatly that the small bones were sand now and would stay sand, and pulled the rest into a line that would knit. It cost me a full day carrying water, one-armed, and it was the fairest deal I got that year. The crew boss came to look at me while I was on the water. Broad, gray, patient, hands like knots of rope. Odd, who had run bone out of that valley for 20 years. "You are the debtor off the square," he said. "A cripple. A place in this crew is 20 coppers a month. You have not got 20 coppers, and one handed you cannot fill a basket a day. Tell me why I am still talking." "Because of the plague trenches," I said. That got me his whole attention and the attention of the lean hard man at his shoulder, about 50, with a spade across his back. That was Vig, and I did not yet know I had begun taking his life apart. "A man goes down one of those, and he is coughing by the 4th day and finished by the 8th, I said. "So you send nobody, so the deep bone rots where it lies, and the deep bone is the best you have. I do not send a man, I send this." 3 walked past us with 2 stones in his hands because nobody had told him to stop. Vig laughed from the belly. "Half this valley is full of abandoned workers walking dead masters' errands," he said. "If walking corpses were worth anything, we would all be rich." "Yours walk," I said. "Mine counts." I had 3 set down the stones and count the basket by Odd's foot. 41 pieces, he said into the noise of a whole valley muttering behind him. Odd crouched, counted it twice with his thumb, and stood up slowly. He did not congratulate me. "A place is 20 coppers a month, and you owe me 2 months in advance," he said. "Your thing goes down the eastern trench at dawn, and if you die out there, I am taking the chisel." Then he had bread brought, and hot water with fat in it. It was the first food I had eaten in 3 days, and I ate it on the ground beside a corpse, holding 2 stones. In the morning, Hald came to the valley in person. He came because a dead debtor owes nothing, and he wanted his 11 crowns seen breathing with his own eyes. And he came because he had bought bone here every autumn for 10 years, and Hald never made one journey where 2 would fit. 4 men, a cart, a weigher with a folding balance. He stood at the top of the ash slope in a good coat with his hands clasped at the small of his back while the crew stopped work to watch a rich man be careful about his boots. He was pleased with me, and that is the thing I remember. He looked at my strapped hand and said gently that he was glad I was alive, and that he prayed I would use these 40 days to make something of myself. The season's bone came up the slope in baskets. Odd's people had been 3 weeks filling that pile. The weigher squatted, set his balance, and called loads onto the cart as he went, as weighers do so everybody hears. 9 loads, 10, 11. He stopped at 11. Nothing was written down, and nothing needed to be, because 11 had been spoken in front of 30 people, and spoken is how everything in this kingdom is fixed. Odd's people began drifting back to the trenches, the way they had every year for 10 years. I did not call Hald a thief. My word on that slope was worth less than Mari's on Tin Square, and I knew the size of it. What I asked, in front of him, was whether Odd minded my thing counting the loads, since I needed to know whether it handled loads as well as stones. Odd looked at me a long moment because he is not slow. He said, "Go on," and I have never decided whether that was fairness or a suspicion he had carried 10 years without a shape to put it in. 3 walked to the cart and looked at what was on it. 1, he said, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The valley went on muttering underneath him, and nobody on that slope made any sound at all. 14 loads sat on the cart. 11 had been called. The weigher said the thing was broken, that it counted baskets and half baskets and stones and whatever it liked. He said a great many words very fast, and everyone made it worse, because the loads lay there in daylight and anybody with eyes could go and count them. A boy of 15 with a shaved head did exactly that. 14, boss, he said. That was Tay, and after him, I did not have to do anything at all because they had been feeling this for years and only wanted a number to hang it on. 3 loads a season, 10 seasons, and 2 coppers off every basket besides, said a woman near the back, in the tone of somebody who had done that arithmetic in the dark more than once. Hald never raised his voice either. He said Hald could take the 11 loads he had called and pay for 11 and never come up this slope again. Hald looked at me. Not at Odd, not at his weigher, not at the 14 loads. At me, with my strapped hand and my borrowed chisel and my corpse standing there with its arms hanging. There was no fear in his face, and I have told this wrong before to make myself sound braver. He worked out in about 2 seconds who had done it, put me behind his eyes where he had put Mari, and asked his weigher for the cart in a perfectly level voice. Then he went down that slope with 11 loads and no supplier. So by dark, I had a worker, a place in a crew, 3 days off the 40, and one memory gone that I could not name. I cut the first notch into a flat piece of bone and kept it in my shirt, because if you cannot remember what you paid, you had better be able to count how often you paid it. At night, Odd's boy brought me the last of the bread and a piece of news off the square, carried up by a carter that morning. Tin Square had been talking all week, he said, and not about the thief, about the woman who threw the cripple her chisel in front of everybody. And Vig sat across the fire from me the whole evening, and never said one word, and did not go anywhere near the road to the city. 3 went down the eastern trench at dawn on a rope, and he came up at dusk with 61 pieces in a basket, and he did that on the 2nd day and the 3rd and the 4th without eating, drinking, coughing, or asking me anything. A crew of 4 living men working a clean cut brings up about 80 in a day and loses a man to the trench fever every 2nd month. Odd did the arithmetic out loud once, then stopped doing it out loud, which told me he had understood the shape of the entire thing. He moved me up the slope to where the sorting happened. He did not announce it, and he did not explain it. He simply told the crew on the 4th morning that the count came through me now. The man who had stood in that spot for 17 years was Vig, and nobody spoke a word to him about it, including me. That was the worst part, and I knew it while it was happening. A man can argue with a demotion. There is nothing to answer when the job just quietly moves. The old men of the crew went on standing near him at meals. 7 of them, the ones who had dug when the war was still going, who thought a cripple with a corpse was a temporary weather condition. Vig did not shout either. He asked me polite questions about my hand, and he carried his basket, and he waited, and I made the mistake of finding that restful. What I did with those 4 days was learn the material, because 3 would not last forever, and I had 37 days left, and I had no idea yet what bone was. The sorting is done with a knuckle. You hold the piece loose at one end and wrap it once with the middle knuckle, and you listen. Everybody in the valley does it. Nobody in the valley had ever wondered what they were listening for. Rotten bone gives a dull knock, like rapping a wet plank. It takes no groove at all. The chisel goes in, and the edge crumbles out sideways, and you are left with a scratch and a handful of meal. It is free because it is worth nothing. Working bone gives a dry knock. It holds 1 groove and sometimes 2, and it costs 4 coppers apiece from the crews, and it is what the whole trade runs on because tokens and beads and buttons do not care. Ringing bone gives a clean note, a real one, the sort that carries. 3 grooves at least, and 5 if the piece is thick. 2 marks each, and Odd had 6 in a wooden box he kept under his own bedding. And then there is the 4th kind, which I heard about long before I heard one. Singing bone. It rings and then it holds the ring, and the note goes on after the knuckle has left it, and it takes 6 grooves, and sometimes 8. 3 crowns, said Odd. and it comes off a body that died fed, quiet, and not of an illness. Then he looked around the valley of the dead, which is where this kingdom puts everybody it has starved, hanged, or lost, and he did not need to finish the sentence. The second thing I learned is that all of it comes out of the ground greasy, and grease eats the chisel and blunts every groove you cut into it. So you boil it. Wood ash and quicklime and water in an iron pot, half a day at a rolling boil, and the smell of that pot reaches 3 fires away and settles in wool and does not come out. The second boiling, the men whose fire was downwind of mine were carrying their food 100 paces to eat it. By the third, one of them kicked my pot over, and I lost half a day and half a pot, and the only reason it went no further was that Odd wanted his 61 pieces a day. Then the cutting, which is where the trade turns from a trade into a fight. A right-handed man clamps the bone and cuts. I have no right hand. I put the piece between my knees, lean my chest on it, and drive the chisel left-handed with my shoulder. A groove is a channel about as long as a finger joint, and it takes me between 40 minutes and an hour and a half. Mari cuts one in the time it takes to say so. I did not know that yet, and I was proud of my grooves that week, and that is funny now. Every groove you cut takes bone out of the bone. Nobody had to teach me that. You can feel the piece get lighter in your knees, and you can hear the note go flat when you tap it after. An empty groove wipes itself out in a day or two. It has to be filled to hold. Wax is free and lasts about a month, and a half-worn wax groove is worse than no groove, because a rule that is half rubbed off gets carried out halfway. Copper costs a mark and lasts years. Silver costs a crown and lasts forever, and after that, nobody alive can change it, including the man who cut it. A crown was 240 coppers I did not have, so silver stayed a thing that other people could afford. On the 5th day, I tried to make a better worker than 3, and that is the day the trade got the shape it has kept ever since, and it got it by breaking in my hands. I had a good ringing thigh bone out of Odd's box, bought on credit against my output. I cut the counting groove and filled it with wax, and it worked. And it counted the sorting baskets, and for about 2 hours, I was a genius. Then I braced it again to cut a second groove, one that would have told it to set aside anything that came up wet, and about 2/3 of the way down the channel, the entire piece let go under my knees with a crack like a plate breaking. Did not chip. It went into 4 parts in a spray of meal, and one of the parts still had my counting groove in it, perfect and useless. And Odd's 2 marks were now 4 coppers of rubbish, and my credit was 2 marks worse. So there it is, and it never changed afterwards. A worker that can do one thing is thick and lasts. A worker that can do 3 is clever and thin. And a clever one will come apart if it falls off a cart. I never cut a second groove into 3. Not that week, not that year, not once. He counts and he copies the last sound he heard, and that is all of him. And every clever thing my yard ever did later was done by something newer and more fragile, because I would not risk the one I had. The bone I bought to replace it was ringing too, and I made 2 out of it that week, and each of them counted, and each of them cost me what the first one cost me. Taking is always the same. I say aloud what the groove is for. Then something goes, and I go looking for it, and the place is smooth. By the 4th notch on my counting bone, I had started saying my own name out loud before each one. As you check, a lamp is still lit. 4 notches in 6 days. I could not tell you what any of the 4 were. What I can tell you is that on the 6th morning, I could not remember the word for a thing you steer a barge with, and I had to point at it. And a crewman laughed at me for a full minute. The freezing I found by accident, and it saved my life 3 weeks later, so I am glad the accident happened where it did. I gave the newer worker 2 grooves, both cut small, both filled with wax. One said, bring every full basket to the sorting slope. The other said, do not carry any basket that has wet bone in it. Then it rained. He stopped in the middle of the slope with a full wet basket in his arms, and he stood there, not thinking, because there is nothing in there to think with. Both grooves were live, they pointed opposite ways, and the thing simply stopped being a thing that moves. Odd walked round him twice, poked him in the ribs, and said quite happily that this was the first honest workman he had ever employed in his life. Meanwhile, the whole crew was talking about the pox trench, and had been for years, and I only understood why on the 8th day. Singing bone comes off a body that died, fed, and fast. In a kingdom that spent 9 years feeding an army instead of itself, there is exactly one class of corpse that qualifies, and that is the people the pox took inside 2 days while they still had meat on them. They're in the plague trenches, all of them under a crust of lime, 20 years untouched. Anybody who climbs down comes up coughing on the 4th day and is finished by the 8th, and everybody knows it, which is precisely why the bone is still there. The valley holds 4 plague cuts, and they are all called the Eastern Trench by somebody, depending on which fire you are sitting at. 3 had been working the shallow end of one for a week, and had brought up nothing that rang. Tay knew which one. I am certain he knew by the 9th day, and I am fairly certain he had known for a year. 15 years old, shaved head, quick, and holding the only thing he owned. I asked him twice. The first time he told me about his mother. The second time he said that a man who gives away the one thing he has ends the day with nothing, and looked at me to see if I would offer him a share, and I did not offer him a share because I did not have one to give and because I was in a hurry. I have thought about that afternoon more often than about most things I have done, and it was over before a basket could be turned out, and neither of us raised our voices. So I asked Vig instead in front of the fire, politely, in the hearing of a dozen people, and he answered me just as politely and without a pause anywhere in it. The western cut, he said. Below the elder tree, the long one with the lime crust that goes down 2 men deep. He described the ground for a good 4 minutes, which should have warned me, because a man who wants you to find something tells you where it is and stops. I lost a day, and I lost a worker. 3 went down the west, cut on the rope, and brought up 90 pieces, and every single one of them knocked dull as a wet plank. My newer one was working the lip, stacking, when the lip came off. 4 feet of undercut clay went into the hole with him underneath it. I got the wax groove out of the slide by dark and nothing else. The counting groove was in 3 pieces and my 2 marks were gone twice over. I sat on the edge of that hole with meal all over my hands and I did the honest arithmetic. 29 days. 1 worker and a bit. 11 crowns. The bone convoy came up the low road the next morning with 5 carts and 2 mules, and Mari came in on the second cart with her tool roll across her knees. She had not come for me. Carvers ride the bone convoys twice a year to pick their own material for headstone work because the mason trade will not buy anything that comes out of the ground gray. She was at the sorting slope with the lantern before the crews were properly up, tapping pieces with her knuckle exactly the way Odd tapped them, and putting 8 in every 10 straight back on the pile. And she saw my pot and the rack beside it, and 30 pieces of somebody laid out to dry in rows with numbers scratched on them, and she stood there with her lantern for a while. "I carve headstones," she said. "Do you understand the difference? A stone goes on top of a man to say that he is finished and that it is over and that his people can go home. You have got him boiled and racked and you are cutting him into harness." I said something about 11 crowns and 40 days, and she said she was aware, since she had been standing in the shop when it was called out, and that a reason is not the same thing as an answer. Then she picked up my best cut piece, the one I had spent an hour and a half on, and she looked at the groove I was proud of. "That is not a groove," she said. "That is a scratch with ambition. The wall of it is torn on the near side and the floor wanders. Wax will sit in that crooked and wear off crooked, and one day it will read as half of something, and whatever it does then will be your fault and not the bone's." Then she took her own chisel back off me, which was fair, and she took a fresh piece of ringing bone off the rack, and she braced it and cut. It took her a little under a minute. When she gave it to me, the channel had a floor you could have run water down and 2 walls that met the surface at the same angle for its whole length, and the note of the piece afterwards had barely changed at all. "Now you have seen what work looks like, Alan," she said, "and you can stop being proud of yourself in the evenings. I am not doing that a second time, and you are not to ask me." She rode out with the convoy the same evening, but she left me the piece, and she did not take back the chisel in the end, and I noticed that she had cut it long enough to hold a fill of copper if I ever had a mark spare. Odd watched all of it from his fire, and afterwards asked me what the grooves actually cost, since nothing is free, and he had not yet seen me pay for anything. I told him the truth, because he would have had it out of me eventually. He laughed. He said if it is only memory, then he would sell me his, since he does not use the stuff, and half of it is his wife's opinions anyway. I laughed too, and I have gone back over that evening more than once since, because the joke comes back on both of us later, and because it is the last time either of us thought that sentence was funny. The thing that undid Vig was in the sorting pile the whole time, and I found it 2 mornings after Mari left, because I had gone back to tapping everything by hand out of pure temper. There were 3 pieces near the bottom that did not knock. They rang, and one of them held the ring for as long as it takes to draw a breath, and it was the first time I had heard that in my life, and I knew immediately what I was holding. They had come up in Vig's own basket 5 days earlier. I knew the basket because his handle is bound with green cord, and everybody's basket is his own, and all 3 were crusted along one face with a red clay that comes off nothing in the west, where the ground is gray and full of ash. I carried them to Odd, and he turned them over once and said east, without being asked, in the voice of a man who has just heard a stone drop down a well. Did not accuse Vig of anything. I have never once been better off accusing anybody of anything. I put the 3 pieces on the flat rock by the fire that evening, in front of the whole crew and both his old men, and I rapped each of them with my knuckle and let them ring. Then I asked Vig, in a friendly way, whether he could tell me where in the West a man finds red clay, because I had walked the West Cut all day and would like to go back to the right part of it. He was good. He talked about a seam in the elder roots. Then Tay, who had been quiet for 10 days, said out of the dark that there is no red clay past the elder tree, and there never has been, and that everybody at that fire had known it since they were children. The 7 old men did not say anything at all. They just did not sit near Vig at the second meal, and one of them carried his bowl over and sat down by me instead, which in that crew is a public act with a price on it. 3 went down the eastern cut the following morning on 40 feet of rope and came up in the afternoon with a lime-crusted thigh bone as long as my arm, and when I wrapped it, the note stayed in the air after my hand had gone. 6 grooves. Maybe 7 if the cutting is clean, and mine would not be, and I already knew whose hands it wanted. 3 crowns, Odd said, weighing it, and offered me 2.5 on the spot with his face perfectly straight. 29 days left, 3 workers standing, 1 bone in my shirt worth 1/4 of my debt, 4 notches on my counting bone and no memory of what any of them were. And Vig was not at the fire that night. He had taken the low road out of the valley at noon with his kit on his back, and he had 17 years of grievance and a name he had been holding since the first week, and he was going to the one man in the city who would pay for it. What I did not know until much later was the second thing he carried down that road. A debtor's goods can be taken against a debt. A debtor's workers are goods. Vig had counted mine before he left, and he had the number right. For 19 days after Vig walked out of the valley, I had the best run of work in my life, and every hour of it went into the debt, and at the end of it I owed exactly as much as I had at the start. 61 pieces a day out of the eastern cut. Odd took the bone at 4 coppers and credited me 20 against my place, and the 2 marks I owed him for a thigh bone in 4 parts. I ate twice a day. I stopped shaking in the mornings. The singing bone slept under my head in a rag every night, and I did not cut it. 6 grooves in 1 piece, 3 crowns of value in my hand, and I had watched Mari lay 1 channel in under a minute, and I had watched my own hand tear a wall on the near side for an hour and a half. A crooked groove in that bone was 3 crowns turned into meal, so it lay in the rag getting no closer to being anything, and I practiced on working bone at 4 coppers apiece, and my grooves got better and stayed nowhere near good enough. Twice in those weeks, the wax in my counting worker went to nothing. Wax gives you a month if the weather is dry, and this valley is not dry. The channel comes up smooth and gray, the worker gets slower, then it does half of what it was told, which is worse than nothing. Refilling is not a repair, it is all of it again. New wax, and then the saying out loud, and then the going. My hand hovered over the 5th notch on my counting bone for a while before I cut it, and I have no idea what I paid with, which is the entire complaint. What I noticed by then, and could not stop noticing, was that the holes were not always small. There was a face I used to be able to see, not here, not in this kingdom. From before, I could feel the shape of it the way you feel a step that is not there in the dark. On the 20th morning, a woman came up the low road on foot, pulling a handcart with 1 wheel bound in cloth, and she asked at 3 fires for the cripple with the counting corpse. Her name was Helga, and she had walked a day and a half. In the cart, under sacking, packed in straw as you pack crockery, there was a man. She had done it properly. Cleaned, dried, laid in order, the long bones together, and the small ones in a wool bag. I have never before or since seen material brought to me in that condition, and I understood in about 2 seconds that she had done it herself and alone. "Is Bren," she said. "He carted for the barracks at Holt, and he never went to the war at all, and he died of nothing very interesting, and I have no money and no family and no roof past the end of this month. She wanted me to take him in pledge, hold him, work him, get the use of him, and let her buy him back before he went into anything permanent." She had worked the arrangement out herself on the road, and she put it to me in the order a person puts a thing they have rehearsed. I looked at that cart for a long time. He was ringing bone. I could see it from where I stood, from the color and the weight of the wrist bones in the straw, and a man who carted for a barracks eats better than a man who does not. 4 grooves at least, out of a body already boiled and cleaned by somebody else. It would have taken me 2 days instead of 8, and it would have put a 4th worker on the slope before the month turned. What she had done wrong, from my side of the cart, was to say his name out loud before I had finished looking at the wrist bones, and by then it was said and could not be taken back. Everything in that valley comes out of the ground with nobody attached to it. You knock the lime off, you knock it with your knuckle, you call it working or ringing, and it is material. The whole trade sits on that, and so did I. She said Bren, and she said the barracks at Holt, and after that there was a man in the cart and not a grade of bone, and I could not get back to the other way of seeing it, and I have never got back to it since. I told her no. I told her badly, because I was arguing with myself and she got the leavings of it. I said I would not take a man whose name I had been told. and that if she came back with a cart of unnamed bone, I would buy it at 6 coppers apiece and be glad. That is a strange sort of scruple, Alan, she said, in a man who has somebody's grandmother on the boil 40 paces behind him, and I would like to know which of us is supposed to be comforted by it. I had no answer then, and I still do not have a good one. The difference between what I would and would not do was not a principle. It was a line I had discovered by walking into it. It held, and it has held for years, and it cost me a 4th worker in the week I needed one most. She did not go home. She camped at the edge of the crew ground with her cart and her husband and no money, and she was still there when everything else happened, which mattered later more than either of us knew. Odd came over to my fire that same evening with his bowl in his hand and had his own conversation with me, and it was a good deal shorter than hers, and it cost me a great deal more. He said that a carter had brought word up from the city that a man from this crew was sitting in a changer's back room on Tin Square talking a great deal, and that the changer had been asking about the Temple district. Then he said the thing he had come to say. If a temple officer walks up that road and asks me who is cutting marks into the dead, he said, I will point at you. I will not lie for you, and I will not fight for you. 11 men eat off this crew, and I have buried enough of them. I turned my bowl round twice and said that I appreciated being told in advance, and that most men do not bother, and that I would have found out anyway on the day it stopped being useful to me. He said that was the entire reason he had come, because a man who tells you beforehand is not betraying you, he is quoting his price, and now I knew it and could work with it. Then he asked whether the Eastern cut would give another 60 tomorrow. Tay was not at the fire that night or the next. His basket with the green cord on the handle was hanging empty on the rack where he had left it. 15 years old, no money, a thing he knew and nobody had ever offered him a share of. I could have offered him a share. It would have cost me 2 coppers and 100, and I did not think of it once until his basket was empty. They came on the morning of the 30th day, 7 of them, up the ash slope on foot, with 2 horses led behind and nobody in any hurry, which is how you arrive somewhere you expect no argument. Hauled in a good coat again, 4 of his own men with staves, and 2 men who were not his, wearing the gray of the city elder's household, walking a little apart from the rest to make the point that they were not anybody's servants that morning. The elder had granted the right of early collection out loud in his own hall, in front of his household, and these 2 had heard him say it, and had ridden up to say it again here. That is how such a thing works. A man of standing speaks it, other men of standing carry his voice out to where it is needed, and the voice arrives with 4 staves walking behind it. The taller of the gray men said it plainly to Odd, twice, so that the crew heard. On a debt of 11 crowns, the creditor may take the debtor's goods before term, at value against the debt. Odd asked whether a crew's tools counted as the debtor's goods. The gray man said only what the debtor owns. Odd stepped back 1 pace and did not step forward again for the rest of the morning, and I did not blame him then, and I do not now. Because the thing about a worker is that it is a thing. It is not a man, it is not a servant, it is not livestock. It is bone and wire and sinew and leather cuffs, and it is mine, and a thing that is mine can be taken against what I owe. I tried the only move I had. I offered them as payment. Take all 3, I said, at your own valuation, and take the count with them, and I will come to the city and keep them working for you for nothing. Hald looked at me with real distaste for the first time since Tin Square. He said that he had not come here to buy heresy, and that he would sooner put his hand in the pot I was boiling. Then he told his men what to do with them, and he was not quick about it, and he was not angry, and that is what I want to get across. He had them stood in a row on the flat rock by the fire. He said to the crew, not to me, that a corpse may lawfully carry and dig, and that a corpse may not be taught, and that the man who taught these had put every one of them in the way of something worse than being dead. He said it well. He is not a stupid man, and he was not performing for me. Half of the crew agreed with him, and one of the 7 old men said, Amen out loud, and I heard it. Then the staves came down. It takes about 4 blows to finish a worker. The first goes through the ribs and the wire holds it upright, which is the ugliest part, and the second takes the hip. After that, it comes apart on the rock in pieces, and the pieces go on twitching for a while afterwards because the wax is still sitting in the channel and the channel is still telling them things. They did the 2 of them and left them on the rock. Then Hald had his weigher call the value out loud, because everything in this kingdom is fixed by being said in front of people, and value is what a thing is when it is broken. 2 crowns, said the weigher, at the price of scrap bone by weight, which was a lie of the same shape as all his others, and there was nobody at that fire whose word weighed enough to say so. 11 crowns down to 9. 10 days left. I had watched the best 2 weeks of work in my life get called 2 crowns by a man with a folding balance. I did not fight. People who hear this later always want there to have been a fight. 4 men with staves, a crew that had already stepped back, and my one remaining worker who could not defend himself against a child with a stick. A worker is slow. It has no fear, no instinct, no sense of its own body. 6 living men can take a dozen of them apart in a minute and never break skin. Mine were never soldiers, and I never once let anybody believe otherwise. Then Tay came up the slope behind them, walking, out of the direction of the low road, in a shirt I had not seen on him before, and with his hands empty. Did not look at me. He went to the rack, to the rag roll under my sleeping place, and he took the singing bone out of it and carried it down to Hald with both hands as you carry something hot. Hald turned it over. He tapped it with his own knuckle, badly, and it rang anyway, and it held the ring, and I watched his face change while he listened to it. 3 crowns, he said, to the weigher, quite pleasantly, and then to me, still pleasant, that he would let it stand against nothing at all, since he had not taken it in collection, he had simply been given it by a member of the crew. Tay stood there waiting for something. Hald had already turned away. Whatever the boy had been promised, it was not going to be handed over in front of a dozen witnesses, and he was 15, and had not thought that far. Then the tall gray man in the elder's colors asked what was to be done about the third one, since it was standing there in plain view of everybody and the collection was not yet closed. Hald said the counting one goes with me, whole, and he said it because he had a use for it. A man who has told the Temple District that there is a corpse in the valley that counts on its own looks a great deal better if he arrives with the corpse. So 2 of them went for 3, and 3 had been wearing something extra under his collar since well before dawn, and none of the 7 had looked at him closely enough to notice it. Odds Carter had come up the road ahead of them, and I had had 4 hours. In 4 hours you cannot cut anything into a bone worth having, and I would not put a chisel to 3 in any case, because 2 grooves in 1 piece is 4 parts and a spray of meal, and I had learned that lesson at the cost of everything I owned. So I did not cut 3, I cut a spare piece of working bone, a short flat one, and I wired it in under the collar with the sinew and the cuffs that hold the assembly together anyway. A new bone with its own single groove. That was the 6th notch, paid in the dark before the sun was up. What I put in it was this: stand and finish your count before you move. And what was already in 3 and had been since the first hour I ever spent in that valley was this: count what is in front of you and say the number. 4 men got their hands under him and lifted him clear of the ground, and the moment his feet came up, the number in front of his face changed. He went rigid, arms out at the height they had been, and he started at 1. Then they turned him, and there was a different pile in front of him, and he started at 1 again. His count could not finish because they kept moving him, and he could not move because his count had not finished. I had watched a worker do that in the rain over a wet basket by accident. This one I had built on purpose. Locked worker weighs what a man weighs and does not bend anywhere. They got him half onto a horse, and he came off and took a stave with him and landed across a man's foot, and the sound the foot made was the only genuinely funny thing that happened that day. They tried for the better part of an hour. Hald stood in his coat and watched them and said nothing at all, and the crew watched too, and the 7 old men who had said amen at the staves did not say anything now. You cannot cart a thing that will not walk and will not fold. He could have had it broken on the rock in 4 blows, and he did not, because a heap of splinters is no good to a man who wants to be believed in the city, and he could not carry it whole, and there was no third option. He left it. He said, on his way past me, in the same fatherly voice he had used on my sleeve, that he would see me on the 40th day, and that he hoped I would find the money, because he would not want to own a man. Then he went down the slope with 2 crowns of scrap booked, 3 crowns of singing bone in his saddlebag, a boy of 15 walking behind the horses, and all of my last month lying in pieces on a flat rock. 10 days. 9 crowns. 1 worker standing in the middle of the ground with his arms out, still counting, because nobody had told him to stop and I had been busy. Odd came over when they were out of sight and looked at the rock for a while and said that he had never seen a man buy anything with a limit before. That was the part I could not stop turning over that night. I had spent 3 weeks fighting the fact that a clever worker is a fragile worker and that 2 grooves fight each other. Both of those are the reasons this trade cannot grow, and both of them had just kept the only thing I had left, and neither of them had cost me a single blow, and the man they beat had 4 men with staves and the voice of a city elder behind him. Helga was still at the edge of the ground with her cart when I finally sat down. She had watched the whole morning from 30 paces, and she had not moved, and she had not said one word, and she was still there in the morning. 10 days. 9 crowns, one worker, and a rock 40 paces from my fire with 2 of my last month lying on it in pieces. 9 crowns is 180 marks. The Eastern cut at 61 pieces a day at 4 coppers a piece is 2 marks and a bit, and out of that, odd takes my place and my credit. 20 days of perfect weather would not have done it, and I had 10. So I stopped trying to earn it in coin on the second morning, which was the only useful decision I made that week. The pieces on the rock were still twitching when I went to clear them, 3 days after, and that is what gave me the rest of it. A launched groove does not die with the body it is in. The wax was still in the channel was still saying what it had been told, and there was a forearm on that rock lifting itself 2 inches off the stone every so often, like a fish on a slab. Groove was paid for. I had paid for it in the week I made it, out of whatever it took, and no stave had taken that back. All that was broken was the assembly. Wire, sinew, cuffs, sockets. Carpentry. It took me 4 days and all of Odd's spare wire to build 2 frames around what had survived, out of ribs and long bones off the sorting pile, and neither of them cost me one single thing out of my head. They came out ugly. One of them is shorter on the left and walks like a man carrying a bucket he does not want to spill. But he hauls, and he had been hauling for a month before Hald ever touched him, and he went on hauling for 2 years afterwards. Odd would not give me bone on credit past 2 marks, and he told me why, in front of me, which is his one great virtue as a man to deal with. "You have got 9 days, Alan," he said. "If you go into bondage on the 40th, I own nothing but a hole where my best output used to be, and I will have fed a man for a month for the pleasure of it. Give me a reason, and the reason has to be something I can hold." So we made the arrangement that has held between us in one shape or another ever since. He took first call on my output at 4 coppers under the market for a year, and if the 40th day went against me, he took the frames, the wire, and every tool I had, including the chisel. He counted it twice out loud in front of 2 of his old men so that it was said, and then he opened his own box and let me have bone at cost. What I was going to do with it, I had already worked out, and the order of it matters, because I did not think of it as clever until afterwards. I thought of it as the only thing left. Ald was drowning. That had been true since before I woke up in his shop, and it was the reason he had needed a thief in the first place. A patron above him wanting a share, a hole in his day box, and now no bone supply, and a tally man with a crushed hand who was no use to anybody. He would not take my coin because I had no coin. He could not take my bondage and get anything out of it either, because a one-handed man in a shop is a stool that eats. But a thing that counts and does not steal is worth more to a money changer than any of it. And he knew that, and he had come all the way up an ash slope with 2 of the elders' men to break the only ones in the kingdom. So I made 4. 6 days of it, and I have never worked like that since. And I could not do it now. Boiling from before light. Cutting through the middle of the day, with the piece between my knees. My shoulder drove the chisel until it stopped being reliable, and then I went on driving it anyway. Filling with copper, because copper was a mark and wax was a month, and these 4 had to last. Helga took the pot on the second day without being asked, and without saying anything about it either. She boiled and skimmed and racked, and she was better at it than I was, and she never once touched the cart at the edge of the ground where her husband was. I paid her in food, and I knew that was not payment. She knew it too. She was buying position with the only trade she had, and neither of us said so out loud, and that is how most of the arrangements in my life have been made. 4 bodies. Each one got 2 channels. The first was the hauling groove, and I filled that one with copper, and I said the words over it, and I paid for it. And after 4 of those, there were 4 more notches on my counting bone, and I was up to 10. The second channel in each of them I cut and cleaned and filled with copper, and then left alone. That second one cost me nothing at all, and that is exactly why I did it. An empty filled channel is a groove that has not been started. It is a copper line in a bone. It does nothing at all. It will do nothing in 100 years, and until somebody stands in front of it and says out loud what it is for, it is decoration. The words are mine, and there is no secret in it, and nothing owed to me by the world. The marks in that channel are my own counting shorthand, out of a life nobody in this kingdom has ever heard of, and there is no second man alive who knows what any of them mean. I did not tell anybody that at the time. I told them afterwards, when it was safe, and by then it was already the thing my whole living stood on. The 4 holes those days cost me came all at once, and one of them was big. On the 8th morning I could not find my mother's kitchen, not the room. I know I had a mother, and I know there was a room, and where the pictures used to be there is smooth stone. God found me sitting with my hand flat on the counting bone, feeling the notches with my thumb, and he asked if I was ill, and I said I was counting how many times I had been paid out of. The crew had a book running on me by then, as crews do, and the 7 old men were 5 coppers deep against me, and Tay's empty basket was still hanging on the rack because nobody wanted to be the one who took it down. On the 40th morning, I had 4 finished workers standing in a row in the mud, 3 of my own beside them, and the debt still standing, and a rope was already coming up the slope. Hald brought 8 men, both gray men from the elder's household, and a spare horse with an empty saddle, which was the politest possible way of telling everybody what the horse was for. He was not enjoying it, I have to say that. He got down off his horse and looked at the row of 4 and said, before anything else and to nobody in particular, that the world had gone very strange in his lifetime. Then the tall gray man said the term aloud so the crew could hear it. 40 days from the calling. The 40 days are done. 9 crowns stand. I said I would pay it now, in full this morning, and I pointed at the 4. Hald laughed. It was a real laugh, not for show, and half his men laughed with him, and one of the old men laughed too. He said that he had stood on this same slope 10 days ago and broken 2 of those on a rock in front of everybody here as an offense against the temple, and that a man who now sold him 4 of the same would have to think worse of him than he thought of himself. I said that I was not selling him an offense. I was selling him a thing that hauls 61 pieces a day and does not eat, drink, sleep, steal, or talk to anybody about his business. He said no. Flatly, in front of his 8, in front of the 2 gray men, in front of about 30 of the crew and the 14 or so who had walked over from the other fires to watch. He said that his answer was no and that the horse was waiting. Then Odd, who had not been asked and had nothing to gain from it, said out loud that he would take them himself at 7 crowns if the changer did not want them, and that he only had 4 crowns to hand, but he could find the rest inside a month. That was the moment, and I did not make it. Odd made it because he wanted his year of cheap output and because he is a bargainer to the bone, and I have never decided how much of that was help. Hald turned round and looked at Odd for a long moment. Then he asked me what a shop would use it for. I told him, count the day box against the counter twice, morning and night, and say the number aloud. That is all. Anything that walks out of the box has to walk past a thing that says the number and cannot be talked to. He said that a man cannot be a witness if he has no family, no house, and no shame, and that a creature with nothing to lose has no reason on this earth to tell the truth, and that this was not a small objection, and I was not going to answer it. I said I could not answer it. I said the thing does not tell the truth. It does not know what a truth is. It says the number that is in front of it, and it will say that number to you, and to me, and to a man holding a knife on it, and to the temple, in exactly the same voice. Then his weigher, who had said nothing all morning, and who had spent 10 years counting Hald's bone at 11 loads out of 14, went very still. Hald asked what value was being claimed. I said 9 crowns for the 4, and not a copper less, and that the debt closed with the handing over. His weigher started to say something about the price of scrap, and Hald told him to be quiet, in a tone I had never heard him use on anybody in 19 years. Then he said it. He said it out loud, on the slope, in front of the crew, in front of the elder's 2 men, and he said it in the formal way because it had to be said that way to close a debt. Hald of Tin Square takes 4 workers of the debtor's making at 9 crowns in full settlement, and the debt of 11 crowns is closed, and the man is free of it. The gray men repeated it back because that is their work, and it was done, and there is no way in this kingdom to have that unsaid afterwards. He had broken 2 of them on that rock as an offense against the temple, and 10 days later he had bought 4 in front of 30 witnesses and named the price himself. Every person on that slope understood both halves of it, and about 4 of them understood what it would be worth later. I did not gloat. That was not decency. He still had 8 men with staves, and I had a rope standing untied 20 feet away. What I did do was tell him, while his men were roping the 4 to lead them down, in front of everybody, that the second channel in each of them was empty. They will haul, I said. They will not count. The counting is not in them yet, and it will not go in until somebody says over it what it is for, and there is exactly 1 man in this kingdom who knows what to say. He asked quite calmly what I wanted for that. I said nothing at all for it. I said I would come down to the city inside the month and speak over all 4, free, on his floor, in his shop, in front of whoever he cared to invite. That was not generosity, and he did not take it for generosity. A man who can only get the second half of his purchase by letting me stand in his shop is a man whose door I now have a key to, and both of us worked that out at the same moment, and he took it anyway because he was drowning. He looked at me for a while, and then he got on his horse. The empty saddle went down the slope empty, and the 4 walked behind it in the mud, and the 2 gray men rode away with a debt closed and a sentence in their mouths that would be repeated in the city within 2 days. Odd stood beside me and watched them out of sight and said that I had just handed a man who hates me the 4 best things I have ever made, and asked me how I proposed to sleep. I said that I did not know what would get cut into them once they were in a back room in the city, and that this was going to sit on my chest for a long time, and it has. What I had was nothing to pay Odd's year of cheap output with except more work, 1 chisel, 3 workers of my own, 10 notches on a flat bone in my shirt, and the free use of my own 2 feet for the first time in 40 days, and no customers. That was the piece I had not thought about at all until the slope was empty. There is no money in the Valley of the Dead. There is bone, and there are 11 men who eat off a crew, and there is nobody in it who has ever had 4 crowns to put anywhere. Everything that would pay for a groove was a day's walk away, in a city where a changer had just told a room full of people that a corpse in the valley can count, and where somebody in the Temple District had been listening to Vig for 19 days. Helga was banking the fire when I came back to it. She said, without turning around, that when I went to the city she would want to know where I was going to be standing, and I asked her why. And she said that she would come and find me when she had thought of what to ask for. I walked back through the city gate on the second morning after the term with 3 workers behind me on a lead rope, and the gatekeeper made me stand aside while he decided whether they counted as beasts. In the end, he charged me a copper a head, which is the rate for a pig, and I paid it out of 11 coppers, and I have never once in my life felt richer than I did handing over 3 of them and keeping 8. Then I stood in the middle of a street I had woken up in 42 days earlier and understood that I had no idea how to be here. I had 3 workers, 1 chisel, 10 notches, 8 coppers, a right hand that would never close again, and a trade that nobody in this city had heard of except as something a changer had shouted about on an ash slope. Nobody would rent me anything. Not a shed, not a stall, not a stretch of wall behind the tanneries. I asked at 13 doors on the first day, and 10 of them shut before I had finished the sentence, and 2 of the others wanted to know if the things could be got to pull a cart. It was not that they thought I was a fraud. That is the part I had prepared for, and it never came. Every one of them believed me completely, and that was the trouble. And one woman crossed the street when the workers came round the corner and was still standing on the far side when I looked back. City keeps its dead outside the walls and its bone trade outside the walls, and a man who walks in the gate with 3 of them on a rope is bringing the valley into the street where people eat. So on the second evening, I went to the one door in this city that had a reason to be short of money, which was a tavern on the Cooper's Row with a bad roof, 4 benches, and a widow behind them. Mother Bree had buried a husband and both her sons in the same 4 years, and was running a house that only took trade at noon, because the men who used to drink there in the evenings were all in the ground somewhere near where I had been living. I asked to rent the corner of the yard outside her wall. Not the yard. The corner. 6 paces by 4 on the street side, with no roof and no door and no wall of my own. She came out and looked at the 3 of them standing in the road, and she looked at them for a good while. And what she said first was that the tall one had a Beltner jaw and that there had been Beltners in her mother's village. I told her I did not know whose he was, and she said that of course I did not, and that was going to be somebody's problem before long. Then she named 2 coppers a day, which was robbery for that patch of mud, and I said 1, and we settled on 1.5. Then she said the condition that mattered. No counting after the bell. She would not have that noise going on under her window in the dark, and if it went on after the bell, I could take my corner and my Beltners somewhere else. What I built there over the next 4 days was the entire thing, and it was 6 paces by 4, and it had no roof. 1 chest, bought for 5 coppers, with the lid off its hinges. 1 worker sitting on the chest. That was the strong room. All of it. Anything that went into the chest went in with a corpse sitting on the lid, in the open street, in front of whoever was walking past. Worker on the chest had 1 groove and it said this: "Do not rise for any voice, but the voice that put you down." That was the 11th notch, and it went in on a Tuesday, and I do not know what it took. To open the chest, a man had to have me stand in front of it and say the words, or he had to break the worker apart on the cobbles in daylight with his hands. There was no third way in. Nobody has ever picked one of mine, because there is nothing on them to pick. The counting happened in the street, out loud. Every sum that came in and every sum that went out, said by a dead man in a flat voice at the height of the day, with 24 people going past to the market and every one of them able to hear the number. It was not a choice about honesty. I had a corner of mud and no wall to be private behind. It turned out to be the entire business, and I did not understand that for another 2 months. The token I cut from the same bone as the worker who held the chest, a flat oval off the same rib so that the grain matched, and the depositor carried it away in his pocket. Bree watched me cut the first one and asked why it had to come off the same bone, since a bone is a bone. "'Cause a token off another bone is a stranger," I said. "The worker will not rise for it. Bring me a token cut from anything else, and I could stand here all afternoon and the chest stays shut, and I could not open it for you if you paid me a crown." She said that if I lost the worker, I lost everything in the chest with it. And I said yes, and she said that I ought to tell people that before they gave me anything. And I did, and I have gone on telling them ever since. For 3 days, nothing happened at all. I counted for a rag seller who wanted to know how many rags he had, and got 2 coppers for it. I counted a load of nails. On the fourth day, I earned nothing, and I sat on the chest beside the worker on the chest and worked out that at 1.5 a day for the corner, I had 8 days of existing left. A boy turned up on the 5th morning and stood in front of me with both hands hidden behind him and said that he had a thing worth 3 coppers to me and that he would take 2. Kit was 14 and had a voice pitched to carry over a market. And he told me his price before he told me anything else, which I have since learned is the only honest way that trade is ever conducted. I gave him 2 coppers out of 5. He told me that in the Temple District, a woman named Varys, who is a questioner and not a priest, had taken my name from 3 separate people in the last month and had put it into the wax herself and had done nothing whatever since. Then he did the thing that made me trust him and should have made me careful. He said the name back to me as the man who told him had said it, in the man's own voice, with the man's own pause in the middle of it, and it was Vig, and I knew it before he had finished. I asked him what she was waiting for. He said he did not know and would not guess, because a guess sold as news is how a runner loses his customers, and then he said that she had not crossed the valley boundary and would not, and everybody in the district knew why. Then he told me, unasked, that he sells to whoever pays, that he had already sold 2 things about me that week to a changer on Tin Square, and that if I wanted him not to, the price of not was higher than the price of. I said I would pay the price of yes and take my chances. And he seemed relieved, and I have thought since that he was 14 and that nobody had ever offered him anything except money. I went to Tin Square on the 6th day because I had said in front of 30 people that I would come and speak over the 4, and a man who is selling nothing but his word does not get to be casual about his word. Huld's doorman knew me, and he had orders, and the orders were not what I expected. I was not turned away. I was told that the master was not ready and to come back and that he would send when he was ready. I stood in that street for a while, looking at the shop where I had been alive for 4 hours. 4 of my workers were in a room behind that wall with a copper line in each of them that did nothing at all, and Hald had had them for a week, and he had not sent for me, which meant he had somebody else in there with a chisel, trying. And a man who has spent 6 days failing to find the words is a man who has already decided he would rather not need me. Ilsa came on the 8th day, in the middle of the morning, when there were about 20 people between my corner and the market gate. She was 70 or near it, and blind, and she came up the Cooper's Row with a stick and a boy carrying 2 baskets behind her, and she came directly to me without asking anybody where I was. Because she had been listening to the counting from the corner of the street for 3 days. She put her stick down against the chest and said that she had weighed and priced goods on this street for 41 years, that in the last 3 years half her work had gone to men who bought by the sack because sacks are quicker, and that she wanted a word with the boy who thought he had finished her off. Then she had her lad set the 2 baskets down in the mud in front of the worker. "Ask it what is in the baskets," she said. I asked it. It said 40. 40 in the first, 40 in the second, which was exactly right, and I heard 3 or 4 people around us make the noise people make, and for a moment I thought she had walked into it. "Now ask it which basket I should take home," she said. I did not ask it because I already knew, and she heard me not ask, and she turned to the street and told them for me. "One of those baskets is Riverstone off the ford. The other is 40 pieces of ringing bone at 2 marks the piece. 80 marks in one and a handful of nothing in the other, and his corpse has just told you they are the same." Somebody laughed. Bree laughed out of her doorway, and she was on my side. "It counts," Ilsa said. "Counting is not judging. Any fool can say how many, and a child of 5 can say how many, and how many has never once told a hungry man which basket to carry. What a thing is worth is a whole trade, and it took me 40 years, and it does not live in your bone." I said she was right. She had come there to fight for the entire morning, and she had the second half of it already loaded, and it stopped her flat, which is the only time in 2 years I have got the better of Ilsa in the street. I said the rest of it out loud because there were 20 people standing there, and they were going to hear it either way. My things count. They cannot value. They cannot tell a mark from a stone. They cannot tell whether a man agreed to a thing or had a knife at his back, and they do what the words say and not what the words meant. Then I asked her what she charged. She said 3 coppers a day, and she would not take a share of anything, because a valuer with a share in the sale is a liar with a good reputation. And she said she would say the price aloud in front of the customer, even when the price was against me, and if I ever asked her to shade one, she would go, and tell the street why on her way out. I had 8 coppers in the world that morning. I gave her 3 of them, and she stood on my corner with her hand on the chest for the rest of the day, and by noon, 2 people had asked her about a saddle and a copper pot, and neither of them had asked me anything at all. The miller came in the afternoon of the same day, and he did not come because of any of that. He had not been on the street to see it, and would not have cared much if he had. Gert has a mill on the Dray Brook out past the tanneries, and 4 crowns in a leather bag, which was all the money in his family, and a brother-in-law who had turned the house over twice looking for it while Gert was at the wheel. He had gone to the temple first, because that is what you do. An oath on a deposit is a share of the sum for the keeping, and the share was more than he was willing to lose. And he told me the number, and it was ugly. He had gone to the witness's crew second, 2 marks a year for one man to hold one sum in his memory, and a man of the crew has to be found and fetched and paid again to say it. And old Coram, who came out to talk to him, could not that morning remember the name of the street. So Gert came to a corner of mud outside a tavern and put 4 crowns down on a chest with a corpse sitting on it, and he said, straight out, in front of Bree and Ilsa and my rag seller and about a dozen other people, that he did not trust me at all and had nowhere else to go. I took it in the open street. Ilsa weighed the coin in her palm, called it 4 crowns and 11 marks by weight and quality before he had finished untying the bag, and Gert went red because he had not known about the 11 marks. The worker said the number aloud twice, once before it went in the chest and once after, and all of Cooper's row heard both. Then I cut the token off the same rib, and I put it in Gert's hand, and I had the worker rise for it, and then had Gert's neighbor hold it out, and the worker did not rise, and the row watched that happen, and there was a lot of talking afterwards. That was the 12th notch, and it was the last thing I had left in me that day. I sat down in the mud beside the chest afterwards and let Ilsa call the rest of the row's business without me. Bree came out that evening while I was banking a fire on somebody else's cobbles, and I braced myself for the noise complaint because there had been counting under her window twice after the bell. She said the market side had been busy at her benches all afternoon, the first since the spring. Then she said a quarter of the corner takings, and no counting after the bell still stood, and if any man broke my corpse in her street, she would come out with the pot. So all of it, at the end of the 8th day, was that corner of mud, 1 chest, 3 workers, 4 crowns, and 11 marks of somebody else's money, a valuer at 3 coppers a day, a landlady with a quarter share and a serious interest in my continuing, and 12 notches on a flat piece of bone in my shirt. And one thing I had said aloud in the street a dozen times that week without hearing it properly: my counting costs a copper. The saying of it costs nothing at all, because it happens in the open and anybody who wants it can stand there and listen. There are 15 men in this city whose entire living is being paid 2 marks to remember a number, and they were 3 streets away, and Coram had already forgotten the name of a street. The corner had been running 13 days when a man in a gray coat came and stood by the water trough and never once joined the line. He was there at the morning bell, and he was still there when Bree carried out her midday pot and started shouting about soup. Everybody who walks up to a street counter wants something out of it. This one bought nothing and asked nothing. He watched my mouth while I called the numbers, and then he watched Three's jaw while it gave the same numbers back to the street. Elsa heard him before I saw him. She tipped her head half a finger and told me there was a man at the trough who had not shifted his feet in an hour, and that a man who does not shift his feet is working. Then she went back to weighing a widow's spoons. I kept counting. 4 crowns of Gertz sat in the chest under my 3rd worker, and my entire strong room was a lid with a dead man sitting on it. It held better than any bar in the city, and it looked like nothing at all, which was the only reason nobody had taken it yet. Bree came out with her ladle at noon and told the gray coat to buy something or move along. He bought soup. He paid in coppers, counted out 1 at a time, and he thanked her by name, and she came back to me looking pleased and said he was a polite one and I should learn from him. He knew her name because he had been standing there since the bell, listening to 30 people say it. I did not tell Bree that. She was letting me use her wall for a share of the takings, and a landlady who feels clever is cheaper to keep than a landlady who feels watched. At dusk, the line thinned and then it was gone, and he crossed the street. Up close, he was about 60, with a barber's clean chin, an old sash folded over his arm, and the flattest eyes I've ever seen on a man who was being pleasant to me. He said his name was Morn, of the witness's crew, and that he had come to look and not to argue, since looking was most of his trade anyway. I asked whether the crew had sent him. He said the crew had not sent him anywhere in 19 years. He sends the crew. Then he asked how long my dead man could hold a number. He asked it the way Ilsa asks the weight of a sack, without any heat in it at all, because the answer was going to be used for something before the week was out. I told him a groove holds until the bone breaks. He asked what breaks a bone. I said a hammer, a fall, a bad winter, or a second groove cut too close to the first. He nodded once, like a man ticking a line off in his head, and then he did the thing he had walked across the street to do. He asked whether I had ever stood behind a counter on Tin Square while a grain factor argued about North weights. I told him I had stood behind that counter for 19 years and that nobody in this city had ever asked me one question about it. Then, without changing his face or his posture, he became hauled, And I mean that he became him, standing in a wet street with a soup bowl in one hand and nobody watching except me and a blind woman. Not an imitation of the sort a boy does. The pitch of it. The little cough before a hard number. That trick the man has of dropping his voice when he is about to be generous with somebody else's money. 12 years old, that argument, and Morn laid it out from both sides, factor and money changer, 4 minutes of it, price by price and insult by insult, and never once reached for a word. At the end of it, he did a young man's voice saying 12 marks, master, and that young man was me, or was the body I am wearing, and I had no memory of the day at all. I stood in the street with my one hand on a chest lid and listened to a stranger give me back my own mouth. Elsa had gone very still. She said, quietly, that she had heard the crew was good. Morn said the crew is adequate. He is good. He said he had witnessed 20,000 agreements since he was 14 and could give back any one of them, and that he was telling me so we could skip the portion where I doubted him and get to the offer. So there he stood. The living version of the thing I had scratched into a shin bone with a stolen chisel and my left hand. He had spent 50 years training the memory of one man. I had spent 4 weeks getting a corpse to say 7. His offer was plain, which I respected, and which turned out to be the dangerous part of it. I make the workers, he said. As many as I can cut, as fast as I can cut them. The crew speaks for them. A crewman stands at every dead counter, hears what it says, and swears to it in his own name in any market from the river to the Temple Road, where the crew's oath is already taken without a question, and has been since his father's time. I did the arithmetic while he was still talking, because I cannot help it, and never could. Trust was the only thing I did not have. He was offering to hand me the trust of an entire city inside a week, and it would have worked, and I want that understood before I say what I said. I asked what the crew took. Half of every oath fee, he said, and the crew's name spoken first, before mine, at every counting in the yard. I told him I take nothing for an oath. That is the point of the corner. A man swears here for nothing because the counting is already done, and free is why people walk 3 streets to stand at a tavern wall. That, he said, was the flaw, and he said it gently. A witness who is paid can be ruined. A witness who can be ruined is careful. Care is the only thing that has ever made a testimony worth anything in this world. Then he leaned on the chest lid and told me the rest of it. My dead men cannot be ruined. They have no house, no daughter, no trade, no name that can be spoiled in a market. Nothing you cannot take away from a witness is nothing you can trust him with. That is the same objection Hald made on the day he broke my hand. I have not found a good answer to it yet, and by then I had heard it from 2 men who agree on nothing else in this world, and one of them was standing in my street offering to fix it for half. Said his crewman would stand beside my counter and hear the number, and that within a year, this city would believe the man and not the number, and then the number would belong to him. He agreed with me. That is what I remember most. He said that was correct and that it was also right, because the man is the one who can be hanged for a lie and the bone cannot. Ilsa put her hand on my arm and asked me, in a low voice and in front of him, whether I understood that we had 3 deposits and 6 days of rent in the pot. She has never once pretended she was on my side out of affection. I said no anyway. I said it once, and then I said the reason out loud so that he would not be able to tell anybody afterwards that I had not thought about it. If the crew is the voice, the trust is the crew's, and in a year I would be renting my own proof back off him at half the yard's takings. He did not get angry, and that was the worst of it. He finished Bree's soup, set the bowl down on my chest lid, and told me he had come to learn whether this thing of mine could be broken from the outside or only from the inside, and that he now knew which. Then he walked off up the Cooper's Row with his hands loose at his sides like a man taking the air after his supper, and Ilsa said, to nobody in particular, that she hoped I had enjoyed being clever. It came out from behind the tavern rain barrel about 10 heartbeats later and gave me the whole conversation back. Both voices, Morn's flat one, my own, and the pause where I did the sums. I asked him how long he had been in the barrel. Since the trough, he said. 2 coppers if I wanted to know who else Morn had spoken to that week, and he told me straight out that the same news went the other way for the same price, because he only has the 1 stock and it does not keep. Then he stopped being 14 for a moment. He said Morn had tested him 2 winters back in the crew yard, made him hold a butcher's argument for a whole day and give it back at dusk, and he had held it, all of it, including the part where the butcher's wife came out and swore. Morn told him to come back when he was 16 and there might be a place. Kit has a memory like a bear trap. No strength, no father, and no trade, and the crew is the only calling in this kingdom that pays a man for what is inside his head instead of what is on his back. He asked me, cheerfully, standing in my own street with my own chest between us, whether I thought the crew would still be taking apprentices when he turned 16. Said I did not know. It was the first thing I had lied about since the Valley Gate, and it came out of me smoothly and without any effort at all, and I have thought about that more than once since. The crew answered me 3 days later, and it did not come anywhere near me. A witness in a green sash stood at the mouth of my street, near enough for my line to hear him and far enough that Bree could not run him off her wall. He was not shouting, and he was not accusing. He was remembering. He remembered aloud that the Cooper standing fourth in my line had sworn a temple oath about a debt to his wife's brother 12 years ago and had never made it good, day and hour, and the name of the priest who took the oath. All of it true. All of it buried for 12 years, and now standing up in the street in front of the man's neighbors, while he waited to put 2 marks in my chest. Then he remembered the saddler's widow, and after her a lime burner who had put in 2 marks with me on the Tuesday, and he remembered a thing about the lime burner's first wife that made the man leave my line without a word to anybody in it. I went down and stood in front of him myself, which was stupid, and asked him whether he was going to keep this up. He said he was employed to stand in a public street and recall true things, and he asked whether I intended to be the man who says that a witness may not remember. That is how the crew kills a competitor. It never touches you. It stands beside your customers and says true things about them until being seen in your line costs more than the service is worth. 5 people had put money in by that Wednesday. Gert's 4 crowns, 2 marks from the lime burner, a mark and some coppers off the Cooper, a ring from the saddler's widow, and 6 coppers from Bree, who put them in mostly so the street would watch her do it. Friday, I had 3. The lime burner took his 2 marks back and could not look at me while he counted them. The widow took her ring and told me kindly that she had a son who still has to sell saddles on that square, and I told her to take it and go home, because there was nothing else to say that was true. Gert did not move. He came at dusk with his hands in his sleeves and stood in front of the chest for a while, and then he said he had thought about it hard and that he had nowhere else, and that a man with nowhere else is the only honest customer in the world. Then he asked whether the counting was still right. I said it was. He asked whether I would tell him if it stopped being right. I said I would, out loud in the street, before I told anybody else. He said good and went home to his empty mill. That is not loyalty, and I have never called it loyalty. That is a man with 1 door left. I have built more on it since than on anything else that happened to me that month. Mari came into the city on the salt wagons on the Saturday, and she did not come to me. Kit sold me the news for a copper, which was fair, and told me she had taken a bench in a mason's shed on the east side, cutting cheap grave marks at 4 coppers the marker, which is what you pay a boy of 12. I found her there with her tools laid out on a sack and her hands already gray to the wrist. She looked up, saw who it was, and went back to the stone, and let me stand there long enough to know exactly where I was standing. She got in first. She said the square remembers who threw the chisel. It took Hald's people and the crew about 2 weeks between them to make sure that no dealer on Tin Square would sell her blanks and no burial house would take her markers. I said I never asked her to throw it. She said she knew that. She threw it because she had waited 9 years to hear me say 1 word back to that man, and she would throw it again tomorrow, and none of that meant she was going to stop hating what I did with it afterwards. Then she picked up my second worker's forearm off the bench, turned it to the window, and told me it was not a groove. It was a scratch that had given up halfway. The wall of the cut was ragged, she said, so the wax would sit crooked in it. So 1 wet month from now, that dead man would read his own rule short and do half of it, and I would blame the dead man. She put it down and asked what I wanted. I said I wanted her hands. She said 6 coppers a day, and the truth about every piece she was given, and she would say what she thought of the trade every single morning of her life, and I was not to mistake the one for the other, or to look grateful. I took it. I have never got a better craftsman that cheap, and I never will again, and I knew while I was shaking her wrist with my left hand that what I was really buying was time with a woman who was going to leave. Forum cost more, and was worth it. The crew tests its own on the 1st of every month. An old witness sits in a bare room and gives back a 5-year-old agreement word for word, and if he drops a clause, he is finished. Coram dropped a clause. 64 years old, 47 years in the crew, and they moved him to carrying the sash box and told him it was a kindness. I found him on a bench outside the crew yard eating bread out of his fist. I did not offer him charity, because charity would have ended it before it started. I offered him 2 crowns a year to tell me things. He asked what things. I said how the crew ruins a man. He laughed at me. He said that is not a secret. It is a method, and a method has steps. And I had already been walked through the first step and had not even recognized it while it was happening. Then he named his own terms, 2 crowns and a stool out of the rain, and nobody ever asking him to give back anything longer than a market day. He came the next morning, walked my corner once, and told me I was hopeless. The takings of that first full week were 19 marks and 8 coppers, which is not a fortune and was more money than I had held in this life. Every bit of it went into a yard behind the Cooper's Row. 3 crowns the month, a wall, a gate, a well that works, and a stone floor a man can sluice down. I cut 3 new workers in 4 days out of the rough stuff odds people had sent up on the salt wagons. 2 grooves each, wax and not copper, because copper is for men who have money. 3 memories for 3 workers. I cut 3 fresh notches on the counting bone with my knee holding it and my left hand doing the work, and that made 15 since the Valley Gate, and I sat there afterwards with the thing in my lap for a while. I know roughly what one of them was by the shape of the hole. I sat down that night to work out what a debt does when the interest starts sitting on top of the interest, which was a thing I could do in my sleep the day I woke up in this body. The method was not there, not forgotten, absent, like a tooth. Gate worker was my own doing and the yard laughed at me for a week. I cut it the sensible rule, the one every strong room in the city would want. Open only to the voice that closed you. Ilsa closed the gate that evening on her way out. I went for lime before dawn, and when I came back, that dead man stood behind my own gate with 2 crowns of my own lime on the wrong side of it, and it did not move for anything I said to it. I sat on a lime sack until 7. Ilsa did not hurry when she heard. She stood on the far side of my wall and told me that she had spent 40 years explaining to merchants that a measure does what it says and not what they meant, and that she was glad to see me joining the trade. Karam found me on the sack. He looked at the gate and then at me and did not smile, which I have since learned is how the man shows he is enjoying himself. Then he gave me the second step of the method, and he gave it slowly because he wanted me to have it. The crew does not come at the man. It never has. It goes at whatever the man is holding for other people, because a man who loses his own money is unlucky, and a man who loses yours is finished. 5 deposits taken, 3 left standing, 6 workers, 15 notches, and 3 crowns a month for a wall with a gate in it. That was where I stood on the last night of that week, and I remember sitting on the mounting block thinking that the wall was the good news. I had the only strong room in this kingdom that could shout for help. It never once crossed my mind that a strong room made out of bone can be opened by any 2 men with a rope, a sack, and an hour of dark. The gate was still shut when I came down at first light. The bar was in its slots. The wall was not scraped. The well cover had not been moved a finger. 6 workers had gone into that yard the night before. 5 were standing where I left them, arms down, jaws quiet, doing the nothing they do when nobody has spoken to them since evening. The 6th was on the stone floor in about 40 pieces, and the pieces had been walked on. Whoever came in came over the wall on a rope with a sack, went past 3 standing workers who could have counted them out loud all night long, and broke the one sitting on the chest. Only that one, out of 6. They knew which. They had taken the lid off afterwards and emptied it, and what was in it was mostly girt, 4 crowns. A man who sold a mill wheel and a mare and put every coin of it under a dead man's backside because there is nowhere else in this kingdom that will take 4 crowns off a miller without a temple fee on top. The token was still in Gert's kitchen hanging on its nail, and as of that night it was a piece of scored shinbone and nothing else. A token is 1/2 of a pear. The other half was under my boot in 40 pieces. No living man could look at that token and say what it stood for. I had told the whole street exactly that on the day I took his money, out loud in front of 15 people, because I do not lie to depositors and because I thought saying it made me safe. Ilsa arrived before I had finished picking the fragments up. She came through the gate with her stick swinging low, stopped 4 paces in, put her head up, and asked what Ash was doing on my floor at that hour of the morning. I said somebody broke the lock. She said that was not what she asked, and got down on her knees on the wet stone and started sorting my dead man by touch into 2 heaps without being told to. She had the grades called before I had the pieces counted. Then she told me the thing I had missed while I was standing there being sick about it. The breaks were clean, not smashed. Somebody had laid the bone across something hard and struck it once each time, like a man jointing a hog, and had taken his time doing it. She asked how long a man would need at that rate. I said an hour. She said an hour is a long while to spend in another man's yard, and that a man who is not frightened is a man who has done it before somewhere. Then she found the piece that was not mine. It was a blank the size of 2 fingers, cut square at one end, with the first 3 lines of a token already scored into the face of it, and she handed it up to me without a word, because she already knew it did not belong to my heaps. Dry bone. Old bone, the kind that goes chalky along the edge and rings thin when you knock a knuckle on it. I have never boiled anything in my life that came up out of the pot like that. My bone is valley bone, which is either a year in a plague ditch or 50 in a poor man's field. And both of those come out heavy and greasy whatever you do to them in the ash. So somebody had carved that blank and then dropped it in my yard in the dark, and I could think of exactly one reason for a man to bring a half-made token into a place he is about to rob. He wanted to see whether a copy would answer. Does not. The worker knows its own bone, and it knows nothing else, and that is the first thing I tell anybody who comes to the chest. They had come to test that in the dark, and then they had broken the pair so that nobody could ever test it a second time. The line began forming at the 7th hour, because the Cooper's Row had seen my gate standing open at dawn and Ilsa on her knees inside it sorting something into heaps. Gert got there ahead of the rest of them, and he did not shout to begin with. He stood in the gateway with his hat in both hands and asked me a small question in a small voice, whether the yard had been touched in the night. I told him all of it. What was taken, what was broken, that his 4 crowns were gone, and that they were gone because of a rule I had made myself and had explained to him personally on the day he handed them over. That was when he came apart. He is 60, and he has hands like paddles, and he put one of them flat on my chest and drove me into the wall and shouted over his shoulder at the line behind him that this is what comes of it. This is what comes of handing a live man's money to a dead man. 15 people were at the gate by then, and more were coming down the row. Every one of them had a mark or two in that chest or had been standing in the street the week before thinking about it, and they heard every word of it, and every word was true. I did not touch him, and I did not talk across him. I let him get to the end of it. Then I asked him what he wanted me to do, and he said he wanted his mill wheel back, and we both stood there knowing that the wheel was on a cart somewhere past the river gate. Bree came across the street with the big pot, put it down on the mounting block outside my gate, and started ladling without saying one word to anybody in the line or to me. The line ate. A queue that is eating is a queue that is not walking up to the temple to complain about me, and she knew it perfectly well, and she has never once let me thank her for it since. Koram stood at my shoulder and gave me the 3rd step of the method under his breath. First, they make it shameful to stand in your line. Then they take from you what you are holding for other people. Then they wait, because at that point, the crowd finishes the work for them, and it costs the crew nothing. I asked him whether the crew climbs walls. He said the crew has never climbed a wall in its life. The crew hires. It has hired hands for 30 years for everything it cannot do with its mouth, and it pays them out of a box that 4 men hold a key to between them. I asked who the 4 men are. He said he was not going to tell me that for 2 crowns a year, and that I should be glad he was that sort of man, because a man who sells out 4 names for 2 crowns would sell mine for 1. Then Varys came. I knew her before anybody said the name, because the line opened for her and closed behind her without a word being spoken, and because she was the only person in that street who was not in a hurry about anything. Gray habit, ink on 2 fingers, a wooden tablet on a cord at her belt that she never once lifted while she was inside my walls, young for the work. She looked at my 5 standing workers as Ilsa looks at a sack of doubtful flour. She did not forbid me anything, and she did not go near the pieces on the floor. She asked whether it was true that I had lost a man in the night. I said one of my workers had been broken. She said yes, that is what she asked, and let it sit there between us. Then she turned around and put her real question to the line instead of to me, which is the only reason it has stayed in my head for years. She asked them whose people these were, not what they cost. Not who broke them. Whose. She asked whether one person standing in that yard could name the mother of the man who had been sitting on their money. Nobody could. I could not. I had bought that bone off odds card at 4 coppers the piece, and I had never once asked, and until that morning the not asking had been so ordinary that it had never come up in my head as a thought at all. She let it stand for a count of about 5. Then she thanked them for their time, told me she would be in the city a while, and walked back up the street between the soup pot and the wall without hurrying. She did not threaten me. She left a question standing in my yard, and it was still standing there a month later, and it is standing there now, and everything the temple has done to me since came out of that one morning. I went hunting after that, and I did not hunt the thief. A man can carry off a sack of coin and be 4 streets away before you wake up. He cannot carry off a broken worker. 40 pieces of wet, greasy bone weigh as much as a boy and smell like a tannery in August, and the only clever thing to do with them is to put them where bone dies. The tanners keep 3 lime pits behind the river gate. That was all of my reasoning, and it took me no time at all. I got there before noon with Ilsa on my arm and Kit running ahead of us both, and the pit boy told us that a fellow had come at dawn with a sack over his shoulder and paid a copper to tip it, which nobody does, because tipping is free to anybody who asks. I asked the boy what he looked like. He said ordinary, middle years, strong across the back, and he had wrapped his hands, which the boy noticed because nobody wraps their hands to carry a sack. Time is slow. What went in at dawn was still in there at midday, and I went in after it to the knee, and my boots did not survive the week, and neither did the skin on that ankle. 19 pieces came out. Ilsa named the grade on everyone as I passed it up to her, and 18 of them were mine. The 19th was that dry, chalky sort again, a finger bone this time, cut and scored on 2 faces and then thrown away half-finished. 2 of them then. Somebody out there had been practicing, and practicing costs bone, and bone costs money, and money in this trade comes out of a box with 4 keys. Mari came down to the pit because Kit told her where I was. She took the scored finger bone out of my hand, turned it over twice in the light, and went very quiet in a way I had not seen from her before. Then she said it was a good hand, better than mine, which she said with no pleasure in it at all, and not hers. The walls of the cut were dead straight and the floor of it was flat, and whoever did that had cut a great many things in his life before he ever cut a groove. I asked how she knew he was not one of us. She said the corners. He had copied the shape off somebody else's work without understanding why the shape is that shape, and a man who understands would never leave a corner square where the wax has to turn. I asked her if she knew the hand. She said no. Then she said she would know it again anywhere, and of everything spoken out loud on that day, that was the sentence that ended up costing the most, and not one of the 3 of us heard it go past. Helga found me in the yard that evening, still wet to the knee. She had come up from the valley on the salt wagons with a barrow, and in the barrow was every bone she owned in the world, and I had refused those bones in the valley because she had told me the name that went with them. She had not forgiven me for that, and she had not gone away either. She said she had followed her husband up the road since he was going that way with or without her. The valley diggers sold 2 ditches to a city buyer in the spring. Half the bone coming into this city now has a name on it somewhere, and nobody in the trade wants to be the man who asks after it. I told her I could not buy her husband and could not buy her barrow. She said she had not come to sell me anything. Then she named her price, and her price was not money. She wanted the store. Every bone that came onto my ground would come through her hands and go onto her list, and nothing went out to the bench unless she said it went out. I asked what happens if I need a piece, and she says no. She said then I would not have it. I asked whether she understood that a bench that stops is a yard that stops. She said she understood it better than I did, since she had spent 4 months watching her husband wait in a shed. I took the terms, and I will be honest about the reason. I took them because there was a yard full of people who had just heard a temple woman ask whose son was sitting on their savings, and a woman who knows every name is a better answer to that question than anything I was going to be able to say myself. She used it against me on the 2nd day. I sent for 2 long bones to build a new lock and got back a boy carrying nothing. She came herself an hour later and told me that batch had come out of a ditch and had no names yet, and until it had names, it would sit in her store. I built the lock out of the leg of a man Odd had bought off a hanged man's family, with the family standing there watching him do it. It took 4 days I did not have, and the yard ran without a lock for 3 nights, and I slept across the chest. That is the price of the arrangement, and I still keep it, and there are days I hate her for it. She has never once bent, not for me, not for the crown, not later on when bending would have saved us both a great deal. Kit was the last piece of it, and I already knew before I asked. I put it to him in the yard with nobody near, whether he had sold which of my workers was the lock. He said yes, 8 coppers, on the Tuesday, to a man he did not know and did not much like the look of, and 8 coppers is 8 coppers, and he has to eat like anybody else. I asked whether he knew what it was for. He said he never knows what anything is for, and that this is the whole trade, and that the day he starts guessing what a buyer wants is the day he starts being worth killing. Then he reminded me, with some heat, that he had told me on the first day that he sells in both directions, and that it was not his fault I had chosen to hear it as a boy being funny. He was right, and he had been right then, and he has never once lied to me about what he is. So I did not throw him out. I told him what it had cost, 4 crowns and a man's mill wheel, and he went white and had no answer for it at all. Then he asked whether he still had the run to the Cooper's Row. I said yes. He was gone up the street before I could change my mind, and Coram watched him go and said nothing, which from Coram is a whole speech. I told myself he was worth more inside the yard than outside it, where he would sell the same things to the same men for the same coppers anyway. That part is true. It is also true that I could have finished it that day for the price of 1 boy and no crowns at all, and that a portion of everything which came later has my name on it and not his. Q was still at my gate on the 3rd evening, smaller than it had been on the 1st, and a good deal harder. I paid Gert his 4 crowns out of my own hand in front of every one of them, coin by coin on the block, counted aloud by me, and then counted again by a dead man, so that the street heard the 2 numbers come out the same. 4 crowns was every copper the yard had earned, and 11 marks I did not have, which Bree lent me against the corner takings at no interest and told me to say nothing about, so I will say nothing about it except that it happened and that she has never mentioned it since. I told them the rule stands, and I told them while the coins were still on the block. A broken worker is a lost deposit. That is what the token means, and I am not going to stand here and pretend otherwise to keep your custom. What I will do is pay when it was my wall that failed. Gert looked into his hat for a long moment. Then he put the 4 crowns back down on the block and said that the same rule which lost it had just paid it, and he wanted the whole sum back in the chest under the new one, and he wanted the street to hear him ask for it. Ilsa took the coins off the block and called their weight out loud, one by one, as she put them back, because she knows what a crowd needs to hear, and I only found out that year. 4 crowns went out of my hand that week, and 4 came back onto the block. 7 names were in the chest by the Saturday, where 3 had been on the Monday, and by the Thursday of the week after that, there were 9. I cut 2 more grooves that week and put 2 more notches on the counting bone, which made 17 since the Valley Gate, and I could not have told you what either of them took. Elsa put her hand flat on the new lock worker that night, felt down the arm to the fresh groove, and priced the last 4 days out loud for me since nobody else was going to do it. She said I had spent 4 crowns in a week proving to the city that I pay for what breaks in my yard. She said it was cheap at the money and that she would have charged more. Then she said the rest of it, which is why I did not sleep. Everybody now knows I pay for what breaks. That includes the polite gray man who stood at the trough counting my mouth for a whole day, and he had not needed to climb a single wall to find it out. The wolf actor came through my gate at the 10th hour on a Thursday, with 4 men behind him and a dead man walking between 2 of them on a leading strap. I want to be plain about what that looked like standing in my own yard, because I am the reason it could happen at all. Until that morning, a dead man in this city carried stone, or turned a windlass, or pulled a barge. Mine talked. Now here came somebody else's, walking up to my gate to talk at me. He was well made, better than well. Copper in the grooves and not wax, joints cased in proper leather muffs, and somebody had taken the trouble to sand the rib ends so the wire would not saw itself through in a month. The factor dealt in raw wool and barge freight, 1,200 crowns a year off the river, and he planted himself in the middle of my yard where the line could hear every word and made his claim in a voice trained on water. He said that on the 11th day of the month past, he had put 9 crowns into my hand at the corner outside the tavern and had taken a token for it, and that he had come now for his 9 crowns, and been told by me that no such deposit had ever existed. I had never seen the man in my life. I said so. Then I did what I always do and asked for the token, because the token is the pair, and the pair is the proof, and I have never once taken a deposit without saying that aloud first. He said the token had gone into the river with a boy who fell off a barge. I said that was convenient. He agreed that it was convenient, cheerfully, in front of 6 of my depositors, and said that this was precisely why he had brought a witness with him. Then he told his dead man to say what it saw. It lifted its head. It said, in that flat, dragged voice they all have, that it saw 9 crowns counted into the left hand of the man called the Nod at the tavern corner on the 11th day, and that the Nod set 2 of them aside into his coat before the counting was called. The yard went off like a dropped tray. 9 people were standing in my line, and every one of them had money in that chest, and every one of them had been told by me, personally, in the street, that the dead cannot lie. They want nothing. They have nothing to gain and nothing to lose, and no reason on this earth to say a false number. That is the foundation I had laid under the entire business, and I had laid it by mouth, 1 depositor at a time, over 2 months. Said the same words again when a cooper shouted at it, and a third time when the cooper's wife shouted at it, and it would have gone on saying them until the wax ran out. That is what a groove does. That is the only thing a groove does. Ilsa got a fist into my sleeve and told me to shut my mouth, and I had already worked out why. I could not answer it. Not with a worker. Mine will tell you every coin they counted, and they will not tell you one word about a coin they never saw. Ask one whether a thing failed to happen, and it stands there with its jaw shut because it did not see the not happening. Nothing did. So the only thing in the world that could contradict that skeleton was me saying no with my one hand in a city where I had spent 2 months teaching everybody that my word is worth less than a dead man's. I had built the knife myself and then walked onto it in front of a crowd. 5 deposits came out of the chest before noon. The cooper first, then the limeburner's widow, who had only just come back in, then 3 in a row, each of them apologizing to me while they did it, which was worse than the shouting had been. Morn came at the 2nd hour of the afternoon. He came alone, he did not gloat, and he did not stand anywhere near the factor. He stood at the back of my yard with his hands behind him, a polite gray man taking the air, and I understood that he had come to watch it land the same way he had come to watch it start. Coram named it for me out of the side of his mouth. The crew never brings the blow. The crew brings the man who brings it and then stands at the back looking respectable and available for hire once the dust is down. I asked Coram whether Morn can cut bone. He laughed his dry laugh and said, Morn cannot mend a shoe. Morn has the memory and the mouth and 47 years of other men's business in his head. For hands he is always hired, and he pays hands out of the box. So somebody had cut that thing, and cut it well. I had Mari go over it while the yard was busy shouting at each other. She went along the copper with a thumbnail, twice, slowly, and then she said one word, and the word was him. The same hand off the lime pit. The same dead straight walls. The same flat floor to the cut. The same square corners copied off somebody else's work by a man who did not know why the shape was that shape. Two carvers in this kingdom besides me and Mari, and they were one man, and he had gone from practicing on a token blank in the dark to building a witness that could hold a crowd in 3 weeks for money out of a box. I had until sundown. That is not drama. That is how a rumor works in a row of workshops. By dark, it is no longer a bad morning at the counting yard. It is the thing the city knows about me. Ilsa said the plain thing first, as she always does. We cannot win it by argument, because argument is what the crowd already expects a guilty man to do, and I would be talking against a witness that cannot be tired out. Mari said the second plain thing, which was better. She said the bone will tell on him if anybody makes it. Then she showed me on the thing's own arm, with the factor's men standing 4 paces off. The last clause of its testimony, the part about 2 crowns going into a coat, sat at the very end of the groove and ran off the end of the bone into a scratch, and the scratch had been filled with copper to make it look finished from a distance. That is the oldest limit in this trade and the first one anybody meets. A bone holds what a bone holds. Push a long clause into a short piece and you either break the bone or you drop a clause. There is no third way, and there never has been. Drop a clause. Coram came up off the bench when he heard it, because that is the sentence they used on him at his testing, and he had been carrying it about with him for 2 months like a stone in his boot. He asked to be allowed to do it, and it was his idea before it was mine, and he had to ask me twice before I understood what he was offering to spend. I sent Kit up and down the row for an hour. It cost 11 coppers, and it is the best money I have ever spent in my life. I did not send him to fetch people. I sent him to tell people, in that clear, carrying voice of his, that at sundown, the master of the witnesses' crew would show this city what a trained memory is worth beside a dead man. Morn could not walk away from that, and he knew it while Kit was still speaking on the corner. He has spent 47 years being the man who never forgets anything. A man who declines to remember in front of a crowd has already given the crowd its answer. Between 40 and 50 people were in the yard by sundown. Bree had the pot going against my wall and was charging for it, and I heard her tell a carter that the soup was a copper and the show was free. I ran it in front of them without any trick in it at all. I said that the whole trade of the crew rests on one thing, that its master can give back any words he has heard once, and I asked him whether that was so. He said it was so. He said it as a man says his own name. There was nothing else he could have said in that yard, with his own city standing around him. So I asked him to give back the testimony he had heard in this yard that morning. Word for word, as any crewman is asked to do in any market on any day, in front of the same people who had heard it themselves 7 hours earlier. He should have refused. He nearly did. He looked at me for a long breath, and I watched the arithmetic cross those flat eyes and come out on the side of his pride, which is the only side it has ever come out on in his life. The factor tried to speak, and Morn lifted 2 fingers off his wrist and the man stopped. And that told everybody in the yard whose business this actually was, before a word of it was given back. Then he gave it back. He gave it in the dead man's dragged voice, which was a small piece of theater and got him a laugh. And he ran it through without one stumble, and it was longer than the thing the yard had heard that morning. He said 9 crowns counted into the left hand of the man called the Nod at the tavern corner on the 11th day, and 2 set aside into his coat before the counting was called, and the boy who carried the token drowned off the barge at the river gate on the Saturday following. The skeleton had never said one word about a boy, or a barge, or a Saturday. It could not have. There was no bone left for it. I did not have to explain that, and I'm glad of it, because Coram explained it better than I would have. He is 64, and he has a crew sash in a box at home, and the yard knew both of those things by then. He stepped out into the middle of the yard and said, loud, that he had been dictated to 1,000 times in 47 years, and that what we had all just heard was no memory of that morning. It was the dictation. It was the long version, the one a man is told before the cutting starts, and then somebody had to cut it short in the shed because the bone ran out under his hand. The factor made it worse, as a big loud man always does. He shouted at Morn to be quiet in front of everybody, and a shout like that from a client is worth more than any accusation I could have made. Morn did not defend himself. He stood in my yard with 50 people looking at him and said nothing at all, and the silence went on long enough that a child asked her mother what was happening, and her mother told her to hush, and that was the end of the crew in this city. Did not come for him that night. They came on the Monday, 4 men with a key to the box between them, and they took the sash off him in the street outside their own yard with people watching, because a trade that has just been shown building a lying witness has to be seen throwing somebody out of it. Before all that, though, there was the bone, and the bone was Mari's work and not mine, and I have never once let anybody in that yard tell it the other way. The crowd was still there, and the factor was still bellowing that his dead man had spoken true, and words were not going to shift the last 4 of my names out of his mouth. So I said I would show them the limit itself, on the stones, where they could hear it. I took a piece of odds medium grade off Helga's list with the name spoken first, because that is her rule now, and she was standing at the store door making sure of it, and I sat down on the ground with the bone between my knees and the chisel in my left hand and cut the whole long claws. Boy, barge, Saturday and all. It split at the 7th word. It was always going to. My hand is what it is, and the bone was what it was, and about 50 people watched me fail with my own tool on my own stones, and somebody at the back laughed before he could stop himself. Mari took the chisel out of my fingers without one word and sat down and did it again on a fresh piece. She cut for a bit less than an hour with the crowd standing over her, and she never once looked up, and the only sound in that yard was the tap of the mallet and Bree's ladle. Her groove ran the length of the bone and did not run off the end of it. The walls stood square. The floor of it was flat enough that the wax lay in there like water in a gutter, and when we ran it, it held the long claws and gave it back whole. 2 shorter pieces of the same grade, cut the way the factors had been cut, dropped the end of it, and stood there with their jaws working over nothing at all. The yard could hear the difference from the gate. That is all of it. Nobody had to be told a thing. The factor left with his 4 men and did not pay Bree for his soup. He left the dead man behind because he did not want it near him, and it stood in the corner of my yard for 3 days, saying that I put 2 crowns in my coat. On the 3rd day, Helga found out whose son it had been, off a valley carter she knew, and Mari cut the groove out of it herself with the mother standing there, and neither of them said anything to me while they did it. 19 names were in the chest by the end of that week, where 5 had walked out at noon on the Thursday. That is what a public breaking does in a city this size. Bree raised the price of the soup by a copper and blamed the salt. 7 workers in 6 days. Helga read all 7 names out loud off her list before a chisel touched any of them, and I stood in the yard and heard 7 men named, and that is a slower way to do business, and I have never gone back to the fast way since. 7 grooves and 7 memories and 7 notches, which made 24 on the counting bone, and I sat on the block that night with the thing on my knee and could not have told you what a single one of them had taken out of me. Then I made the decision, and it was mine, and nobody in that yard talked me into it, and I have never once said otherwise. I said we go to silver. The hired hand out there had just proved in 3 weeks that he can cut a false groove that speaks in a crowd. Wax comes out with a candle and a bent nail. Copper can be pulled and recut by anybody with a hook in an afternoon, and half the men in this row own a hook. Silver cannot. Silver is a crown the groove. It goes in molten and it stays, and no living man will ever change what it says. That includes the man who cut it. That was the entire point of it, and I said so out loud. Mari put her chisel down on the bench very quietly, which with her is worse than shouting, and asked me what I do when I get one wrong. I said the point is that I will not be able to. She said that is not a point, that is the fear talking with my mouth. Then she gave me the rest of it, and she did not raise her voice once. Every rule I have cut so far was cut by a hungry man with one hand, in a hurry, with somebody standing over him. 3 of them are wrong today, right now. And I do not know which 3, and silver will not tell me. Said the other road is a city where any rule can be edited by whoever gets to the bone first, and that I had watched a man do exactly that a week ago and had nearly lost everything to it. She asked whether I had ever cut a headstone. I said no. She said the reason a headstone is finished is that the man under it is finished, and that I was proposing to cut headstones for people who are still standing in front of me asking for their money. I cut 3 that week. 3 grooves, 3 crowns of silver, on the gate lock, and the store lock, and on 3. The last of those I want, understood plainly. I put silver into the oldest rule 3 has, the one that keeps him counting what he has shown, and I did it because I was frightened of losing him. Mari watched the first pour go in and stood there until it had gone dull. Then she wrapped her tools into the sack and she did not slam my gate, and she said one thing on her way out through it. She said she carves for the dead and not for the forever, and that on the day I find out which 3 I got wrong, I am to remember that she was not standing there when I chose it, and will not be standing there to put it right. 19 names in the chest, 12 workers on their feet, 24 notches, and 3 grooves that no living man can ever change. That was my yard, on the night my only real craftsman walked out of it, and I stayed on the block doing sums until the lamps went out along the row. A corner that holds 19 deposits stops being a corner, Men who lend money had been watching me for weeks, and so, it turned out, had a woman who does not lend and does not borrow and simply rides up and takes, and she had 60 men and a very good horse. The rider came at the 11th hour on a horse worth more than my yard, and my gate worker put him behind a coal carrier. That is what the thing is cut to do. Whoever arrives, whoever is standing there, count them in the order they come, and let them through in the order counted. A dead man has no eye at all for a good saddle. It hurt a horse, and it hurt a man on foot with 2 sacks, and it had the man on foot first by about 4 breaths, so the man on foot went in first, and the horse waited. The coal carrier did not know what to do with that at all. He looked at the rider, then at me, then at his own black hands. Then he went in and did his business, because he had 2 marks in my chest and had walked 3 streets on a working morning to hear them counted. The rider sat his horse in the mouth of the Cooper's Lane and waited behind a man with coal to his elbows, and 30 people saw it happen, and Kit sold that news 4 separate times before supper at a copper the telling. I would have paid him 2 coppers to keep it in his mouth. By the time I knew, it had gone round the row twice and reached a house with a wall around it, and the woman inside that wall thought it was the funniest thing she had heard all summer. She came herself on the Friday. Baroness Veta, 26 years old, 60 riders on the road behind her, and 12 of them into my yard at a walk, and she was laughing before she was off the horse. She told me she had come to see the counter who makes barons queue behind coal, and she said it warmly, and she took my left hand to shake it without waiting to be told which one, which nobody else in this city has ever done. I have met people who are cruel and people who are greedy, and I understood both kinds inside a week. She was neither of those, and it took me a month to work out what she was. She was having a wonderful time. The war, the debts, the riding about with 60 men, all of it was the best entertainment available in this kingdom, and she had no intention whatever of stopping. Then she asked me for 26 crowns. Not a demand. A request cheerfully in front of my depositors, with her hand still on my sleeve and her men looking at my walls. 26 crowns until the wool clip at whatever the yard charges for the service, and she would send a man down with it. She asked what the yard charges. I told her a mark in the crown for the season. She said that seemed very reasonable. Elsa was 3 paces behind me and did not move, and her not moving was the loudest thing in that yard, because there was nothing in it to decide. A merchant does not tell the nobility no. There is no procedure for it, no place to take it, and no word for it that ends in anything except your gate off its hinges before the month is out. Every man in that line knew it. They were not watching to see what I would say. They were watching to find out whether the counting yard was a real thing in the world or a clever toy that stops working the moment somebody important walks into it. So I counted her 26 crowns out onto the block, aloud, coin by coin, and a dead man counted them after me, and the 2 numbers came out the same, and she watched the dead man do it with her chin on her fist like a child at a fair. She asked me what the token was for. I said it was the pair to the worker that would carry her account, and that no living man could read her account without it. She said keep it, she would only lose it, and rode out of my gate with my working stock in a saddlebag. 19 deposits in the chest, and 26 crowns of the money behind them going north at a trot. 8 crowns left in the chest, and 11 of my names covered by nothing at all except the rest of my yard. She did not send a man with it. I did not expect a man in the first month. I sent Kit up to the Wall House in the 3rd week with a polite question about the wool clip, and got back a polite answer that the clip had been poor this year, and a copper for the boy. In the 5th week, I did the thing that was correct and stupid at the same time. I sent Coram, who is old and slow and has a crew voice on him, to stand in front of her steward and give back her own words in her own manner. 26 crowns until the clip, said on the Friday, in my yard, in front of 15 people, in her own turn of phrase, with the laugh in the right place. The steward heard him out to the end and thanked him and sent him home with nothing. She did not argue with it. That is all I got wrong about her, and it cost me 7 of my people and 11 of my depositors, and Odd's own Carter had told me the answer in the 2nd week, and I had not listened to him. She does not argue with numbers. She never has. She removes the counter, and Odd's Carter had told me so in the 2nd week, and I had heard it as road talk from a man who wanted to seem important over a mug. They came on a Tuesday morning at the 9th hour, which is when the line is at its longest, and I have thought about that hour many times since. It is not the hour a thief picks. It is the hour a woman picks when she wants a street to watch. 19 riders through my gate. My gate worker counted them in order and had got as far as 7 when the first man wrote it down. I am going to tell this without any decoration, because it does not need any, and because there were children in that street. They took the workers apart with cavalry hammers in my own yard, with the line watching. 7 of them. They started at the store lock and worked across, and each one went down where it stood with its arms at its sides. That is what they do. They do not flinch, they do not run, they cannot be told to fight, and they will not be, not in that yard and not in any yard, and I have never cut a groove that would make one lift a hand against a living man, and I never will. It takes 13 or 14 strokes to bring a man down to pieces small enough that nobody could put a name back on him. They did 7. The noise is not like breaking wood. I hear it still, and I have heard a great many things since. The line did not run, and that is what I had not expected. They stood at the gate and watched their own savings going onto the stones, because that is what it was. A token with no worker at the other end of it is a piece of scored bone on a nail in a kitchen. 11 of the 19 had their names in those 7. The Cooper, 2 of Bree's kitchen girls, who had a crown between them and had argued for a week about putting it in. The saddler's widow, who had come back in after the sundown business and put the ring in a second time on my word. Rask went at them, and I stopped him. He is a sotnik with one leg who had been sitting on Bree's wall for a month cadging soup and telling anybody who would listen about a bridge. He came off that wall on a crutch and a stump with a length of firewood and got 2 strides in before I got what I have around him, and we both went down in the muck. And I am not a big man, and he did not have to let me hold him. He swore at me from the ground for a long minute. He said he had held the bridge at Vel for 2 days with 8 men and 30 arrows in the shield, and he was not going to sit on a wall in a soup queue and watch this happen in a city he had bled for. I told him that if he swung, they had a reason, and then there are 11 depositors face down beside the 7 workers. He knew it before I had finished saying it. That is the worst thing about Rask. He always knows, and he wants to swing anyway, and he has never once pretended to me that he does not. The riders were out of my gate inside a quarter hour. Nobody living was touched. She had been careful about that, and I understood the care later, at her own gate, and liked it a great deal less than I had liked the hammers. Bree fed the yard again that day, and would not take money from anybody for it, and when I tried, she told me to go and sweep my own floor. Olga came out of the store while the pieces were still down, and started gathering them into her apron by hand. She put every fragment into her barrow, down to the small ones, and made Kit read her the tally of names back twice while she did it. Then she closed the store against me. I had said the obvious thing, which was that I needed 7 new workers standing inside a week, or the 8 names left in my chest would be gone by Sunday, and that Odd had ditch bone on the road, 30 pieces, cheap, with no names on any of it. She stood in the doorway of her own store with her hands full of a man she had just swept off my stones and told me no. I shouted at her. I am not proud of it, and it is the only time. I told her the yard would not exist by Sunday, and that her list would then be a list of nothing kept by a widow with a barrow. She said then it would be a list of nothing. She said she had watched me learn the names of 7 men that month, out loud in front of people, and that she was not going to stand there and watch me forget the reason on the first bad Tuesday I had. She was right. I hated it, and I have never got that key off her from that day to this, and there have been 3 occasions since when the yard would have been better off if I had. So I rode out to the wall house with 5 workers left. 8 deposits, no bone I was permitted to touch, and 26 crowns owing to me that I was never going to see. I did not have a plan when I got to her gate. I got the plan in her yard, out of her yard. Her people were at pay parade. 60 men in a line down the inside of a curtain wall, a steward at a trestle, and I stood in the gate arch and watched her pay them, and it was not in coin. There was some coin. Mostly it was not. Each man came up and took his month, and his month was a bundle, and the bundles were bone. Long bones mostly, clean, dry, good grade, tied in 3s with cord. They took them and went off to their billets, and 2 of them sat down on a doorstep and started scraping the ends with knives, because a rider who wants ready money sells his bundle to the cart that comes up from the town on a Sunday, and the cart takes it to whoever in this kingdom is buying. Asked a man at the arch where it came from. He told me plainly, with no shame in it anywhere, that it comes out of the yard behind the chapel where the ones from the war are, and that the Baroness has been paying out of it since the year the crown stopped paying her. I asked whether the men minded. He said a lot of it is lads they served with, and that a man does not mind much when the alternative is not being paid. And then he asked me if I was buying, because he had 2 bundles under his cot. That is the thing I once said. She was not copying me. She had never heard of me until a dead man made her rider wait behind a coal carrier. She had been doing this for 4 years, worse than I do it, with no groove and no name and no list, and it had never once struck her as remarkable. I stood in that gateway and watched a woman selling her own dead to pay her living, and I did the arithmetic on my own yard while I watched, and I could not find the line where she is on one side of it and I am on the other. I could find that I ask names now. That is all I could find, standing there. It is not much, and I have kept it since, because on that afternoon it was the only thing between me and the man at the trestle handing out somebody's father in 3s. She came out to me herself, pleased to see me as always, and asked whether I had come about the 26 crowns. I said no. I said I had come to buy. She laughed and asked what a counting yard wants with a heap of rubbish out of a chapel yard. I said all of it, weighed and priced in front of her men, at whatever her steward and my assessor agree between them, cash on the cart. She said done before the steward could get a word out because she thought it was a joke, and jokes are the entire reason she gets out of bed. Ilsa did the pricing, 40 years on the scale, and she has never once had to stop and think. She had a bundle in her hands, turned it, thumbed the ends, tapped it twice with a knuckle, and gave the grade and the price out before the steward had the cord off the next one. I had told her one thing on the road out, and only one. I said, say it out loud so the line hears it, and she said she had been calling prices in market voice since before I was born and did not need instruction from a boy with one hand. He priced them all afternoon in the middle of that courtyard, with 60 men standing about with nothing to do, and she called every price aloud in the voice she uses for a bad sack of flour, 40 coppers a man. That is what it came to. A whole grown man out of that chapel yard, priced by the best assessor in this city, in front of the men he had served beside, and the number was 40 coppers, and she said it 40 times before we were done. The steward tried to stop it after the second hour. Veta would not let him. She was enjoying herself, and she had said done in front of her own people, and there is no road back out of that for somebody like her, and she has never learned that this is a weakness. 60 men heard what a month of their pay was worth as a man. Then they worked out, because soldiers can count better than merchants think, what their own bundle would fetch on the Sunday cart, and after that, what they themselves would fetch when their turn came to be in it. 16 were off her rolls by the end of the month. Some went to the river work, and 4 went to the town watch. 2 of them came down to me and I could not pay them, and Rask fed them out of his own bowl for a week and did not mention it to me until the winter. Did not say one word to her about any of it. I paid 12 crowns for the lot and hired a cart and took every bone out of that chapel yard. And Helga met the cart at my gate with her list and her chalk and started asking her question before the driver was off the seat. Some of them had names. The steward knew a few and gave them up without being pressed. Rask knew 9 of them, and he sat on a barrel by the store door and gave them to her one at a time, and he had to stop twice, and nobody in that yard looked at him while he did it. 5 workers standing where 12 had stood on the Monday, 8 names in the chest where 19 had been, 26 crowns going north in a saddlebag and never coming back, and a cart of chapel bone in my store that had cost me 12. Ilsa found me on the mounting block that night and said one useful thing before she went in to her supper. She said that a man who takes a baroness's 26 crowns and loses them is a merchant, and that merchants are watched by nobody in this kingdom worth naming. A man who buys her dead out from under her feet and makes her own soldiers stand and hear the price is something else. And the difference between those 2 men is the sort of thing the crown pays people to notice. Varys did not come to my gate. She went to the temple steps on the Sunday and stood up in front of the city and said what she had come to do. And the elder of the Cooper's Row stood at her right hand and heard her say it, and 20 other men of standing heard it with him. That is how a thing is done in this kingdom. She said it, they heard it, and from that hour it was as true as anything ever gets here, and there was nowhere in the world I could go to have it unsaid. What she declared was narrow, and the narrowness of it was what frightened me most. She did not forbid raising the dead. Nobody has ever forbidden that. Half the barges on that river are pulled by men who died in the war and their owners pay a tax on them at the Watergate. She declared that a dead man cut to hold speech is a taught dead man, that a taught dead man is heresy of the 2nd degree, and that 4 of the ones standing in my yard would be taken and burned on the market ground on the Wednesday following, at noon, where the city could see it done properly. 4, not all of them. Kit brought me the number before the crowd on the steps had finished breaking up, and I sat down on the block when I heard it, because 4 out of the 5 I had left is not a raid. It is a lesson with a spare. She had chosen a number that left me alive and working. She wanted this city to watch me survive it and go on, and to think hard about what I was doing while I went on doing it in front of them. I had 2 days, and I spent the first hour of them on one thing. 3 went out of that yard before the chest did. Before the store, before Ilsa's scale, before the 8 names still in the chest and the 12 crowns of chapel bone in the store. I took him out through the Cooper's Lane myself at dusk, with a sack over the skull, and Kit walking ahead to see the way was clear, and Bree put him in her turnip cellar under the tavern and stacked sacks over him and charged me 2 marks a week for it and would not come down a copper. He is my worst worker, and I will say it plainly. 1 groove, wax, cut by a starving man with a stolen chisel in a plague valley. He counts what he has shown, and he says 1, 2, 3. And that is the entire sum of him and always has been. I did not sit down and decide to move him first. I looked up, and I was already carrying him down the lane with my arm through the ribs, and I had left a chest of other people's money standing open behind me on the stones. Rask saw it. Helga saw it. Ilsa heard the cellar door go and asked Bree about it afterwards. Coram worked out where he had gone by the second evening and told me so in his dry way, and not one of the four ever said a word to me about it. All four of them were still with me a year later when better-paying places had opened up in this city, and two of them had been asked. I have never been able to explain that to anybody. I did not do it to be seen doing it. It was seen. I took the four on the Wednesday morning without any violence at all. 2 temple men and a cart at walking pace, and my workers went up the ramp of the cart as they go anywhere, because you tell them to, and they go. The market ground holds about 600 people, and it was full by the 11th hour. Bree did not open. She stood at her own door with a cloth in her hands and did not go down, and she is the only person on that street who did not. I am not going to be funny about any of what follows. There was nothing in it anywhere to be funny about, and I have never managed to make the telling of it shorter. They do it on a bed of green wood so that it burns slow and hot instead of fast and bright, and they lay the four down rather than standing them up, because standing them up would look like an execution, and this was not meant to look like an execution. It was meant to look like cleaning. Varys spoke first, and she spoke well, and that is the part that nobody who was not standing there has ever believed when I have told them since. She did not call me a devil or a sorcerer. She said my name and my trade. She said I had done in half a year what no man in this kingdom had done in 1,000 years, and that this was precisely the difficulty and not some accident of it. Then she laid out the doctrine, which I had heard in the valley as a joke told by diggers over a fire, and which I heard that day for the first time as an argument made by somebody who had thought about it longer than I had. She said a dead man who is made to carry is a tool, and a tool wants nothing, and the temple has never had one word to say against a tool. Then she said, a dead man made to remember is another thing entirely, because memory is not a load. Memory is the material out of which wanting gets built. Give a dead man a memory, she said, and you have not made a better tool. You have started making a man again, badly, out of the wrong materials, with nobody to answer for what comes out at the end of it. 600 people heard her say that, and so did I. I did not have an answer. I had a good answer for Hald, who thinks a witness must have something to lose. I had a good answer for Morn, who thinks a memory has to be paid for. I did not have one for her. I have not found one since, and I know now that there was never going to be one, because she was right, and she was right on the day she said it, and not only later when it stopped being an argument. Then she called the wolf actor's dead man out as her proof, which is what she had been waiting for since the spring, and she had waited very patiently for it while I made her case for her. They had it on the cart. It stood up in front of all of them and said what it had been cut to say, that 9 crowns went into the left hand of the nod, and 2 of them went into his coat, and Varys let it say the whole thing through twice. Then she asked the ground whether that was true. Everybody standing there knew it was not. The thing had been opened up in my yard in front of 50 of them, and the row had carried the news of it for a month. She waited until she had that, and then she said, quite gently, that here is a dead man saying a thing which never happened, in a city where every one of you has been told for a year that the dead cannot lie. That is the moment I lost the argument in this city. I lost it fairly, in the open, to a better argument, and it has stayed lost ever since no matter what I have built on top of it. They fired the green wood at noon. It takes a long time, and that is the thing nobody tells you beforehand. There is no roar, and there is no collapse. Bone in a slow fire darkens, then goes gray, then chalks. The wire goes first, and the leather muffs after it, and the joints come apart one at a time over a long while, and that crowd stands there for the better part of 2 hours, and by the end of it, a great many of them are looking at their own feet. Mari was there. I did not know she was in the crowd until it was nearly finished. She had been in the front rank the entire time, and at the end she went forward past a temple man who did not stop her, and stood over the edge of the bed looking down at the second one from the left. She came and found me afterwards at the corner of the ground with her hands still black to the wrist from the mason's shed. She said the jaw of the second one had a notch under the left ear, a stepped notch, the sort a bone gets when a man breaks his jaw young and it knits crooked, and she had cut a headstone for that jaw 2 winters ago in her own shed on her own street. A shoemaker's boy, 16 years old. He went to the war and came back in a ditch with everybody else, and his mother paid for the marker and eggs and a mark, and Marie had cut his name into it herself with the woman watching. I asked her what she wanted me to do. She said nothing. She said that was not why she had come across the ground to find me, and that if I offered her money in the next minute, she would walk away and not come back. Then she said she was coming back to the bench, and that I was to understand exactly why, and she made me stand there in the smoke and hear all of it. She was not coming back to help me, and not because I had earned anything. If she stays out of my yard, the cutting goes on without her, and it goes on worse, and the bone still comes up that road, and nobody asks whose it was. She would rather be standing where the bone comes in. Her condition was one thing, and she has never moved off it by a finger since. She is told whose bone she is given. Every piece out loud, before the chisel touches it, off Helga's list, with no exceptions for haste or for the crown or for me. If there is no name, she does not cut. I said yes before she had finished the sentence, and she told me not to look pleased about it, and she has not said one good word about the trade from that day to this. She never will. I stopped waiting for it years ago. Brother Oskil came to the yard on the night after the burning with his hood up and stayed exactly long enough to drink half a cup of Breeze beer. He is a temple writer, about 30, ink to the second knuckle the same as hers. He reads the old ones, which almost nobody does, and he said it had taken him 15 days of looking, and that he was not at all sure he ought to have come down the lane with it. The old wording does not say what everybody in this kingdom thinks it says. It has been repeated in its short form for so long that even the men who say it have never gone back to the long one. The long one condemns the man who teaches a dead thing to make an oath, to bind itself, to swear, because to swear is to put your own soul up as the stake, and a dead man has no soul left to stake, and a stake that is nothing makes the whole oath nothing, and that is the sin in it, not the speech, the false stake. My workers have never sworn anything. They count what is put in front of them, and they say the number, and the swearing in my yard is done by living men with houses, standing where the street can see them do it. I asked him to say that on the market ground. He turned his cup around twice on the table and then told me the truth, which I respected more than I expected to. He has a place, a room over the riding house, and a mother in the almshouse on Temple Road, and a man who says a thing like that in public is not a writer by the Friday of that week. He asked me not to use his name. I told him I would not use his name, and I have not, and it did not help him at all. I said it myself on the Friday, standing on the mounting block with about 200 people in my street, and I said it in the plainest words I had, because I only had them at second hand and could not afford to decorate them. My dead do not swear. My dead count. The swearing in this yard is done by men with houses and daughters, and if a man lies here, he is as liable to the temple as he ever was on any day of his life. Varys came down the row and heard the last of it and did not interrupt me. Afterwards, she stood in front of me in the mud with the crowd going round us both. This is the argument of a clerk, Alan, she said. It will hold for a season, and a season is very likely what you have just bought. She asked me whether the man who found the long wording had understood what it was going to cost him. I did not answer her, and she did not need me to. Oskil was off the Temple Road within a fortnight and copying grain tallies for the river office at a third of the money. I have paid what I could toward the almshouse since. He has never once asked me for anything, and he never will. The crown came on the Monday, which I have never believed was an accident of the calendar. Vald is a small, tidy man with a bad neck who does not raise his voice, and he arrived with 4 riders and 1 clerk, and did not look at my workers at all. He looked at the chest, and then at the length of the line. He did not forbid anything, and he did not defend me. He said the crown had considered the matter of the counting yard, and then he stood in the middle of my street and offered it in front of everybody. A privilege spoken by him in the name of the treasury before my street and the elder of the row and every man standing in my line. The counting yard may work openly in this city and in any city of the kingdom. Its counting is to be taken wherever the crown's business runs. No temple hand may take its workers unless the crown is heard first, and the elder repeated both of those back to him, so that the street had them twice. The price was 12 crowns a year, which is nothing. It is less than my rent and my store and Coram's wages put together, and it is less than I had lost on the Tuesday when the hammers came. I asked him why so little, out loud, where the street could hear, because by then I had learned that much at least. He said, without any change in his face, that the crown does not price a thing by what it costs today. He told me it would be sworn on the Thursday before the elder and 18 men. Then he asked me one question, and only one, which was how many workers I could stand up in a month if I had bone and hands enough. I said I did not know. He said he would ask again, and got on his horse. He had been inside my gate for less than a quarter hour, and he had bought a claim on everything in it, and I had said yes, because I still have not found what a man is supposed to say instead. 40 names were in that chest by the end of the week. 8 had been in it on the Monday morning. Nobody had started trusting me. The crown had spoken over my street, and the temple had burned 4 of mine on the market ground, and my gate was still open on the Friday, And in this kingdom, that combination is the nearest thing to safety that has ever been offered to a man with 2 marks to put somewhere. On the Thursday, after the swearing, Hald came up the Cooper's Lane on foot, and I had not laid eyes on the man since the valley. His patron had taken the shop for the arrears, the stall on Tin Square had gone to a salt dealer, and the temple had spent the whole summer asking a man who accepted heretical goods as payment some very slow questions. He stood in my yard, where 12 of his own hired men had never once had to stand, and asked me for work as a counter, and he asked in the same warm, sorrowing voice he had used on the morning he named me a thief in front of a full queue. I asked him what he was worth. He said he knows every man in this city who lends at more than a mark in the crown, what each of them charges, which of them are quietly covering each other's losses this quarter, and which 2 of them are already ruined and have not worked it out yet. He said none of that is in my chest, and none of it is in a dead man's jaw, and that I would learn it in 3 years by losing money, and that he was offering to sell me the 3 years. Ilsa said, "Take him," from behind my shoulder, before I had opened my mouth to answer, and she said it the way she calls a price on a sack. I asked him whether he could work under a man he had crippled. He said he had done what any man in his position would have done, and that he would do it again on the same morning, with the same numbers, and that this is precisely why I should hire him, since I now know his terms and nobody else in this city does. That is the only wholly honest thing that man has ever said to me. I put him at the trestle by the store door at 4 crowns the year, and Rask moved his bench so that the man with the hammer at my gate is always inside Hald's eye line. I stood up 13 workers in a week, because 40 names in a chest need somebody to hold them, and because the crown had asked me a number, and I did not want the number to be small when he came back to ask it a second time. 14 grooves, because the new store lock took 2 of them. Mari cut every one and every one was clean, and Helga said a name over every piece before it went across to the bench, and I gave what a groove takes 14 times inside a fortnight. I cut the notches at the end of it, sitting on the block with the counting bone under my knee and my left hand working, and when I had done, I counted the marks along it, and there were 38. Then I went down to fetch something out of Bree's cellar and stood on her stair for a while because I could not remember what I had gone down there for, and it was not tiredness. It was the same flat hole as always. Went back up without whatever it was. By the time I reached my own gate, I could no longer remember that there had been anything down there at all, and there were 40 names in the chest, and Vald had said he would ask again. Mari had my left hand flat on the bench before I understood she had taken it. She turned the palm up to the window light and held it there like a piece she was grating. A white seam ran across it from the base of the thumb, a finger long, old enough to have gone shiny. She asked me where it came from. I opened my mouth with the answer already moving, and nothing arrived behind it. My hand knew the shape of the cut. The rest of me stood there with an empty drawer pulled all the way out. A chisel, I told her, because a chisel is a thing a carver believes without arguing about it. She said the seam ran across the grip, and no chisel slips that way. Then she went back to her work and did not look up again for the length of 2 grooves. Outside the shed, the yard was already loud. 40 deposits meant 40 voices that felt entitled to shout at me before the morning count, and half of them were there to watch the new ones work. 14 workers stood in that yard, and most of them had gone up inside a single week to cover what the temple burned. I had cut 4 fresh grooves on top of that, because a yard that has been set on fire has to look busier the month after, never quieter. Ilsa stood at the trestle with her stick planted and her chin up, listening to the count as other people watch a road. She had told me twice that week that I was building faster than I could carry, and she had been right twice. Bert the miller was first in the line with his token out, the same as every second morning since he got his 4 crowns back. Behind him stood a widow from the tannery row with a knot cord and a face that expected to be cheated. The counting worker at the trestle put its hand on the first sack and said, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it said, 1 more cup and I will marry the horse. Gert made a noise like a bellows going over. The widow looked at me. The worker said it again in exactly the same cheerful, ruined voice and put its hand on the second sack. Carter had been shouting outside Mother Bree's door until well past midnight, and the last thing that Bone heard before the yard went quiet was a man promising to marry a horse. Echo takes whatever is nearest. It has never once cared what it was standing next to. Ilsa did not turn her head. She said the horse was worth 2 crowns and the carter about 4 coppers, and that if the beast had any sense in it at all, the beast would refuse. That got a laugh out of the line, which is the only reason nobody walked. Then Mari came out of the shed with her own chisel still in her fist and said the funny one would be a problem on the day it landed in the middle of a real count. So I gave the yard a rule I should have given it back in the winter. Nobody talks within hearing of a resting worker, and that covers gossip and prayers and prices alike. Say what you like at the gate and shut your mouth past the trestle. Coram heard me say it and did not laugh. He had been a witness for 47 years before Morn's crew threw him out for a memory that had begun to slip, and he understood better than anyone in that yard what it costs to be a thing that repeats. He said the rule was clean and about 4 months late. I said, I knew. He said that was the difference between us, because in his old trade, a man who was 4 months late was a man who was already being replaced. By noon, the gate had stopped working, and I heard it before I saw it. A voice at the outer post going up in pitch, twice, and then the flat wooden knock of a hand on a chest. The gate worker had one groove, laid in silver like the one the temple burned, and that groove said to open only to a voice that had closed it. Standing in the gateway was a wide man in a good coat with the tin square shine still on his boots. He had come to put down 2 crowns of somebody else's money, and the worker would not let him pass the post. I knew his hands before I knew his face. He was the one who had held my forearm on the stone that morning, both thumbs above the wrist, while another man swung. He had held it very carefully, the way you hold something you do not want to spoil. He told me to call the thing off. He said he was a paying man in a public yard and he had stood in worse queues than this one. I told the worker to open. It did not open. I said the words in the shape the groove expects, slow, with the yard listening, and the worker put its hand flat on the wide man's chest again and held it there. Mari came out with her sleeves pushed up and asked what I had cut into it. Nothing, I said. One groove, and it says to open for the voice that shut it. There is nothing in that bone about coats or about tin square or about a man with thick thumbs. She took the skull in both hands and turned it under the light and read the groove out loud. All of it, start to finish. And it was the line I had cut. She said the carving was mine, and the carving was ugly, and the carving was also exactly what I claimed it was. Koram put a finger on the silver and asked whether I had spoken over the bone while I was starting it. Everyone speaks at a start, I told him. You talk while you work, the same as any man at a bench. It steadies the hand. He asked me what I had said. I stood there in front of 20 depositors with my mouth open and found the same empty drawer I had found on the bench that morning, only wider. The wide man went away without leaving his 2 crowns and told the queue on his way out that the yard had begun refusing honest silver. 4 people in that line worked for men like him. By evening, it would be in 3 streets. Helga found me at the trestle an hour later with her apron full and her jaw set. She said the store worker had been stealing. Not stealing, exactly. In the gap behind the second bone rack, under a fold of sacking, it had made itself a little heap, a cup with a chipped lip, a knot cord belonging to nobody, a wooden comb, and a chisel with a burnt handle. Picked the chisel out of the heap and stood with it in my left hand, and I could not tell you why my chest went tight. It was a plain carver's chisel with a scorched grip and a nick out of the shoulder. Nothing about it was worth the space it took. Helga wanted to know whose it was, because Helga wants to know whose everything is. I told her I did not know. She looked at me for a long moment and put it back in my hand instead of in the store, which was the first kindness anyone gave me that day, and I did not understand it either. Mari saw it from the shed door. She came across the yard with her chin down and took it out of my fingers and turned it over once. The burnt grip, the nick, all of it. She asked whether I was going to say anything about it. I asked her what she expected a man to say about a chisel with a burnt grip that had been living behind a bone rack in the company of a comb and a chipped cup. She said it was the chisel she had thrown across Tin Square at the man whose hand was being broken, because it was the only thing she had that was hers to throw, and that she had not seen it since, and that somebody had clearly kept it for a year and a half. I said that somebody had probably been me. She said probably was a strange word for a man to use about his own year, and she did not say it kindly, and she did not put the chisel down either. That is when 3 came out from behind the woodpile with his arms full of nothing, as he does, and stopped near the trestle where the light was. He had come back up out of Bree's cellar as soon as the market ground went cold, and had gone straight back to fetching. 3 has 1 groove and 1 phrase, and the phrase is his name. 20 years of 1, 2, 3 in that valley before I got there, and I have never dared cut a second line into him, because the second line is what broke the practice 1 in my hands in my first week. He did not say 1, 2, 3. He said in my voice, flat and clean, that if this ever stopped being about eating, I wanted her to say it to my face before she said it to anybody else. Yard heard it. Gert heard it with his token half out of his fist, and Ilsa's head came round on that neck of hers the way it does when somebody in a market has named a price wrong. Mari stood very still with the burnt chisel in her hand and said that I had said that to her in the valley at night over the second start with the live fire between us. I said that I had not. She said that I had, and that she remembered the fire and the smell of the lye and which knuckle of my bad hand was bleeding, and that 3 had been standing exactly where he was standing now, 3 steps off, holding stones. I told her the truth, which is that I had no memory of the valley at night with a fire, and that I had begun to notice I was reaching for things and finding the shelf empty, and that it had happened perhaps 15 times since the winter, and I had counted none of them properly. She asked me what a start costs. I said a memory. One groove, one memory. I do not choose which. I notice about a second later the way your tongue goes to a tooth that came out, and the hole is smooth, and I cannot even tell you what used to be in it. She asked how many. I went into the shed and came back with the counting bone and turned it so the yard could see, and I told them the number aloud, because I have never lied in front of my own workers and I was not going to start with a rib in my hand. 42 notches. Mari did not shout. That was the worst of it. She said that she had been at that bench for months cutting the clean grooves I could not cut, and that every clean groove she handed me had cost me a piece of my own life, and that I had let her do it without telling her the price. I said the price was mine to pay and mine to keep quiet about. She said the hand had been mine too once, and that it had not stopped anybody from taking a decision about it in front of a full square. Then she said the thing I keep hearing when the yard is quiet. She said that 3 had just told her something I had asked her to hear from my face, and that my face had not known it was in there, and that she was not sure which one of us she had been working for. Varys came through the gate an hour before dusk with 2 temple men behind her and nothing at all in her hands, which frightened me more than a company of them would have. She had waited outside my life since the winter, and had never once crossed a line she was not entitled to cross, and I had let myself think of her as weather. Weather does not stand in your gateway with its head tilted, listening to a yard that will not stop talking. She did not ask about the wide man in the good coat. She asked what a start costs. I could have lied. 20 people between the gate and the trestle already had the number, and Kit had been in the yard since noon, and Kit sells everything to everyone and warns you first, I told her. A memory for a groove. 42 of them so far, and no, I do not know what was in any of them. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, she was not triumphant. She said that the doctrine does not say a taught dead man becomes clever. It says a taught dead man begins to want, and that nobody in the temple had ever been able to explain where the wanting would come from. She said now she knew. A memory is not a fact sitting in a jar. A memory arrives with a want stuck to it, and I had been feeding my wants into bone one groove at a time for a year, and calling the bone obedient because it had never yet wanted anything I did not. I told her the gateworker had turned a paying man away that morning, and that the line in it says nothing about coats or about silver, and that I had read it twice with a better carver than me standing at my shoulder. She asked me, quite gently, whether I had ever been afraid of that particular man. The shed went cold around me. I told her about Tin Square and about the 2 thumbs above my wrist, and Varys nodded the way a woman nods when a long argument has finally been settled by the other side of it. Then the gate stopped working for everybody, and it began with the widow from the tannery row, who wanted her knot cord back and went out through the post and was let out, and then wanted back in and was not. Then Gert. Then 2 of Helga's carriers with a barrow of ribs. Worker had its hand out flat at chest height, and it was not opening for any voice at all. Whatever it was holding shut, it had decided to hold shut properly, and there is no argument you can have with a decision made in bone. I got the chisel and went at the groove, and the chisel skidded. Silver. My own choice. First made in the week after morn and made again on every lock since, because silver holds forever and forever is cheap when you are frightened. Nobody rewrites silver. Not the temple, not the crown, not me. Better than 30 people were standing in my yard by then, and every one of them was watching me try to scrape out a line that I had laid down myself in a week when I was frightened. Ilsa said aloud what it was worth, because that is what she does when a room needs the floor put back under it. A gate that will not open is worth less than no gate, she said, because no gate at least lets the bread in. So I did it in front of them. I put the gateworker face down on the mounting block with my knee across the spine, and I took the maul in my left hand, and I broke the skull, and both the arm bones and the silver went with them. It took 4 blows because I only have the one hand, and the first one glanced. Nobody in that yard laughed, and nobody cheered, and Gert turned round and looked at the wall until it was over. Bone does not sound like anything else when it goes, and a yard that has heard it once never entirely goes back to the yard it was. Helga knelt and gathered every piece into her apron and said the name of the man it had been out loud once. She had been keeping that name since the load came in. I had not asked for it. Varys waited until the last piece was off the ground before she spoke, and she spoke to the yard and not to me. From the following morning, the temple would place 2 men here, and they would touch nothing, and they would forbid nothing. Everything those two heard would go back to her mouth to mouth, the same as everything else moves in this kingdom, and there was no arguing with any of it because she had not asked me whether I agreed. She looked at me while she said the next thing, and she said it without any pleasure at all. She said that she had spent 9 months trying to prove I was a fraud, and that she would now spend however long it took helping me hold shut a thing that I had opened. 14 depositors took their tokens out of my store before the gate torch was lit, and I counted the ones who stayed because it was the only counting left that I could do honestly. 26. Hald worked the tokens back out of the store one at a time and handed them over without a word of complaint, and his hands were shaking, and that was the thing that told me how bad it was. Caught me by the sleeve on his way past the trestle. He said that on Tin Square, when a man lost 14 customers in an afternoon, he had until the end of the month before the rest came for their metal out of simple fear of being last. I asked him whether he had ever lost 14 in an afternoon. He said no, he had lost 5, and it had taken him 11 years to build them back, and he no longer had 11 years, and neither, by the look of it, did I. Kit was sitting on the wall with his heels drumming, and he told me for free, which he never does, that by tomorrow noon every counting house on Tin Square would know that the yard's owner pays for his workers with his own head. Mari did not come to the bench that evening. Her tools were still there, laid out clean in their row, which meant she had not gone, and the burnt chisel was not among them, which meant she had taken exactly one thing. I sat with the counting bone on my knee under the temple men's lamp and understood that from that morning I was not the man who had invented the thing. I was the man it belonged to, and there was one number I still owed the yard, and no way on this earth to pay it without saying out loud what I had been spending. The 2 temple men arrived before the gate torch was out and took up positions either side of the trestle, and by the second morning, the yard had stopped noticing them, which was exactly what Varys had wanted. They touched nothing. They forbade nothing. They stood with their hands inside their sleeves and listened to every count from the first sack to the last, and the effect on my depositors was the effect of a butcher standing quietly at the back of a bakery. Gert came to me on the 3rd day with his token in his fist and asked me the question straight out, in front of the line, because Gert has never in his life asked a thing sideways. He wanted to know whether the 4 crowns he had put in my store were being kept alive by pieces of my head, and whether that meant the day my head ran out was the day his flour money went with it. I could have given him comfort. Instead, I gave him the truth in the smallest units I had, because he can count and because a man who has been paid back once will believe a number faster than he believes a face. 1 groove takes 1 memory, I told him. 42 so far. A worker who does nothing but count sacks holds 1 or 2 grooves and will keep counting sacks whether or not I ever cut anything again, because a finished groove costs nothing to stand there. He asked what happens if I go soft in the head. I said the workers already made would go on exactly as they are, that the store would be short a carver and short an owner, and that Ilsa would price it and Helga would hold it, and neither of them would need my skull for anything. Ilsa said from the trestle that she would price it a good deal higher without me in the middle of it, and half the line laughed, and Gert put his token back in his shirt and stayed. 4 went home anyway. That was the shape of that week. 26 deposits on the day the temple came, and the number went down by 1s, quietly, as water leaves a bad barrel. So I did what I always do when a thing is bleeding, which is take the thing apart on a bench and find out which stage is doing it. Stage 6 is the start. Everything before it is bone and lie and metal and hands, and none of it costs me anything but time. The cost comes at the moment the groove wakes, and I had never once looked at that moment as a stage with settings in it. Tried 4 things over 5 nights and I wrote nothing down because I cannot, and because Coram stood at my shoulder and repeated back to me at the end of each night what I had said at the beginning of it. That is what a witness is for. First, I tried a bone that had already carried a groove, a rib out of a worker that Veda's men had smashed in the winter, with the old line still visible under the break, refilled clean with copper. It woke. It cost me 1. Second, I tried the shallowest groove my hand could hold, a scratch you could have taken off with a thumbnail, filled with wax and nothing else. It woke, badly, and it counted in 2s for reasons I never established. It cost me 1. Third, I tried half a groove. Half a groove is not a rule. The worker stood up and stood there and did nothing whatever, and after an hour, Helga asked me if I intended to feed it. That one cost me nothing, which told me more than the other 2 together. Fourth, I let Coram speak the words over the bone while I cut. He has a better mouth than I have and a memory that has been trained for 30 years, and when I had finished the last stroke, he said the line and the bone lay there like a bone. Then I put my own hand on it and said the same line in the same order, and it woke under my palm, and I felt the tooth go out of my head, and Coram said, in his flat professional voice, that he had just watched a price change hands and had not been allowed to pay it. 3 notches went onto the counting bone across those 4 nights, which made 45, and I cut them sitting on the block with the thing braced under my knee and my bad hand holding nothing. That was the answer, and it took me until the 4th night to hear it. The cost does not live in the bone. The cost lives in whoever is standing in that place at that moment with the metal in his hand and his mouth open, which means that place at the bench can be filled by anybody at all. And I sat with that for a night and most of a day before I let myself finish the thought. I did not test it. Everything that came after depends on that, and there were 2 temple men in my yard who would have watched me do it. I worked it out, and then I sat down on the block and did not move for a while. Kit was on the wall. Kit is always on the wall. He had heard every word of 4 nights because he had made a point of being where the words were, and he came down off it and sat on the block beside me with his heels swinging. He said the news was free this time, and then he told me what I had just decided in my own voice, with my own pauses, which is his party trick and the only capital he has ever had. Then he made me his offer, and he made it the way he sells everything. Best goods to the front. He said he had a trained memory and that he could give back a conversation from 2 winters ago with the coughs in the right places. He said he had thousands of the things stacked up in there, sorted, ready to hand, and that he had been going to let Morn's crew have them one at a time for the rest of his life, the way you sell water in a dry summer. He said that trade was dead now, and that I had killed it, and that he was not complaining about that because complaining does not pay, but that the merchandise was still sitting in his head, going stale. He said he would stand at the bench for me, a memory, a groove. He would not even ask which ones went. He said he would take a crown a start, which is cheap, and that at 9 crowns a worker I would clear 8 and be back to 14 by the feast. I asked him how old he was. He said 15, and then, after a moment, 14, because Kit tells the truth on the second pass when the first one has not been bought. I asked him what he thought he would be at 20 if he sold 8 or 10 of them a month for 6 years. He said rich. I said no. He would be a boy at a bench who could not tell you his own mother's face and would not know that he could not. He asked me what the difference was between his head and mine, given that neither of us could point at what had already gone out of either one, and that mine had a year's start on his. I told him the difference was that the yard is mine and the debt is mine. He said that was the difference between a master and a boy on a wall, and not the difference between one memory and another, and he was right about that as well. He said that I did it every week and I was not asking anybody for permission. That landed. He is quick, and he goes straight for the soft spot, and he had found the one thing I could not answer with arithmetic, so I answered it with the only thing I had, which was no. I told him the yard would never start a groove on another man's memory. Not his, not Korum's, not a beggar's for a meal, not a debtor's instead of coin, not mine sold on to somebody else's yard. Whoever cuts it pays for it. He asked me what that made him then, standing on my wall with nothing to sell. I said it made him a boy on my wall with no trade, and that I did not have a good answer for that yet, and that I was not going to buy myself out of it with the inside of his head. He called me a fool and went off over the wall the way he came, and I sat there knowing he was going to sell that conversation to 5 people before supper, because I had known what he was since the winter and had never once done anything about it. Mari was standing in the shed doorway with a rasp in her hand, and she had been standing there long enough to have heard all of it, and I have no idea how long that was. She said nothing about it that night and nothing about it the next day either. Her tools stayed on the bench, and by the end of the week she was cutting again, and that is how I found out she had been packed to go since the gate worker went under my maul. What she said eventually was that she had wanted to know whether I would say no to a thing that would work. Anybody can refuse a bad idea. She said the whole trade came down to what I did with the good ones. None of that saved the store. Nobody outside 4 people ever heard about Kit's offer, and depositors do not come back because a man was quietly decent on a mounting block at night. What brought them back was Helga, and Helga did not ask me first, and I have stopped pretending that was an accident. She had been keeping names since the day she took the bone store, one to a load, spoken to her by whoever sold it, and where the seller did not know she said so out loud and left the knot empty. She had a cord as long as my arm and a memory for a face like a taxman. She came into the shed and said she wanted every worker in the yard to say its name. I said that they had names already, 3, the trestle one, the one on the sacks. She said those were mine. She said she meant the name of the man whose bones were standing up in my yard doing my counting, and that she was holding 30 of them in her head and had never once been asked for a single one. I said that it would take a groove each and that I had no memories left to spend on courtesy. She said it would take nothing of the kind, because a worker copies the last thing it hears, and all it needs in order to say a name is somebody standing there to say the name first. She had worked that out on her own, out of the trade, in her own head, without once being invited to think about it. I had been standing in front of the same fact for a year and had only ever used it to make a thing count sacks. So we did it the following morning, and I have never stood through a stranger hour in my life. Helga put the workers in a line down the middle of the yard, 13 of them, shoulder to shoulder, facing the gate. The temple men came off the wall and stood in closer than they had stood since the day they arrived. About 40 people were in that yard because the news had gone through 3 streets since dawn, and Mother Bree had turned her kitchen out to watch. She went to the first one and said a name into its ear, quietly, the way you speak to somebody sleeping, and stepped back. The worker said it, loud, flat, in Helga's voice, with Helga's country vowels in it, because that is what an echo does. It said the name of a man from the Salt Road who had died in the second winter of the war. Then she went to the second and did the same, and the second said its name in Helga's voice too. And by the fourth, the yard had gone completely silent, and the only sound in it was a woman saying a name and a dead man giving it back. 13 names, one after another, down the line. The temple men did not move. Ilsa had her hand flat on the trestle and her face turned to the sound the way she turns it to a road. At the 9th name, a man near the gate made a sound I have not heard before or since and sat straight down on the wet ground. It was a carter. He had come to watch the trick and had stayed because the queue was long, and the 9th worker had just said the name of his brother, who went into the war 12 years ago out of a village 2 days east and never came back to anybody who could tell him where. The 11th name belonged to a woman, which none of us had expected, and a girl of about 16 in the Tannery Row apron went to her knees in the mud and would not get up for a while. It was her father's sister. She had cleaned that woman's house as a child. The 13th belonged to nobody standing in that yard. Helga said it twice anyway, and then a 4th person came forward out of the crowd, an old man with a bad chest and no token. He asked whether we had one called by a name that I could not give back to you now if you paid me. Helga told him no, and did not soften it, and said she would carry the name and ask it of every load that came in from that day. He said it was the first straight answer anybody had given him in 3 years. Then he stood by the gate for a while with his hat in his hands, watching the line of them, and went home before the count was finished. The carter got up off the ground and asked me what it cost to take his brother out. I told him the bone was in my store, and the store is Helga's, and that she decides what goes into work and what comes out of it, and that he should put the question to her and not to me. Helga heard me say that in front of that crowd and did not thank me for it, because it had been true since the day the racks became hers, and she has never once let me be generous with a thing that was already hers. She told him he could have his brother back the day he had a place to put him, and that until then the man would stand in this yard and count sacks and be called by his name every morning. And the carter said all right and stayed and put in 1 crown. That is what brought them back. 9 of the ones who had walked came in over the next 4 days, and 3 people came who had never had a coin in their lives and had come only to find their own. I made 2 things standing rules that week, and I said them at the trestle where the whole street could hear, because a rule said in a shed is a rumor. The first is that no groove in this yard is ever started on another person's memory. Whoever cuts, pays. The second is that every worker says its own dead name aloud each morning, and the store keeps the names, and a load that arrives without one waits until it has one. Hald was at the counting table with his sleeve pushed back, and he heard both of them, and when the yard cleared he said, without looking up, that I had just told the entire city the exact size of my own throat. I asked him to put that in a shape I could use because I was tired and because he enjoys being half a step in front of me. He said that a man who tells the market he will only ever buy from one seller, and that the seller is himself and that the seller is not well, has just told the whole city how many workers there are ever going to be. He said the second rule was the worst of the 2. A load without a name now waits, and waiting is a cost, and a cost is a thing another man can widen at his leisure and go home for his supper. I said 13 workers, and no more than 1 or 2 a month after this, and only while I can still count. He said that was not a limit, it was an announcement, and that on Tin Square he had built 19 years on hearing announcements of exactly that kind out of the mouths of men who thought they were being honest. I asked him what he would have done standing where I was standing. He said he would have said nothing at all, taken the loads without names, and let the city work the ceiling out for itself in 3 years, by which time he would have had a second carver and a second yard. Then he said that this was precisely why his house was gone and mine was still open, and he said it without any warmth in it, and went back to his little dishes of copper, and neither of us got any pleasure out of the exchange. The Crown's collector was in the yard that morning for the first quarter of the 12 crowns a year, and he stood through all of the naming with his fingers laced together at his belt, and he was not there for the money because the money is nothing. He asked one question before he left. He asked me to say again, so that he had it in the right order, how many workers a year one carver could make. I told him. 2 a month at the outside and only while the carver holds out, and there is exactly one carver in this kingdom who can start them. He thanked me and went out through the gate at a walk, and the last of the sun was on the wall, and 35 tokens were in Helga's store, and every one of the 13 had answered to a name that morning. Somewhere across the city, a man who had been waiting since the autumn now knew precisely what my ceiling was, and a ceiling is the easiest thing in the world to stand on top of. The crown came for its money 12 days after I stood at my own trestle and told a collector, in a helpful voice, exactly how many workers one carver can make in a year. It did not come as men with staves. It came as a herald in a green coat at the outer post at 7:30 in the morning, with a groom holding his horse and 8 riders waiting in the lane, and behind all of that, 4 streets back, the treasurer himself at a walk. The herald announced who was coming. He did it beautifully. He had the voice for it and the lungs for it, and all of my queue heard the name of Vald, treasurer of the kingdom, roll off the wall of Mother Bree's kitchen and come back. Then he stepped through the post to come in, and the gate worker put its hand flat on his chest and told him where the end of the line was. That worker knew one thing and nothing else. It had one groove, and the groove said, "Keep the line in the order the line arrived in." It had heard 4 names that morning and given them back. It could not tell green from black and had no opinion about horses. In front of the herald, in the actual order the line had arrived in, stood a Coleman with a barrow, a widow with a knot cord, 2 of Helga's carriers, and a boy holding a place for his mother who had gone to relieve herself behind the trough. Coleman was called Sem, and he had been bringing me charcoal for the live fire since the spring, and he had black to the elbow and a permanent cough, and he turned around to see who was breathing on his neck. He did the correct thing and offered his place. He was frightened, and he was not stupid. He stood aside and pulled the barrow with him and said the gentleman should go first. The gate worker put its hand on the herald's chest again and said, in my voice, that the line goes in the order the line arrived in. The herald called me over and told me to move the thing. I said it does not move for me either, and that if I stepped past my own rule in front of a queue, I would spend the rest of the year explaining why the rule is for other people. He said he was announcing the treasurer of the kingdom. I said the worker had heard the announcement, had given it back word for word to the wall, and had then put him where the wall said he stood, which is all a gate worker is for. He asked me whether I understood what I was doing. I told him the truth, which is that I did, and that I would rather be laughed at in my own gateway than be a house where the order of the line depends on the coat. Nobody laughed at first. It took the widow to start it, and once she went, the rest of the queue went with her, and the boy laughed as boys laugh when their mother is not there to stop them. The herald stood in a green coat behind a Coleman for the length of 14 counts, which is what it took the trestle to finish Sem's charcoal and put the tally into Helga's cord, because I was not going to break my own rule in front of my own queue to save a man's coat. Sem came out past me with his empty barrow and said, without much hope, that he supposed he would not be selling charcoal in this city much longer. He was wrong about the charcoal, as it turned out, and he was entirely right about the shape of the morning, which is a fair rate of accuracy for a man who has just been laughed at by a queue. Vald arrived while the laughing was still going on. He came in on foot, which I had not expected, and he stood in my gateway for a while with one hand flat on the post and looked at the worker and at the herald and at the queue, and he did not hurry any of it. He is not a big man. He has a gray head and the flat, unbothered face of somebody who has spent 30 years being told terrible things before breakfast. He said good morning to Ilsa by name and to Helga by name, which meant somebody had briefed him properly. Then he said, to the whole yard, that this was a well-ordered house, and that it had just shown everyone present that it could not tell a king's man from a Coleman, and that he intended to fix the second thing without spoiling the first. That is how he does it. He does not argue with the number. He takes the number and carries it off in a direction of his own. We went to the counting table. Hald was already there with his sleeve pushed back and his little dishes of copper in front of him, and when Vald sat down opposite him, neither of them showed a flicker, and I understood that they had met before, on Tin Square, in Hald's good years. Vald opened with the privilege. 12 crowns a year to the crown, granted in the autumn, paid on the quarter day, and no complaint about any of it. He put that aside almost kindly, the way you put aside a small plate to make room for a big one. Then he asked Ilsa what the yard was worth. She did not ask him what he meant, which is what a lesser valuer does. She asked for the bone store count, and Helga gave it, and then she stood there with her stick and her chin up and went through it aloud for the table. 13 workers at 9 crowns apiece, where a maid worker sells it all. The store, the racks, the boiling shed, the copper, the silver that was left. The lease of the yard at 3 crowns a month. The tokens of 35 depositors, which she said were not mine to price and priced anyway, at what people had put in. 300 crowns, she said. Give or take 4, and she set it to the table the way she says a price at a stall, without a breath of apology in it. Vald thanked her. Then he said that the crown wished to borrow 300 crowns from this house for the supply of the northern army at the usual terms. I asked what the usual terms were. He said the usual terms are that the crown borrows. I asked what the other half of the terms was. He said there is no other half, and that this is exactly why he prefers to name them out loud in front of witnesses. Helga said, from the end of the table, that the store holds bone and not coin, and that a good half of what Ilsa had just priced was other people's dead. Vald said he understood that, and that he was not asking her to hand over a single rib. Ilsa said that a sum you cannot take out in a barrow is still a sum, and that she had priced houses she had never once been inside, and that the treasurer was borrowing the number and not the racks, and he inclined his head to her like a man agreeing with a colleague. I sat there with my bad hand in my lap and did the only sum available. 300 crowns is everything I have, everything Helga holds, and everything 35 people have put in my store on the understanding that they could come and get it. I said no. It is the shortest word I know, and I had been saying it to myself for a year to see how it sounded. He did not take offense. He said that he had heard the same word from the Wool Guild in the spring, and that the Wool Guild is still selling wool, and that he had put no man in prison over it. Then he explained what would happen instead, and he explained it patiently, and every step of it was lawful. The privilege that lets me work openly is a thing the crown gave. What the crown gives while the kingdom is at war, the crown can take back on the quarter day for the good of the supply. Without it, I am a heretic with a shed. Varys has 2 men standing in my yard every morning with their hands in their sleeves, and they are only standing there because I am legal. The day I am not, they stop being observers. He knew all of that. He said none of it. He waited and let me arrive at it in front of my own table, which is a technique I have used myself and did not enjoy from the other end. Hald spoke then, without being invited, which is not a thing you do to a treasurer. He said that if the crown took the yard outright on the quarter day, it would be taking a shed with a broken owner in it, and that within a month the store would be shut and the depositors would be gone, and the only thing left standing would be 13 skeletons who count sacks. Vald asked him who he was. Hald said his name and said he had kept a house on Tin Square for 19 years and had lent to the crown twice and been repaid neither time. I watched the treasurer of the kingdom take that on the chin and nod, because it was true, and he had never pretended otherwise. Then Hald said the thing that saved us, and he said it looking at his dishes of copper and not at me. He said the crown does not pay its creditors in coin. The crown pays them by pointing them at somebody else who owes the crown. Everybody in the trade knows it. It is the whole method. He said that the crown currently owes half the merchants of this city and cannot pay one of them, and that a yard which makes a thing every merchant wants and which can be told who to serve and at what price is worth 100 times more standing than it is worth broken up. He said, and I will carry this for the rest of my life, that the treasurer should not take my yard. He should keep it and use it and pay the crown's debts out of it and let me go on being the man whose name is on the gate so that people go on putting things in the store. Vald sat with that for the length of a slow breath. Then he said that he had been going to do exactly that and had wanted to hear whether anyone in this house was clever enough to say it out loud. So the loan happened, and it happened by talking, which is how everything in this kingdom happens. He named the sum aloud at my own table in front of Ilsa, Helga, Hald, and both of Varys's men. 300 crowns, lent by this house to the crown for the supply of the northern army. Nothing left the store that day. That is the ugly cleverness of it. Not one coin moved and not one token changed hands, and yet from that hour every crown in my store belonged to the crown and was merely sitting in my yard for safekeeping. Ilsa asked when it would be repaid. Vald said that the crown repays after the war. She asked which war. He said that was a fair question, and he did not have the answer, and it was the only entirely honest moment of the morning. Then he went out into the yard and made it public, because a thing said in a room is a thing 4 people can lie about later. He stood on the mounting block, the same block I had broken a worker on, and he told my depositors and my carriers and Sem the Coleman and everyone Mother Bree had emptied out of her kitchen that this house was now of the crown. He said it well. He said the counting yard would go on exactly as it had gone on. Same owner, same rules, same store, same names read out in the morning. He said the crown had no wish to spoil a thing that worked. Then he said the other half in the same friendly voice. This house does not refuse. It does not refuse a customer the crown sends. It does not refuse a price the crown sets. It does not refuse a load the crown brings in. 35 people heard him say that. I stood at the edge of my own yard with my hand in my sleeve and did not say anything at all because there was nothing to say that would not have made it worse for the people standing in front of me. He came past me on his way out and stopped, and he did me the courtesy of the truth. He said that he had read the naming rule as an act of a man with a conscience, and that a man with a conscience is a man who can be relied upon to keep the yard clean while somebody else decides what goes through it. Then he said the thing he had come to say, and he said it kindly, which was worse. He said 2 workers a month is not enough. He said he had 4 armies to feed and no clerks left alive, and that he would want the number to change, and that he would ask me again in the spring. 4 depositors took their tokens out before dusk. They were not frightened of the crown. A store the crown has borrowed from is a store where the coin is spoken for, and they had all seen how the crown pays. 31 left. Gert was not one of the 4. He stood in the gateway and told the ones who were going that he had been paid back out of my own pocket once, and that he would rather hold a token in a royal yard than nothing in a free one. I did not sleep that night, and at about the 2nd hour, Dell came through the side gate. Hald's daughter is a narrow woman of about 25 with her father's flat calm and none of his warmth, and I had seen her twice in my life, both times behind a counter on Tin Square, counting. She said she had been in the crowd for all of it. She said she had watched her father speak for a quarter of an hour and save my yard, and that she had been the only person there who understood what it cost him to do it in front of a treasurer. Then she made her offer, and she made it in one line with nothing wrapped round it. She wanted her father's place at my counting table, and she was careful to say that she did not mean a stool beside him. She said she knew every debt her father had ever bought, every man on the square who owed him, every trick of the false weights, and that she had been running the back of that house since she was 16 while he took the credit at the front of it. I asked her why I would move a man who had just saved me in front of a treasurer. She said because he will trade me the day it profits him, and because she would not, and because I of all people ought to know what her father is. She said it without heat. She has counted him up and she keeps the total. I told her no. I told her I owed her father a thing I could not price, that I had taken him on for exactly the knowledge he had just used, and that a man who has just paid for his place does not get moved out of it that same night. She said that I was keeping him because I liked having him where I could see him, and that keeping a man in front of you to enjoy the sight is not the same as forgiving him. It is closer to true than I would like it to be, and I have turned it over since more than once, and I still said no to her. She stood in the side gate for a moment and looked around my yard as her father used to look at a scale, and she said that she would remember which of us had shut the gate. And she went off up the lane without another word. The workers named their dead at first light the same as every morning. 13 names into the cold, and the temple men listened, and Helga's cord went into her apron, and the yard ran exactly as it had run the day before. Everything I had built was still standing in front of me at dawn. The store, the bench, the trestle, the names. I owned all of it, and I could not turn away a single load that came through that gate. And what Vald wanted was not the yard, because the yard is 13 skeletons and a shed. What he wanted was the thing that makes them, at a scale I had stood up in public and called impossible. One of Helga's carriers came back from the grain market without his barrow and said there was a worker standing at the corn factor's stall that had not come out of our yard. I asked him how he knew. He said because it was counting, and because the factor was charging a copper a look, and because a man in the crowd had asked what a maid worker costs these days, and the factor had said 2 crowns. 9 is my price. 9 crowns buys bone that rings, a groove cut by Mari, copper in the line, muffles at the joints, and a name in Helga's store. 2 crowns is not a lower price for the same thing. 2 crowns is a different thing wearing my coat. I took Ilse and Coram and went down there before the middle of the morning, and we did not hurry, because arriving out of breath in a market is how you tell everyone the news is true. Was standing at the end of the factor's boards with its hands out over a heap of measure cups, and there was a ring of about 30 people round it, and the factor had a stool and was enjoying the finest morning of his life. The first thing I did was knock on it. You do that with a knuckle, on the long bone above the elbow, and you listen, and it takes about a second and a half. It knocked dull. Working bone at best, the 4 copper sort, out of a body that died hungry and probably wet. You get 1 groove out of that, 2 if you are lucky and the weather is dry, and after that it starts to go like old bread. Ilse put her hand on the collarbone and then on the jaw and said aloud, without being asked, that whatever the factor had paid, he had bought about 6 coppers of bone and a month of standing. Groove was the second thing. It ran across the temple where I put mine in the shape I use because it is my shorthand and nobody else in this kingdom has a set of marks that mean anything outside the temple. It was deep, far deeper than it needed to be, gouged twice over as if the carver had not trusted his own first pass, and the bone either side of it was bright and dry where the tool had skidded. Mari would have said it in 4 words. It was a trench, not a groove, and the wall of it had been broken twice, and that bone would crack out sideways before the winter. Filling was tin. Tin dusted over with copper filings so that it takes the light like copper, which is a swindle so cheap and so good that I stood there for a moment and admired it before I got angry. Coram asked the factor what the rule was, and the factor said proudly that it counts the cups and cannot be bribed, and Coram asked him to say the rule the seller had spoken over it, in the seller's own words. The factor got it out after 2 tries. Count every cup on the board and say the number aloud, which is close to mine and is not mine. Mine says count the cups on the board and say the number aloud each time the board changes. 2 words of difference, and all of my trade lives in those 2 words. We stood there and watched what the missing words do. The factor sold out. A miller's boy came and swept the last 13 cups off the board into a sack and paid and went away, and the board was bare wood in the sun, and the worker put its hands out over the empty boards and said, 13. It said 13 again. Then it said 13 once more. It has no way to know that a cup it has counted has gone anywhere, and no way to know that a board is empty, and nothing in it that can want to stop. The crowd thought this was the funniest thing in the market. The factor stopped charging a copper a look. He got up off his stool and stood in front of his own goods, and the thing behind him went on saying 13 over the top of him, while he tried to explain that it had been fine all week. Ilse said to nobody in particular that a scale which reads the same whether or not there is anything in the pan is not a cheap scale. It is a broken one. And about 20 people in that crowd heard her say it and repeated it later that day. That was the only good hour I had in all of that month, and I did not get to keep it because Coram took me round the back of the boards with the worker's arm in his hands and said the thing that turned out to matter more than everything else in this account. He said a groove has a hand in it, the way a man's speech has a manner. He said he had spent 30 years being able to tell which of 15 witnesses had spoken a line to him from a room away, and that the bone in front of him was no different. He showed me. The entry of every stroke was ragged, and the exit was clean, which means the carver pushes and does not pull. The depth changed at exactly the same place in every letter, which means he was working with the bone flat on a bench and not braced. I asked him if he could tell me who. He said no and did not pretend otherwise. He can tell me that 2 grooves were cut by the same person and that a third was not. He cannot put a face to a hand he has never seen work. By the end of that week, we had found 6 of them. 3 at the grain market, 1 at a tannery, 1 at a cattle yard outside the north gate, and 1 being carried about the streets by a man who was selling shares in it. Coram read all 6. 3 came off one hand, pushing, flat bench, doubled strokes. 2 came off another. The 6th was so bad, he said it might have been carved by somebody holding the tool in his fist like a spoon. Nobody had put a name in any of them. Nobody had asked where the bone came from, and the bone in all 6 was cheap. And cheap bone in this kingdom comes out of the ground in one particular valley. Did not have to work out where the method had gone. I want to be honest about that because I have caught myself telling it the other way in my own head. I did not follow a trail through the city with my nose down. I already knew, and I have known since the night the store was broken open and Gert's 4 crowns went out through a hole. The men who came that night knew which of my workers was the lock, and one person in this city sells everything to everybody and tells you so to your face while he is doing it. I let it stand because he was useful. He brought me news that saved me twice. I told myself that a leak you can see is better than one you cannot, which is a very fine thing to say and means nothing at all when the water is out of the barrel. I found him at Mother Bree's back step with a bowl on his knees, and he did not run, and he did not get up. I asked him how many. He said 4 in the winter and 2 since. He said the first 2 were only questions, and then a man on the fish stairs asked him to show what he meant with a bit of bone, and he showed him, and after that the price went up every time he opened his mouth. I asked what he had sold. He said everything he had heard at the bench, the 4 grades and how to knock them, the lie and the half day, wax against copper against silver, the words I say over a start, in my voice, with the pauses in the right places. He said he did not sell the cost. He said nobody ever asked him what it cost the man doing it, because that is not a thing buyers think to ask, and he had not offered it because it was the only bit he thought was mine. I asked him why. He said because I had taken his trade off him and given him a place on a wall. He said it without any anger, which was worse than shouting. Morn's crew had been going to take him at 16. He had been getting his memory ready since he was 9. He said he had watched me stand at my trestle and make 30 years of another man's training worth nothing in a season, and then he had gone home and had no supper. I told him he had cost me the only thing I had. He said that was true, and that I had cost him the only thing he had first, and that neither of us had done it on purpose, and that only one of us had a yard. Ari was standing at the corner of the trough. She had come out when the shouting started, and she had not gone back in. She said one sentence. She said that if I was going to break the boy for it, I could break him in front of her, and she would say what she saw afterwards to everybody who asked. I said I was not going to break him. She said then, I should say aloud, in my own yard, whose fault the 6 of them were, because she was not going to stand at that bench another day, listening to a man blame a child for a hole he had left open himself. So I said it at the trestle that afternoon, with 31 depositors worth of people coming and going and both of Varus's men in their places by the post. I said that 6 workers were loose in this city that were not made in this yard and were not made to my rules. I said that the person who told them how was a boy I have used as a runner since the spring. And I said that I have known he sold to both sides since the winter and did nothing about it, because he was useful to me. I said the fault was mine, and I did not soften it, and Hald did not look up from his dishes, and Helga said nothing. And Ilse said afterwards that it was the first thing I had ever done that she would have paid money for. Then I did the thing that ended the only advantage I had ever had, and I did it in the same hour and in front of the same people, because done quietly a week later, it would have been worth nothing. I put Kit at the bench. I gave him a rib, a rasp, my second chisel, and a stool, and I told him that from that day he was learning to carve, and that the trade he had been born too late for was not the only trade in this kingdom that pays a man for what is in his head. He sat down and picked the chisel up wrong in his fist like a spoon, and Mari took it out of his hand and turned it over and put it back in properly without a word, and that was the entire ceremony. He asked me what happens if he sells this too. I told him he would not need to, because from now on he is inside it, and everything I know is going to be in front of him every day, and a boy who is fed does not sell his supper. That was a hope, dressed up as an answer, and both of us knew it. He is what he is. He warned me about that himself the first week I met him, and he has never once broken that particular honesty. Mari asked me at the bench that evening whether I understood what I had just done. I said yes. There are 3 carvers in this kingdom now who can lay a groove that works, and I made the 3rd one myself, in an afternoon, to settle a debt I owed a boy. She said that was the first time she had ever heard me count myself into a loss on purpose. She did not say it as a compliment, and I did not take it as one. She also said that the copies would not stop, and she was right, because there is no reason for them to stop. 2 crowns against 9, and nobody asking for a name. A bad worker that stands for a month is still a worker to a man who has never had one. Vald's collector came for the 2nd quarter of the 12 crowns a year and mentioned, standing at the gate and rocking on his heels, that a worker could be had in the north lane for 2 crowns, and would I care to comment on the difference? I told him a 2-crown worker cracks by the spring, has no name, and counts an empty board. He said that for the purposes of feeding an army in the field, the counting of an empty board was a smaller problem than I appeared to think. That is when I understood that the crown was not going to protect my price and had never intended to. Odd's word came up from the valley on the 4th day after that, carried by a carter with a bad chest, and it was 2 lines long, because Odd does not waste a messenger. He said that the bone dealers were paying 11 coppers a head for anything at all, and that his crew had gone back into the old ground east of the plague trenches, and that they had opened the long trench from the 2nd winter and were taking it out by the barrow. Mari put her tools down in the middle of a groove when she heard it, which she has never done in the time I have known her, and she asked the carter twice which trench, and the 2nd time she asked it quietly. Her brother went into the ground in the 2nd winter of the war, in a trench nobody was allowed to open, on the order of the man whose collector had been standing at my gate that morning. He left with the carter at first light for the valley, and she told me she was going to look, and she told me not to come, and I did not go. 9 days is not a long time in a working yard. It was long enough to find out what her hands had been worth to me, because I had never once had to run the bench without them. Cut 4 grooves in that stretch. Kit ruined 2 ribs learning to pull instead of push, which is what everybody ruins. And I ruined a 3rd by bracing wrong with the bone between my knees when my shoulder went numb. 1 worker in every 4 came out of my shed that week fit to smash before it ever stood up. Before she went, it had been 1 in 12. And 1 in 12 was a number I used to be quietly proud of. Coram stood at the bench each afternoon with his hands behind his back and read what we were making. He did not soften anything. He said my strokes had started to wander at the exit, which is what a tired hand does, and that a wandering exit is how a rule loses a word. The temple men wrote nothing and said nothing and watched us produce rubbish, and Varus did not need to send anybody, because a yard that is making worse work every week is not a yard anyone has to hurry to stop. Odd came up out of the valley on the 5th day, and I had not seen him since the spring. He looked like a man who had been walking since the previous night, which he had, and he would not sit down, and he would not take anything off Mother Bree, and that told me most of it before he opened his mouth. He said Mari had found her brother. I asked him where. He said not in the trench. She had been on the barrow line 4 days going through everything they lifted, and the crew had let her because they are frightened of her. On the 3rd day, she gave up on the barrow line and went across to the dealer's ground to look at what had already gone out of it. The dealers stand 100 paces from the crew now, he said, because it is quicker for everybody. They buy at 11 coppers a head, they boil on the spot, and there are two carvers working under an awning who do not care who is watching them. She found him on the hauling line, standing up, working, pulling a sledge of wet bone from the boiling pit to the awning with about a dozen others, and it had been doing that for 6 days before she got there. I asked Odd how she could possibly know. He said she asked the same thing out loud, twice, and then she took hold of the left arm and turned it over. There is a break in it, healed crooked, halfway between wrist and elbow. He went off a mill roof at 8 and she held him while the bone setter pulled it straight, and it was not pulled straight, and she has been able to feel that ridge with her thumb for 20 years. Odd said she stood there holding a dead man's arm in the middle of a dealer's yard and did not make any noise at all, and that he would rather she had. Then, Odd said, she looked at the grooves, and that was the worst half of it. He said she went white when she read them, and Odd is not a man with a taste for that sort of talk. So I asked him what he meant, and he said she read them out loud and then said, in a completely flat voice, that whoever cut those had been taught by somebody who had watched her work. 2 grooves, haul and follow the man in front. Pulled strokes, braced, the bevel walked out to the shoulder of the letter the way she does it and the way I have never managed. Tin in the line, dusted with copper filings. She spent the rest of that day sitting on the dealer's wall looking at the awning where the 2 carvers worked, and she did not go near them, and Odd stayed with her the whole time because he thought she might. And he told me the other thing, and he told it to me straight, which is the one virtue that man has never lost. The batch came off his crew. The long trench east of the plague ground opened 3 weeks ago because the dealers had put the price up, sold by the barrow at 11 coppers ahead to whoever was standing at the road with a cart. I asked him whether he had known whose bodies were in it. He said everybody in that valley knows what is in the long trench. It is the second winter. It is the men who were sent up the North Road on the treasurer's order and never came back down it. I asked him why he had not asked for names. He said because nobody has ever asked for names. He has been lifting bone out of that ground since he was 19 years old, and no purchaser in all his life had ever once wanted to know whose it was, including me, for the first 8 months I bought from him. That is true. I have to leave it in. The rule about names is a year and a half younger than my trade, and Helga made it, and I resisted it for 2 of those weeks because it was going to slow the loads down. Odd bought the brother back off the dealer before he came up. He gave a cartload of good ribs and the rest of his crew's standing credit, which is nearly everything the crew has, and he made the dealer say the trade aloud in front of 6 men so that it could not be undone behind his back. I asked him why he had done that when he could have sent word and let me pay. He said, because it was his crew that lifted him and his crew that sold him, and because there was one thing in this arrangement he could still put his own hand on, and he was not going to hand that to me as well. He sat down at last on the mounting block and said that he was finished. The crew's credit was gone. The dealers were taking the whole valley at 11 coppers, and he could not compete with a price he had helped make. Mari came in through the gate on the 9th day at about 4 in the afternoon, walking with the worker behind her on a lead cord. The yard stopped. 31 people had tokens in that store, and about a dozen of them were standing in it, and the trestle went quiet, and both temple men came off the wall and did not interfere. She brought him across the mud to the bench where she had worked for the better part of a year and stood him against the post. He was a tall man once. The grooves were on the temple and behind the ear, both filled, both catching the light like copper and not being copper. Coram came over without being asked and looked at the entries and the exits for a long moment, with his old eyes down close to the bone, and nobody in that yard said anything at all while he did it. He said the hand that cut those had cut 3 of the 6 loose in this city. Same push at the start, same double stroke, same flat bench. He said he could not put a name on it. He said he would know it again anywhere, on any bone, for the rest of his life. Then Mari asked Helga for the store. Helga opened it and walked her down the racks, and I stood outside because I was not asked in. What Helga gave her I got afterwards from Helga, in about 4 sentences, in the tone she uses when she is telling me a thing rather than discussing it. She gave her the knot for the name and untied it out of her cord in front of her. She gave her the boiling shed and the fire and the use of anything on the racks. And she gave her the one thing I had asked for twice and been refused. She said the store would take nothing more out of the long trench. Not a rib, not a jaw, not at any price. And if the Crown sent a load out of that ground, the Crown could stand in the lane with it. I had asked her for a clean supply line out of the valley in the spring, and she had told me both times that she decides what comes in and I decide nothing. Mari asked her for the opposite of a supply line and had it in under a minute. That is not unfair, and I am not complaining about it. Helga has always been perfectly clear about what she is for. I went to Mari at the bench while she was laying her tools out, which she does in one order every time, and had not done in my yard for a year. I told her that I would buy the 2 carvers off the dealer's awning within the month, that I would take the price of the entire batch out of the store and pay every man in that valley twice what the dealers pay so that the long trench closed, and that I could have it done before the frost. She kept laying the tools out, Rasp, scraper, the fine hook, the burnt chisel. She said no. I said the offer was not for her, it was for the trench. She said that was the cleverest way anybody had ever put that particular offer to her, and that it was still no, and that if I wanted the trench closed, I could close it after she had gone and not stand here trying to make it a gift. I asked her what she thought I was doing. She said I was doing what I always do, which is to arrive at the moment somebody is in the worst hour of their life with a solution that leaves them owing me. She said she had watched me do it to Gert and to Odd and to Helga and to a boy on a wall, and that it works, and that it is not kindness. Then she said the thing I have not been able to put down since, and she said it standing up with the scraper in her hand, in the middle of my own yard. She said that nobody in that valley had wanted her brother's bones until there was a price on them, and that the price is mine, not the dealer's, not the treasurer, mine. I made the trade that made cheap bone worth lifting, and everything after that is arithmetic. I said that if I had not made it, somebody would have. She said that was probably true and that it was the emptiest sentence a man had ever said to her, and she picked up the scraper. Then she cleaned him, there at the bench in front of my entire yard. An empty groove is nothing. That is the first thing anyone learns here. The line only holds while there is something in it, and what is not filled is not a rule, and a worker whose grooves are bare is a heap of bone that used to be a man. She took the tin out with the fine hook, a stroke at a time, working from the exit back towards the entry so that she did not widen anything. It took the better part of an hour. The tin came out in short, bright curls into her palm, and she put every curl into a cloth and kept it. The yard watched her do it. Nobody spoke. Helga stood at the corner of the store with her hands folded, and Kit stood at the end of the bench with his stool untouched behind him. And Odd sat on the block with his forearms on his knees and looked at the ground. Halfway through, the second groove went bare, and the man against the post stopped standing. There is no ceremony to it. The knees go first. Odd caught the shoulders and lowered him down onto the boards, and Mari finished the last of the tin on her knees in the mud with the head in her lap. I have watched a lot of bone go still in the last 2 years. I would not have called any of it grief before that afternoon. When it was done, she asked me, without looking up, whether the yard had a cart she could have. It was the first thing she had said to me since she came through the gate. I said she could have the cart, the mule, the tools, the wages I owed her, and 12 crowns besides. And she took the cart and the mule, and the tools and the wages, and left the 12 crowns on the corner of the bench where I could see them. She said she was going to bury him in the valley, on the high ground above the trenches, and that she would carve the stone herself, and that it would be the first one she had ever cut for somebody whose face she could remember. Then she said what she had to say about the trade in front of Kit, because Kit was the one who needed to hear it, and she has always been better than me at knowing who a sentence is for. She said she had cut better grooves than I will ever cut, for a year, for a man who was paying for them out of his own head without telling her. She said the work was good work and the trade is a bad trade, and that both of those stay true no matter how long anybody stands here arguing about it. She told him to pull, never push, and to brace the bone against the bench and not the knee, and to stop when his shoulder goes numb because the numbness comes an hour before the mistake. Then she asked him what he was going to do the first time somebody offered him a crown for something he knew, and Kit said he did not know yet. And she said that was the first honest answer she had heard in this yard in a month. She did not say goodbye to me. She loaded him onto the cart with Odd, wrapped, and she took the mule's head and walked it out of my gate at about 6 in the evening with the sun still up. Odd went down the lane with her as far as the corner and came back alone and said he was going home to see what was left of his crew. The bench stayed exactly as she left it, because I could not think of anything to do with it, and because Kit would not sit at it for 3 days. I broke 2 of my own that week. Both of them mine. Both cut while she was away, both with the exit wandering out of the last word of the line, and Coram read them and told me plainly that either one of them would someday hear a rule 2 words short and do exactly what it was told. Both had cost me a start before I broke them. 2 more notches inside 1 week, which put the counting bone at 47, and neither of them ever counted a sack. 11 workers, 2 carvers where there had been 3, and one of the 2 had held a chisel for the first time 9 days ago. 1 reject in every 4 coming off my own bench, and no one left in this kingdom who can cut a clean groove except a woman who was a day gone into the valley and not coming back. Kit asked me that night, what happens to a groove with a word missing? I told him what I had watched in the grain market. It counts an empty board. It says 13 at nothing, forever, and everyone laughs. He asked what happens if the missing word is in a rule that matters. I did not have an answer for him then, and I did not sleep much, and out in the dark, the yard went on doing exactly what it had been told. The boy at our gate hammered until he split a knuckle on the wood, and by the time I got the bar up, he was already pointing east at a smear of gray over Gate Street that hung too low to be morning. Grain fire, he said, and then he said the rest of it in one breath, that it was the factor's store on the corner. Torv's store, and that the door was shut and the factor was not out in the street with everybody else. I knew the store because I had cut its lock myself 15 weeks earlier, with the bone braced between my knees and my left hand doing what my right hand used to do badly and now could not do at all. We went up Gate Street against a crowd coming down it. Half the street had buckets. The other half had the sense to carry their own goods out first, which is what people actually do when a roof is burning 2 doors from theirs. Torv's store had 1 door, oak, and behind the oak a worker sitting on a stool with a single groove in the left forearm bone and copper in the groove. Open only to the voice that closed you. 9 words, cut by me. Door was shut. Smoke was coming out around the hinges in a thin, flat sheet, which meant the fire had already eaten the air inside and was drinking through the gaps. Somebody was hitting the door with a maul. Somebody else was shouting for the factor's wife to stop shouting. Rask got there a breath behind me on his one leg and his crutch, and he did the thing I did not think of, which was to put his ear flat against the oak and listen instead of hitting it. "He is in there," Rask said, and he kept his ear on the wood while he said it. "He is at the door and he is not screaming for us. He is talking to it. He is talking to the thing on the stool." I put my ear where his had been. Under the noise of the fire there was a voice, and the voice was wrong. It was a man's voice sanded down to a rasp, no shape left in it, the sound a throat makes after it has been breathing smoke for a quarter of an hour. The lockworker was doing what I built it to do. It was listening for a sound it had heard once and matching it against the sound it was hearing now, and the two no longer matched, because smoke had taken the first one away from the man who owned it. We broke the door. Breaking a bone lock is not clever work. 4 men with a maul and a wagon pole, and it took us the time it takes to boil an egg, and that is a very long time. Torv was against the inside of the door with his fingers in the gap under it. The worker was still on its stool with its hand flat on the bar, holding because nothing had told it to stop holding. I am not going to make that morning prettier than it was. He was a small, careful man who kept his tally in his head like I did, and who once argued with me for half an hour about a difference of 2 coppers, and he was right about it, and he died a hand's width from a door he owned. Elsa arrived at the end of it, walking with her stick, and she stood at the threshold and said one thing. She said the store smelled of pitch and lamp oil and not of grain. That was her, naming the value of a thing before anybody had asked her to. The fire had started in a lamp that a tired man knocked off a barrel at the end of a long count. Nobody set it. Nobody was paid to set it. That would have been an easier thing to carry out of Gate Street than what I carried. Coram came at noon when the beams had stopped falling, and I gave him the forearm bone out of the wreck, and he turned it in the light for a while with his old eyes very close to it. "This is your hand," he said, and he did not say it kindly, and he did not say it cruelly either. He said it as a wheelwright says which shop a bad wheel came out of. I told him I knew whose hand it was, since I had cut it in my own yard with my knees holding the bone, and that he could put the thing down now. "No," he said. "Listen to me. Look at the entry cut. You go in shallow and then you dig, because your left wrist has no strength at the start and it finds strength halfway. Every groove you have ever cut turns deeper in the middle than at either end." Ilsa took the bone off him and ran her thumb along the groove twice, one way and then the other, the way she runs a thumb along a coin edge. She said the middle was a finger's width deeper than the ends, and that anybody who could feel the difference between 2 grades of wool could feel that. A groove that is deeper in the middle is a groove that reads as 2 commands with a sag between them, and a worker will take the deep part as the entire instruction. It heard the sound. It did not hear the man. I had known that limit since my 2nd month in the valley. I had said it out loud to a dozen people. Mari had said it to me perhaps 200 times, in words that stripped skin, and the last time she said it she was already packing her tools. Rejects had been running 1 in 4 since she left. I had been calling that a quality problem, which is a merchant's word for it. It was not a quality problem. It was a man whose right hand is a ruin, cutting instructions into things that will obey the ruin exactly. Olga came to the yard that evening with her keys still on her belt and did not sit down, which with her is all the warning you are going to get. "Whose bone was it?" she said. "Not the factor. The thing on the stool. Whose bone did I hand you for that lock? And do not tell me you would have to look it up." I told her the truth, that it came from the pauper's pits in the 2nd year of the piece, and that no name came with it, and she looked at me until I understood the second half of the question. "His name was Torv," she said. "Put it on the board with the others. He is not one of ours, and he is going on the board anyway, because somebody in this yard is going to be able to say it aloud." 31 deposits were on the yard on the morning of the fire. By the following evening, none of them had left. That is worse than a run. A run is people acting. This was a street deciding to watch me and see what I did. What I did on the third morning was walk up to the temple house on Cross Street with Rask 2 steps behind me and ask the doorkeeper for Varys by name in front of enough of the street that it could not later be called a private visit. She kept me standing in a stone room for a while, and when she came in, she brought a table's width of distance with her and put it between us before she spoke. "You are here to give it up," she said, and she said it without any pleasure in it at all, the way a woman states the weather she has been expecting since the spring. I told her no, and I told her she should sit down for the rest of it, and she stayed standing, which I had earned. "Then you are here to buy time," she said, "and I have already given you a year of it, and a man is dead in Gate Street." I said the man was dead because of a groove I cut with a hand that cannot cut, and that burning the yard would not take a single one of the 30 and more unreadable workers off the market because none of those came from me. "That is not my quarrel," she said. "My quarrel has never been with the tin men and their sheds. My quarrel is that the dead should carry and not know, and every one of those things out there knows something badly." "Then take the quarrel where the knowing is," I said. "I can tell you who cut every groove in this kingdom. Not who bought it. Who cut it?" She sat down on the bench under the window, which was the first thing she had done in all that time that was not decided before she walked into the room with me. "You cannot," she said. "There is nothing on them. I have looked at 30 of them with a lamp, and there is nothing on them but the groove itself." I told her the old man in my yard had done it that morning off a burnt bone in bad light, and that he had named me from the shape of my own weakness, and that the blind woman had done the same with her thumb. Varys asked me what I wanted from the temple. I said witnesses. She said she would not stand as one. I said I did not need her to stand as one. I needed her to refuse the ones we could not read, and refusing things is her trade. We settled it inside 20 minutes, which is fast for 2 people who wanted each other gone. She gets to be present at every reading. Her people carry no protection over my yard, none, and she said that twice so I would not later claim I had missed it. Neither of us shook on it. She washed her hands afterwards in front of me from a jug, and she did not do it to insult me. She had been in a room with a man who handles the dead. Odd arrived from the valley 2 days later on foot, having sold the cart. He smelled of a smell I know better than I know bread, which is bone burnt in the open with fat still in it. He sat on my step and told me he had fired his own store at midnight with his crew standing round it, and that he had lit the first basket himself, so that no man of his could be blamed for it. I asked him how much, because that is the shape my head makes when it does not want to look at a thing directly, and he answered it straight, which is why I have never been able to dislike Odd for long. 80 crowns of sorted bone, he said. 2 years of backwork, everything above working grade that we had pulled out of the north trenches since the peace. I asked him why, and I asked it badly, in the voice a man uses when he is buying things, which is the voice I have been using for about a year now, without noticing that it had replaced the other one. "Because the tin men came to me with money," he said, 4 of them in 12 days. They do not ask whose it was, and they do not ask what grade it is, because they are not making anything that has to last. They fill soft, they dust it with copper filings, and it goes out the same afternoon at 2 crowns against your 9. One of the 4 came down from the Baroness's wall house with her own steward riding behind him. She has started making her own, Odd said, out of the chapel yard, with a farrier cutting for her and nobody asking what grade the bone is. "Then sell them the rotten grade and keep the rest back for us," I said. "Feed them the deaf stuff that holds nothing. Take their money for it and let them find out at the buyer's door." He looked at me the way a man looks at somebody who has never had to feed 11 people out of one basket. "I sell them the rotten grade," he said, "and next month I sell them working, and the month after that my crew is digging the pits nobody digs because the money is good. And in a year my crew is the reason there are 2,000 of those things, and I am the man who put the material under it. So I burned the material." His crew was finished. 5 men had already gone to the copyists by the time he walked out of the valley, which is the joke inside it. He burned the bone to keep it from them, and the men went instead. Tay went too, and Tay took the one thing he had been saving since he was 15. He sold the location of the singing bone in the eastern trench, the one he would not tell me, for a share, and he sold it to a tin man for 15 crowns. Which is a good price for a boy and a stupid price for what it is. Odd told me that last thing with his hands hanging between his knees, and then he said the sentence that stayed with me. He said, "I taught that boy which trench was safe, and he sold the trench." So we sat on my step until the light went. 2 men who had each built a hunger for something and then found out, late and at somebody else's cost, what a hunger like that actually eats. Coram did the work over the following week, and he loved it more than anything he had done since the crew threw him out for a memory that had started slipping. He sat in the yard with a board across his knees, and we brought him grooves. Off broken workers, off pieces bought back, off the 2 copies Kit lifted from the market at a crown apiece. Elsa sat beside him with her hands. She could not see the entry cut. She could feel the shoulder of the groove, the way the floor of it rose or fell, whether the carver dragged the tool or pushed it. Blind trial, first. Kit and I each cut 6 grooves in scrap and shuffled them, and Coram sorted them into 2 heaps in the time it takes to eat a bowl of soup, and got 11 of 12, and the one he missed was one of mine that Kit had started for me because my wrist gave out. Which is the point. The mistake was the correct answer. 2 hands had been on it, and he found the seam. A stamp would have been finished by Wednesday. Anybody can cut a mark into bone, and anybody can cut the same mark into other bone the following morning, and then the mark means nothing, and a man is trusting a shape. You cannot copy a hand. You can copy what a hand does, badly, and the badness is another hand, and it reads. So we made the register. Not a thing to look at. A rack in Helga's bone store. 1 shelf to a carver, and on each shelf 3 sample grooves cut in front of witnesses, and beside them Coram's spoken description, which Kit had by heart within a day because that is what Kit is. Kit gave his own hand to the rack first, and gave it loudly in front of Varys, which he did not have to do. If I am going to be read for the rest of my life, he said, then I would rather be read by the 2 people in this yard who tell you the price before they tell you the news. Put my shelf at the front. Helga put her list beside the rack because the 2 things belong together. Name of the dead on one side, hand of the carver on the other, and a worker with neither is a thing nobody in the yard will touch. Varys watched the first public reading from the wall with her arms folded and her mouth shut, and she stayed for all of it, which for her was an enormous concession and she would have denied it. We read 15 unclaimed workers off the market that day. 4 came back to the same hand. Fast, shallow, all the depth at the entry, a right-handed carver who lifts the tool at the end of every stroke because he learned on soft stone. Coram knew him. He had seen that stroke on a bone the witness's crew brought into a yard on a day when a dead man said something that was not true. That is Morn's carver, he said. Morn never held a chisel in his life. He hired that hand and he hired it twice. And then Odd, who had been standing at the back for an hour not saying anything, took a rib out of his coat, wrapped in sacking, and put it on Coram's board. He had carried it from the valley on foot, a whole day of road, inside his coat against his ribs, and he had sat in my yard for an hour with it there and said nothing about it until the reading was done. Coram did not need long. He put his thumb on the entry cut and then he put it down and said the same hand and asked whose rib it was, and Odd told him, and the yard went as quiet as a yard with 11 workers counting in it can go. Mari's brother. Cut by the man Morn paid. Cut in her own manner, by somebody who had watched her work and copied the outside of it. Months before I ever noticed anything had leaked. She was 2 days gone by then, and I did not know where. I sent word to the headstone cutters at the north gate, which was all I had. 11 workers on my yard, and every one of them now readable by name and by hand. 80 crowns of bone in ash in the valley. 30 and more workers in this city that nobody can read at all, and a going price of 2 crowns for a soft filling dusted to look like copper. Varys came off the wall at the end and stopped level with me and said the thing I had been waiting all week to hear from somebody. This works on the small ones, she said. The ones with a shed and a bad chisel. It will not work on the man who decides what a reading is worth. She was right, and she knew she was right, and she went out through my gate before I could agree with her out loud, because agreement from me would have cost her something with her own people. 2 mornings later, a rider came down Cross Street in the Treasury's colors, and he did not stop at my gate. He went past it, out the East Road, towards the trenches. Kit came back from the East Road with his price ready before his news, which by then I found restful because it was the last honest transaction happening anywhere near me. 2 coppers, he said, and it is worth 4, and I am giving you the neighbor rate because you are about to have a bad morning. I paid him 2. He told me the Crown had taken 60 barge loads of bone out of the North Trenches in 12 days and that nobody at the loading had asked a single question about grade, hand, or name. 60 barge loads is not a workshop. 60 barge loads is not 4 men with tin and copper filings in a shed behind a tannery. That is a supply line, and supply lines have a mind behind them. We walked out to the old drill field beyond the mill gate the following morning, Rask on his crutch, Ilsa with her hand on my elbow, Kit ahead of us because he cannot walk behind anybody. You hear it before you see it. That is the thing I did not expect. A mile out from the field, over the wind, there is a sound like a market where every voice is saying a number and none of them is haggling. Sheds. 15 of them, new, raw timber, laid out in 2 rows with a cart lane between. And in the lane, on trestles, workers counting sacks off a wagon and calling the tally into the air for nobody in particular. I counted 140 in the first shed, and then I stopped counting sheds, which for me is a sort of illness, so you can take it as a measure of what I was looking at. Ilsa asked me to describe the grooves, and I told her, and she made me say it twice, because she thought I had made an arithmetic slip on the first pass. 1 groove each. Forearm, right side, filled with silver. The same 7 words on every one of them, cut from the same pattern by a gang of hired hands working in a line, 1 man to each stroke. No name. No hand read into any register. Nobody in that field could have told you which of the dead was which, and nobody was being paid to care. Silver is forever. Silver cannot be recut by the man who cut it, by his master, by the temple, or by anybody who was ever born afterwards. I chose silver myself, in a bad month, and I had thought I knew what I was buying. 2,000 of them is what a carter told Kit while we stood there. 2,000 by the feast, an order standing for 4,000 more if the border holds. Clerk of about 19 came out of the second shed to ask our business, with chalk dust on 2 fingers and a knotted cord round his wrist, and he asked us politely, and he asked us in order. I gave him my name and my trade, both the way I have given them at every gate since the spring, and he did not repeat it back the way a man does when a name is going to matter to him, and he looked past me at the wagons and told us to keep out of the cart lane. He had never heard of me. Not as a heretic, not as a bone man, not as the fellow with the yard by the tannery. A year of being the most dangerous small tradesman in the city, and the boy at the door of the thing I invented did not know the name. Morn came down the cart lane in a good gray coat with a tally board under his arm, and greeted me by my given name, pleasantly, in front of his own people. He had lost his crew in the spring, in my yard, with witnesses standing round him, on the only thing he had ever been proud of. He looked better than he had looked then. Work does that to a man. You are wondering who sets the wording, he said, and he tipped the board so I could see the edge of it and not the face, which was the only unfriendly thing he did all morning. I told him I already knew, since only one living man in the kingdom thinks in the shape a dead man thinks in, and since he had spent 30 years training that shape and had lost the trade it belonged to. He liked being told that. He also corrected me on a detail before the sentence had finished cooling, because correcting people on details is how that man breathes. 7 words, he said. I have brought it down to 7 for the entire supply. Carry to the place you were told and give to the man who says the word. 7. You never got below 9, and you knew you were paying for the extra 2 in memories, and you paid it anyway. I asked him what happens in the spring when a border post moves 15 miles up the valley, or when a bridge goes, or when the man whose voice it is dies of a chest cold. Then the crown tells them again, he said in the tone of a man who has answered this from clerks all month and has stopped hearing the words in it. They will not hear it, I said. It is silver. You have cut 7 words that cannot be altered by any hand ever into 2,000 bodies, and you have cut them fast. Morn looked down the lane at his rows and said the sentence that I have taken out and looked at more times than any other since. He said, they do not need to be altered, they need to be obeyed. And for the first time in my life, I am not the only thing in the room that remembers. I asked him, since we were being so pleasant about all of it, what the field does with the ones that come out of the line wrong. Because at that rate of work, 1 in 4 of them must go in the 3rd shed, he said. And once a month, a cart takes the 3rd shed to the lime pit. Yours went into a register. Mine go into a pit, and the pit costs the crown 11 coppers a load, and that is all the difference between how you work and how I work. That was not a threat. That was a man standing in the middle of the only place on the earth that had ever had a use for what he is. Ilse had been running her palm over a stack of unworked bone by the shed door the whole time we talked, and she called the grade before I got to her, the way she does. Trench bone, 2nd year of the piece, she said. Lime in it, cheap, and it will not last 3 winters. And they are not buying it to last 3 winters. 40 coppers a man at the barge. 40 coppers a man. Say that number out loud in a field with 2,000 men in it and see what it does to your appetite. Rask had gone quiet about 100 paces back and I had not noticed, which tells you where my head was. He was standing at the end of the 2nd trestle with his hand around a shin bone that a worker was carrying past him, and the worker had stopped because something was in its way, and it was waiting with no opinion about the weight. There is a break in that shin, he said. Set badly, healed thick, with a lump on the front edge you could hang a coat on. I asked him how a man knows another man from the front edge of a shin, and I asked it gently, because I could hear what was coming and I wanted him to be the one who said it. Because I said it, Rask said, in a ditch above the ford, with a musket stock in my own belt, and I said it badly because it was dark and I was frightened. His name was Wick. He carried the company pot. He let go of the shin. The worker walked on and called out the tally it was carrying, which was a number of sacks, and that number was correct. Ask took his hand off my shoulder and told me he would not stand at my gate again. Not at that field's gate, not at mine, not at any gate where the thing coming through it might be a man out of his own 100. I did not argue with him. There are men you argue with, and there is a sotnik with a rebuilt face who has just met the pot carrier, and you shut your mouth and let him say it. Kit priced the whole field for me on the walk back, unasked and free of charge, which he had never once done. 2 crowns a copy in the sheds behind the tannery, he said. Under a crown apiece out here because the crown does not pay its carvers by the piece, and 9 crowns for one of yours, with a name on it and a hand in the store, and I could not sell 3 of yours this month if I stood in the middle of the market all day with my mouth open. So I did the thing I had been telling myself all year that I would do properly when the time came. I went to the treasury and used the law. Vald saw me the same afternoon, which was itself the answer, and I was too slow to read it. A man who is afraid of you makes you wait. He had a room with 2 windows and a fire in it and a stool by the door, and he pointed at the stool and asked after my hand, and he meant it, in the way a man means a thing that costs him nothing. I laid it out in order. The privilege granted in the spring, 12 crowns a year to the crown, granted on the understanding that the craft is worked by named carvers. The register of hands, now read by 2 people and witnessed by the temple. 2,000 workers with neither. He heard all of it. He did not interrupt once, and that was not courtesy. That was a man letting a thing run until it stops on its own. When I had finished, he moved a cup 2 fingers to the left on his table and asked the one question I had not prepared for, which was whose register? Mine, I said. Read by Coram and read by Ilsa, kept on open shelves in a store on Weaver Lane where any widow in this city can walk in and put her own hand on it. And who put you over the craft, he said. The temple wanted you burned in the spring, and the guilds have never let you through a door. You made a thing and then called your own way of making it the right way, which is what every trade in this kingdom did in its first year, and every one of them afterwards had to go and find somebody to stand behind it. Said the temple stands behind it now, and I heard exactly how thin that sounded while it was still coming out of my mouth. The temple, he said, does not send grain to 11,000 men in the passes before the snow closes them. I asked him to do one thing, put a name and a hand on the crown's workers. Not stop, not slow, not pay me. Just name them. Vald said no, and then he explained the no. And the explanation is the reason I did not sleep that night. Naming them means asking where each came from, he said, and asking where each came from means telling the widow of every man in the second year trenches what her husband is carrying today, and he had 11,000 in the passes to feed. He was not lying, and he was not ashamed. He worked it as arithmetic, so many bodies against so many miles held, and he had done that arithmetic before, in the war, with those same men, when they were alive. And he offered me the stool, not as an insult. A desk at the East Field, wordings and grades, 30 crowns a year, under Morn. And that is all of it, and it took me until I was out on the street to feel the shape of it. He took nothing from me. He did not send men, he did not break anything, he did not put my name on a list. He simply did not need me. The yard was already his since the winter. The deposits went with it, 31 of them, and they are safer with him than they were with me, which the depositors know and say aloud. I had spent a year being the man who could be attacked. There is a worse position than that, and it is standing outside a fence with 2,000 of your own idea working on the other side of it, holding a register nobody has to read. Varys was waiting at my gate when I got back, and she had come to tell me the same thing from her side, which cost her more than it cost me. Temple sent an envoy to speak to the treasury, she said. My superior was thanked for his concern. The word thanked was said twice. I asked her what she intended to do about it, and I asked without any edge on it, which surprised us both. Nothing I can do out here, she said, and she looked at the 11 workers in my yard as if she were pricing firewood. In the city, I can still burn yours. I told her that burning 11 readable workers in a city where 2,000 unreadable ones are counting sacks 10 miles east would be the cheapest thing she had ever done, and she did not pretend otherwise. I know what it is worth, she said. It is worth the people who see me do it. You have taught me a great deal this year about how little the truth of a thing weighs against who watched. That was the end of the alliance being a pleasant arrangement, and it had never been pleasant at any point, so it was not a long fall. I called the yard together at dusk and did not make a speech, because there was nothing in the situation that a speech improves. The yard belongs to the crown, I said. I have no right of refusal in it. I am walking out to the valley in the morning, and anybody who comes is coming to a place with no roof over it and a burnt store in the middle of it. Hald did not come, and he told me so first, before anybody else could speak, standing where the whole yard could hear him. I am 61, he said. I live off this yard. The crown pays late and pays, and out there I would be an old man in a ditch, and you would have to feed me. I will stay and I will count for them, and you will not like what that looks like. I told him I did not have to like it. He is the only man in this kingdom who spent 30 years watching where other people's money actually moves. And a man like that inside the crown's yard is worth more than a man like that in a ditch beside me. And both of us knew it, and neither of us said it. 9 went with me. Rask, Coram, Ilsa, Kit, the 2 gatemen, the boilerman and his wife, and a carter who had no work. Helga stayed with the store, and she said the reason at the gate so that everybody heard it. She said she had moved the dead once already, and she would not move them again for anyone's convenience, and that the names stay where the widows know to come. 6 workers walked out with us. 5 stayed on the yard, because they were cut for the yard, and the yard was no longer mine, and I was not going to break my own work to spite a man who had not even bothered to take it. Carried the counting bone myself, wrapped in cloth, inside my shirt. 47 notches on it, and I cannot tell you what a single one of them cost me, which is what the notches are for. We came into the valley at dusk on the 2nd day. Odd's store was a black square in the ground with the rain standing in it, and the crew that was left, 11 men and 2 boys, came out to look at us. Ilsa walked the length of the burnt store with her stick and told Odd what the ash under it had been worth, by grade, without being asked and without being kind about it, and one of the boys started crying and nobody told him to stop. Odd did not ask what I wanted. He counted heads, counted my 6 workers, and said there was room because there was nothing left to be short of, and then he said the only cheerful thing anybody said that week. Well, he said, nobody has ever come to the valley to get away from the city before. You will start a fashion. I lay in the crew's shed that night listening to the valley mutter through the wall. Thousands of leftover voices out there repeating whatever they last heard, and I thought about 7 words in silver, cut fast, into 2,000 bodies. Carry to the place you were told. The place you were told was told to them in the autumn, and the passes shut in the winter, and the border posts move, and silver does not. Nobody up there had noticed yet because nothing had gone wrong yet, and nothing goes wrong with an order until the day the order becomes untrue. The first column came past the valley 6 days after the snow closed the north road, 40 of them in a line, each with a sack on its shoulder and a silver groove in its right forearm, walking south by west towards the Sedge Ford. The Sedge Bridge went out in the autumn floods. Everybody in 3 villages knows that. The bridge was told to nobody, because nobody tells a column anything. It went down the bank in order and into the water in order, and the ones at the front kept walking on the bottom with the sacks still up on their shoulders, and the current took the sacks and left the walkers. Odd's crew stood on the rise and watched them go in. 2 of the boys ran down to pull at one and got knocked flat for it, because a worker does not stop for a boy, it steps. 11 got across. The other 29 are somewhere under the sedge with the grain gone out of them, still going south by west along the riverbed, and they will be doing that in the spring. Nobody laughed. 3 months earlier in the year, a thing like that would have had my entire yard howling, and there was no sound on the rise at all. What was in those sacks was barley for the passes. 11,000 men are up there, and the snow came a fortnight early, and 40 sacks is 1 day's bread for a company. News came in after that as water comes into a bad boat, through every seam at once, and none of it from anybody official, because the Treasury was still telling itself that a delay is a delay. It brought the numbers, and for the first time in his life, he brought them free, which frightened me more than the numbers did. 40 trains standing, 9 junction stores shut, 2 columns frozen solid in the middle of a road, with their loads still on them. The frozen ones are the part nobody in the Treasury could explain. 2 grooves, both silver, cut in different weeks by different hands off the same pattern with 1 word changed, and the 2 of them contradict. A worker with 2 orders that cannot both be obeyed does not choose. It does not favor the newer one or the louder one, or the one a living man is shouting into its ear. It stands. It will stand until the bone rots. The stores are worse than the columns, because the stores have doors. Give to the man who says the word, and the man who said the word in the autumn is dead of a chest cold, and the quartermaster of the district is outside in the snow with 60 carts and the correct authority and the wrong mouth. I went and looked at one of the frozen columns before the thaw up on the ash road, and it is a thing I would rather not have seen. 19 of them in file, load still up, snow standing on the shoulders in ridges an inch deep, and not one of them moving a finger. You can walk down a line like that and look into every face at your leisure. Nothing is deciding in there. It is 2 orders sitting in one arm, and the arm has no way to prefer, so the man stops where he is, and the snow gets on with its work. A grain store in the passes that has locked itself against its own army is a thing I helped invent, and there is no part of that sentence I can put on somebody else. Vald's first rider came to the valley on the 4th day of it and asked for me by name, which he had learned since the autumn. I told him I would look at it, and then I did not go. And I want to be plain about why, because the honest reason and the pretty reason are not the same, and I only get to keep the honest one. The pretty reason is that a man cannot mend 2,000 silver grooves in a week, and it was better to think first. The other one is that every day the passes went hungry was a day the crown found out what I was worth, and I had been standing in a field in the autumn being told by a boy of 19 to keep out of the cart lane. Rask said it to my face on the 6th day, out in front of the crew shed with his crutch jammed under his arm, and both of Odd's boys sorting bone within earshot and pretending not to be. There are men of mine up there, he said. Not the ones in the ground, the ones still breathing. You are letting them go hungry to make a point about your own price. And you are going to tell yourself afterwards that you were thinking. I said that I was thinking, and it came out of me in the flat voice of a trader arranging goods on a stall, and I heard the voice before he did. "And think faster," he said, and went and slept in the crew shed with the boys instead of by my fire. And that was all of my punishment, and it was enough. Ilsa priced it for me the same evening without being asked. "Barley at the passes in a closed winter," she said, 4 coppers the loaf and rising, and by the feast it will be 9. And at that price a company starts eating the horses, and after the horses they come down the valleys. On the 8th day Hald arrived, having walked the last 6 miles because the carter would not take the cart off the road. He is 61. He was blue to the wrists, and he had come out to a place the temple will not enter, to a burnt crew in winter, and he sat down at my fire without being invited and put his feet almost into it. "You are waiting to be asked properly," he said. "I know that trick. I invented most of it. I used to make farmers stand in my doorway for an hour with the rain on them so the price would come down." I told him the price was not coming down and that I had learned the trick off a man on Tin Square who used to make farmers stand in his doorway in the rain so he could keep his advice. "Good," he said. "Then let me make it worth something, because the thing you are about to sell them, you cannot deliver, and a man who takes money for what he cannot deliver only does it once." Then he laid out the piece nobody else in the kingdom had, and it took him about 4 minutes, and it was the best work I have ever watched anybody do. "There are 2,000 of them," he said, "and you will never touch 2,000. You do not have to. The crown does not move by body, it moves by coin. And coin in this kingdom moves through 9 places, and I can name every one of them." Kit put his head in at that and said he could have got me 6 of them off carters for a crown, and Hald looked at him the way an old counter looks at a fast boy and said 6 is not 9, and 6 will move your grain to within 10 miles of where it is wanted. The boy took it. He took it because it was true, and I am setting it beside the rest because in the spring it matters which of them is willing to be corrected by the other. He named them: Sedge Ford, the Weir Stores, the Coldgate Magazine, the 2 mills at Barrow, the Hall at 9 Elms, the Ash Road Toll, the Passes Depot, and the Old Mint Yard. "Every train that has stopped," he said, "stopped because it was going to one of those 9, or because it was waiting for something that came out of one of them. I have watched that coin for 30 years from behind a counter, and I know its habits better than I know my daughter's. 9 is a number a man can work. 2,000 is a number a man can only despair at, and despair is cheaper than work, which is why people reach for it." Varys came out to the valley on the 9th day, and she came to the edge of it and no further, because the valley is not consecrated and she has never once crossed that line for anything. We talked with 40 paces of frozen mud between us, and both of us shouting, which is a poor way to break with somebody, and it is what we had. "Burn them," she said. "All of them. The crown will allow it now, because the crown is frightened, and frightened is the only condition in which that man permits anything. In a month, he will not be frightened." I shouted back that there are 11,000 men in the passes eating 4 copper bread, that it will be 9 coppers by the feast, and that she was proposing to burn their winter to be right about the summer after next. "Then they will eat 5 copper bread," she said, "and some of them will die, and that is a bad winter, and this kingdom has had 4 bad winters in my lifetime and has survived every one. What it has not had is 40,000 of them." I told her that there would not be 40,000 of them, and I said it with my hands out, and it was the weakest thing I said in that whole cold conversation. "You did not think there would be 2,000, she said, "and you told me so in my own house, and you were sure." She was right again. She has been right from the beginning about the only thing she ever claimed, which is that a dead man who is made to know a thing does not stay where you put him. And I still said no. I said the ones in the passes are alive now and the 40,000 are not born yet, and that I would take the knots apart and not burn a single one. "Then you have chosen," she said. "And you have chosen the same way you chose every time, and I will not stand at your shoulder for it." She walked back up the road to her people, and I have not had a civil word from her since, and I do not expect one, and she has not lied to me once in all our acquaintance, which is more than I can say for anybody else in this account. So, we went to work in the crew shed with the door shut against the snow, and the work is the only piece of that winter I am still able to be pleased about. You cannot recut silver. Not with the finest chisel in the kingdom, not with the temple's blessing, not if you are the man who cut it in the first place and you are on your knees. What is in silver until the bone breaks. The wording, though, is a different animal from the world it points at. 7 words, and I had heard them in a cart lane in the autumn from the man who chose them, and I had them by heart before he had finished saying them. It does not say a living man. Morn cut it for speed and cut out 2 words of care to do it, and one of the 2 he cut was the word that would have saved his own line. He cut 14 speakers. That is all they are. 1 groove each, in the jaw and the collar, and the groove does one thing, which is to stand in a doorway and say a word aloud, over and over, for as long as the bone holds. Odd found the bone for them because that is his half of this, and always was. He went along the crew's last 3 baskets with his knuckle tapping and listening, and threw out 4 of every 5 because a speaker that has to talk all winter has to ring. We boiled them in the valley in the crew's own ash, half a day to a batch, and the stink came up off the pots and sat over the sheds, and Odd's men complained about it in the exact words Tanner's neighbors use, which cheered everybody up. Copper in the grooves. Not silver, not this time, not one of the 14. Copper holds years, and copper can be lifted out with a hook by any fool who comes after me, and after this winter, that is not a weakness in the work, it is the point of it. Kit did the fine cuts because Kit is better than I am now, and he has been better for 2 months, and neither of us had said it out loud, and I said it out loud in front of Coram because he had earned it and because I am not going to be the second man in this trade who hoards a thing. Did the last stroke on each of the 14 myself, and every startup, because the price of a startup is mine, and there is one thing in this trade I will not put on somebody else's account. 14 startups in 12 days. I know what that is now. It is not a feeling. You reach for something the way your tongue goes to a gap in your teeth, and the tongue finds the gap, and there is nothing there to have an opinion about. I lost a smell of hot metal I could not name afterwards. And the word for a thing my mother used to hang on a wall, and a whole gray afternoon that Coram says I described to him twice last summer. Notches on the counting bone went from 47 to 61. Ilsa cut them for me because my left hand was shaking by the 11th day, and she cut them by feel, and hers are straighter than mine. Knots came apart over 19 days. And we did Coldgate first because Coldgate was the worst of them, with 60 carts standing in the snow outside a full store and a district quartermaster who had begun to talk about burning the door. We stood a speaker in the store doorway saying the autumn word, and the door opened, and 60 carts went in, and the quartermaster of the district cried in front of his own men, which nobody in that yard has mentioned to him since. Odd's crew carried the speakers out to the stores. 2 men to a speaker, on foot, in the snow, and the treasury paid them cartage at 3 coppers a day a head because Hald stood at the pay table and made it pay. That is 11 men and 2 boys earning coin off the crown, their first since the peace, and Odd made every one of them say his own name to the clerk before he took it. He had a reason. I did not ask him for it that week. The 2 frozen columns took longer, because there is no undoing 2 silver orders that fight. What we did there was move the world until only one of them could apply. The colors came off the escort, the second word stopped being spoken by anybody in earshot, and the column walked. 40 trains moved between the feast and the turn of the year. 9 knots opened. 2,000 workers still walking with 7 unalterable words in their arms, every one of them a hole waiting for the ground to change under it. Vald had me into the hall at 9 Elms at the end of it, with his own people there, and the 2 millmen from Barrow and 30 carters and Morn at the side of the room saying nothing at all. He asked me what I wanted. He said it the way a man says it when he has already decided the range, and I watched him work out that I was not going to ask for the yard. I said the yard is his and the deposits are his and I want none of it back, and I watched 3 men along the wall stop believing their own ears. Then what, he said, and he put both hands flat on the table, which is what that man does instead of leaning forward. The right to teach it, I said, openly, to anybody who comes. No leave asked, no crown share, no man of yours at the door counting who sits down. Say it here in front of these men, and say it in words that cannot be taken to mean something else in the spring. He took a while. He is not slow. He was pricing it, and I could see him find the price and decide it was low. Teach it then, he said, in front of all of them, and he said it twice because I asked him to, and he named me, and he named the craft. Before I left, I said the other thing, because if I had not said it there, I would never have said it anywhere. I said the fault at Sedge and Coldgate and the weir was mine, not Morn's wording, mine. I chose silver in the summer to save myself a cost, and the whole kingdom is now standing inside my saving. Nobody in that hall thanked me for saying it. One of the carters from Barrow spat on the floor a yard from my boot, and he was owed that, and I stood there until he had finished. I walked back out to the valley with the right to teach in my mouth and nothing else in my hands, and I got as far as the Ash Road toll before the plain fact of it caught up with me. A right to teach is worth precisely as much as there are people willing to be taught, and at that moment, on that road, in that kingdom, there was exactly 1 man alive who could do all of it from the sound of the bone to the last stroke, and I did not trust him with it. By the second week of the thaw, there were 19 people camped along the valley road who had come out to be taught, and I had not taught one of them so much as which end of a chisel to hold. Ask counted them for me every evening and then made a point of telling me he was counting them as a favor and not as a duty, because he does not stand at gates anymore, and he wanted that understood by everybody, including the mud. They came out for different reasons, and none of the reasons were mine. 2 headstone cutters, a cooper, 4 widows, a man who had been a horse doctor before the war took the horses, Dell, who I will come back to. I gave them water and let them sit. Odd's crew fed them out of the Crown's cartage money, which is the first time anybody in that crew had fed a stranger for nothing, and one of the boys sulked about it for a day and then stopped. The reason I did not start is simple, and it is not flattering. I did not trust a single one of them with it, and the person I trusted least was the one who had held it in one hand for 2 years and made a winter out of it. Ilsa broke that open on a Tuesday in front of everybody, and she had been building it for a fortnight. She set 2 sacks on the trestle outside the shed and had one of ours count them. Sack, 2. Correct and useless, and every person on that road watched it happen. Then she opened them. Gravel in one. In the other, 12 crowns in coin that she had made Odd lend her out of the cartage box, and she made him stand there while she did it, so that the second sack had an owner with a face. 2 sacks, she said. That is what your craft says. 2. My trade says one of these is a wall footing and the other is a cruise whole winter, and there is no groove in this valley that will ever say that, and there never will be. Told her I knew that. I have known it since the day she walked up to me on a street and made a fool of me with a bag of wool in front of 30 people. Then teach it, she said. Not as a nicety at the end. First, before the chisels come out, any fool can be taught to count. If they leave here counting and not valuing, you will have made 200 more of the thing that stood in a field last autumn saying numbers at nobody. Helga came out from the city 3 days later with her keys and a bundle of hazel sticks, 1 stick to a name, and she waited until Ilsa had finished being right before she started being right about something else. First rule is the name, she said. Before the counting, before the valuing. Before anybody touches a chisel in this valley, they learn to ask whose it was, and if there is no answer, they learn to say so out loud instead of shrugging. Ilsa said that a name does not feed anybody, and that she had buried a husband and 2 brothers and could not eat one of the 3 names in a hard year. Helga said that neither does an accurate price on a man's brother, and that she had watched Ilsa price a dead man's ribs to the copper in front of his own crew and never once asked what he had been called. They went at each other for most of an hour, and I let them. Partly because I was tired and partly because I had noticed something. Neither of them was arguing with me. They were arguing about a trade that they had both decided already existed, and I was the fellow standing near it holding a chisel. I tried once to settle their order for them. Name first, then value, then the cutting, and I said it in the tone of a man closing a matter. Odd laughed at me from the trestle without even turning round, and said that in 19 years, nobody had ever let him decide the order of anything in his own crew, and that I had lasted 2 years, which for a man with my manners was a good run. It did not argue at all. Kit did what Kit does, which is to arrive with the goods already on the table. He put down 3 lengths of scrap bone with a groove cut in each, and he had koram brought out on his stick, and he asked the old man to say which of the 3 was mine. Koram took his time over it. He turned each one to the light. Then he put them all down and sat with his hands on his knees. 2 of these are the boy, he said. 1 of them is you, and I would not swear which, and I have never in my life said that about 2 hands. It did not gloat. He asked me in front of them all to stop calling him an apprentice, because he has been cutting cleaner than me since midwinter, and everybody in this valley knows it, and he was tired of being the only one who was expected not to mention it. I said he was right, and that I had known it since the 14 speakers, and had said so in a shed with 2 witnesses instead of on a road with 30, which is a coward's version of saying a thing. He took that, and then he named his price, because he is still himself. He said he wanted his hand at the front of the register, on the top shelf above mine. Hald was sitting on the step of the shed through all of it, with his hands round a cup, and he had been out here a month by then, and he waited until the road had gone quiet. "You will not start," he said. "You have had the right since the feast, and you have 19 people sleeping in the ditch, and you will not start. And I know exactly what that is, because I did it for 30 years, and I was better at it than you." I asked him, since he was so certain, what he thought it was, and I asked it with an edge, which was a mistake with that man because an edge is his weather. "It is a man who has found out that everything rests on him," he said, "and who has discovered that he likes the way that feels, and who has begun calling the liking by another name." Nobody on that road said anything. Odd looked at his boots. Ilsa turned her face towards him, the way she does when she's putting a weight in her hand. "Trust held up by one man is a lie with a good reputation," Hald said. "I held 10 square for 30 years on my word alone, and I was honest for 28 of them. And then one bad season came and I broke a boy's hand to close a hole in my own coffer. And every single person on that square believed me instead of him." He said it without dressing it. He did not ask me for anything at the end of it, and that is why it went in. "You are me, Alan," he said. "You are me with the counter turned round the other way, And if you keep this in one pair of hands, you will be me by autumn, and there will be nobody standing on the other side of the counter who can see it happening. I went and sat against the south wall of the shed after that, out of the wind, and set myself the small task of finding the reason I started any of this. I could not find it, and I want to be exact here because this is not the same as forgetting a name. I reached for it as your tongue goes to a gap, and there was no gap. There was no shape at all where the reason should have been. It has been paid out, a piece at a time, across 61 startups, and I never noticed which one of them carried it off. 3 was standing 4 paces off with a basket on his shoulder, because he has been carrying baskets from the crew shed to the sorting trestle since we came out here, and he has been doing it well. And he said it. Not to me. Into the air, in the flat wooden way he says everything. In the middle of the afternoon with the crew working round him. He said it once, flat, with the basket still on his shoulder, and then he said the count after it, the way he always does. So that my word weighs the same as a rich man's word. 1, 2, 3. I said that. I said it before every startup for 2 years, out loud, alone, because a man alone talks to whatever is in the room, and the thing in the room was him, and he takes the last sentence he hears and keeps it until a new one comes. He had been carrying that from before the memories went. He is the only place it still exists. I do not own it anymore. I rented off a dead man with one groove in his arm who does not know he has it. Mari came into the valley the day after that, up from the south road, with her tools on her back and a headstone blank on a handcart. She did not come to me. She went to Odd, put the cart in his yard, and asked for ground. And it was 2 hours before I got a word with her, and I waited those 2 hours out where she could see me waiting. The brother is buried, she said, on the ridge above the west trench with the marker cut, and I cut it myself, and it took 16 days because I would not let anybody help. I said I was glad, and it was the truth, and it was also the least useful sentence available to me at that moment. Do not, she said. You do not get to be glad about it. You built the demand that put him in a harness, and the man who cut him copied my hand off my own work. Both of those things are true, and I am not here to argue either. Then she said what she had come to say, and she said it as terms. The way you state a price, you do not intend to move on. I will teach here, she said. I will teach the cutting, better than you can, and I will teach headstones alongside it in the same shed on the same days, and every one of your people learns to release a body before they learn to put a groove in one. Anybody who will not cut a marker does not touch a chisel in my shed. I said yes before she had finished the last of it, which she did not care for, because being agreed with quickly is one of the things she trusts least in the world. Do not agree so fast, she said. You have agreed fast to me before and then done the other thing in the spring. I said it again slower and out loud, in front of Odd and Ilsa and Helga and 15 people from the road, because that is the only kind of agreement that is worth anything out here. We opened the intake on the first dry morning after that. 14, not 19. 5 went home when Mari told them about the markers, which she had expected and I had not. Dell stood in the front rank of the 14. She came to me in the winter of the year before with an offer, and I refused her, and she has not been pleasant to me since. And she walked out of the city on her own feet and stood in a row and waited to be given a chisel like everybody else. I asked her quietly, before the line formed, whether she had come out to take a place or to watch her father fail at one. Both, she said. You would not give me his place when he had one. And now there is no place and no square and no shop, and I would rather learn the thing that ate them than stand about being his daughter. Put me in the row, and do not put me at the front of it. I took Hald first. I said it plainly, with the road watching. The first apprentice of this craft is Hald of Tin Square, and everybody here knows what he took off me, and everybody here can watch him learn. He stood up off the step and came and stood in the line at the end of it, 61 years old, in front of his own daughter, and he did not make a speech, and neither did I. And the only sound was Odd's boys carrying bone. Then we gave them bone and chisels, and all of my noble moment fell over, which is what always happens the moment hands get involved. 14 people cutting for the first time is not a solemn occasion. It is a noise. It is 14 chisels skidding off wet bone at once and a sound like somebody dropping a bag of spoons down a stair. Cooper split his in half in the first minute by driving straight down the length of it, which is the one direction the bone will not take. And he sat looking at the two halves like a man who has just broken something in a shop. Dell cut a groove that wandered off the line and came back, which is bad, and then cut a second one nearly straight, which for a first day is very good, and she did not say a word about it either way. One of the widows cut hers so shallow it would not have held wax, and Marie made her do it 6 more times, and told her every time exactly what was wrong, in the voice I have been eating for 2 years. And the woman came back the next morning first of all of them. And then there was Hald, who could not hold the chisel at all, and who had been given the best piece of bone on the trestle because I had handed it to him myself in front of everybody. He held it like a coin. That is precisely what it was. 30 years of taking a coin between the pads of the thumb and the first 2 fingers, turning it, feeling the edge, putting it down, and his hand went into that grip on a chisel without being asked and would not come out of it. The tool skated. He cracked 2 pieces of working grade in half a morning, and working grade is 4 coppers apiece, and he winced at the 4 coppers before he winced at anything else, which told you all of him. Nobody laughed the first time. By the 4th crack, the boys were not being subtle about it, and I saw Dell turn her face away with her jaw going, and I did not stop any of it. Then Kit came down the line with his own chisel in his belt, stopped behind the old man, and stood there long enough that the whole row noticed him standing. The boy whose trade hauled an eye between us killed before he was old enough to enter it. The boy who sold the lock to the men who broke my store, who I forgave for the wrong reason, who has been cutting better than his teacher since midwinter, took Hald's wrist, turned it, and pushed the thumb up along the shank instead of round it, and put the heel of the old man's palm on the bone so that the tool was being driven by the arm and not pinched by the fingers. "You are holding it like it is worth something," Kit said. "It is not the thing that is worth something. The bone is. Hold the tool like a tool, and hold the bone like it is your rent." Hald did it. And the 3rd stroke went in clean, shallow, and true, and straight, and he looked up at the boy with an expression I am not going to describe, because it was not mine to look at, and I looked at it anyway. That is the payment. Not the lost shop, not the empty coffer, not the walk out of the city on his own feet. He lost the square, and he lost the weight of a name that used to open doors, and none of that was ever going to be the payment. Payment is a man of 61 on his knees in the valley being taught to hold a tool by a boy he helped make useless in front of his daughter, and being grateful for it out loud and coming back the next morning. At the end of that day, I made the last thing I would ever cut in front of a crowd. 1 groove, 1 worker for the shed door, and I did it in front of all 14, slowly, naming each stage aloud as Murray made me name it. And then I did the startup in front of them, which nobody outside my own people had ever watched, and I told them what it cost before I did it and not after. 62 notches now. Ilsa cut the last one, because my hand shakes on the fine work in the evenings. I could not tell you what came out of me that afternoon. I know the shape of the hole and not what was in it, and that is all of the price, and I said so out loud with 14 people watching. They all went quiet for a while after that. Good. That was the lesson, and it was the only one I taught that day that I could not have taught with my hands. There was a temple man on the ridge above the West Trench all that week, sitting with a blanket over his knees, counting heads and never once coming down. The valley is not consecrated, and he was not going to put a boot on it. I know who sent him, and I know she was not spying, because she does not spy. She was counting how many of us there would be by summer, and so was I, and we were getting different answers for different reasons. 14 of them, 14 chisels going in the shed after dark, badly. Mari on one bench and Kit on the other, and Ilsa walking between them with 2 sacks that weigh the same and are not worth the same. In a month there will be 14 people in this kingdom who can do what only I could do, and after that they will teach it, and the number stops being anything anybody can hold, which is what I wanted. It is also the last day on which anybody would have needed to keep me alive, and I lay awake that night working out how few people had ever really needed me and getting a smaller answer every time I counted. The 14 finished at midsummer, and on the evening they finished, they went into the shed without me and shut the door, and I sat outside on the step like a man waiting for a physician. That was Mari's doing. She had said at the start that the ones who learn a trade decide the trade, and I had agreed to it out loud in front of the road in the spring, when agreeing cost me nothing because it was all still months away. They were in there 4 hours. I could hear Ilsa's voice and Helga's, and Dell twice, and my old master arguing about the number of grooves as though he had not been in the craft for 3 months. When the door opened, Dell came out first with the list of it in her mouth, because they had chosen her to say it, which nobody had thought to warn me about. 5 rules, she said, and gave them in order. The name of the dead is asked before the bone is bought, and where there is no name, the bone is worked only with the store's leave. Every carver's hand goes on a shelf where anyone at all may read it. Valuing is taught before counting. No body goes into work whose grave has no marker cut for it. And the 5th one, which she kept back to the end and delivered looking straight at me across the yard, is that no groove is ever filled with silver, by any of them, anywhere, for any reason at all. I opened my mouth on the last one of those, and then I shut it again, and I did it slowly enough that half the row saw me do both things. Dell told me afterwards who had wanted what. Ilsa had fought for a 6th rule, fixing what a worker may be hired out for, and lost. Her father had wanted the groove limit put at 6 and was voted down to 5 by 12 hands. Silver went through without a word said against it. Not one of the 14 spoke for it, including the 2 who had never seen a column standing in snow and only knew it from being told. I had my argument ready, and it was a good one. Silver holds for the life of the bone, copper wants relining every few years, and relining costs a startup, and a startup costs a piece of a man. Silver is the cheap choice measured over 10 years, and I could have proved it on the trestle in a quarter of an hour. I have made that argument before. I made it in a yard in the city on a night when I was frightened, and I won it, and Mari walked out over it. And 16 months later, a column stood in the snow on the ash road until the snow came over its shoulders. So I said nothing, and Ilsa turned her head towards where I was standing to see whether I would, and I know she heard me not doing it. After that, the rest of it went as water goes down a hill once somebody has taken the stone out, which is to say faster than the man who moved the stone had pictured. 2 of the 14 went to Barrow and took the mills. 3 went south with odd second cart. The horse doctor went home to his own town and had 4 people learning off him inside a month, which is faster than I would have allowed, and none of my business, which took me a while to enjoy. By the harvest, there were 61 carvers in the kingdom whose hands were on a shelf somewhere, and by the time the leaves went, there were more than that, and nobody had a firm count. And the fact that nobody had a firm count is all of what I built. Kit keeps the register in the city, and Coram sits beside it until he cannot sit anymore. 2 shelves a week come in from towns I have never walked to and probably never will. He charges a copper to read a hand and a copper to file one. He told me the price to my face with his chin up, waiting for the argument, and there was no argument, because a copper is a thing a carter can pay out of his own pocket without asking anybody. The thing turned in the grain market at Nine Elms on an ordinary morning in the autumn, and I was not there. Kit had it off 5 people by evening and gave it to me in their own voices, which he can still do better than anyone alive. Crown Train came in with 60 sacks and one of Morn's workers to say the count. A factor named Wenna asked whose hand cut it, and the carter said the Crown's, and she asked which carver by name, and the carter did not know, because nobody at the field had ever been asked that in his hearing, so she would not take the count. She did not shout, and she did not make a speech about heresy. She said she would take the grain and count it herself with her own eyes, and that the thing standing in her yard was not a witness. It was a cart with legs. Kit gave me her voice doing it, flat and bored, the way she gives a carter the weather. Whose hand? Say the name. No name, no count, take it off my ground. Gave me the carter as well, and the carter said the same 3 words 4 times over, which is what a man does when the answer he has always had has stopped being an answer. There were 15 other factors in that market, and 12 of them had used a reed worker or been paid off one in the previous year. By the following week, you could not sell a crown count anywhere between the river and the ash road. Understand what that is, because it is not what I expected either. Nobody smashed anything. Nobody was burned. The 2000s still walk and still carry and still call out numbers in the passes, and the numbers are correct, and the grain moves. Their word is worth nothing. That is all that happened. A count nobody can read is a count nobody will act on, and a witness with no name and no hand behind it is a noise in a yard. They were always cheap. Cheapness was never their weakness. The weakness was that Vald never had to answer one question about a single one of them, and now a factor at a trestle asks it in 4 seconds, and there is no answer. He sent for me in the winter, and I went because I have never gained anything by making that man wait, and because I wanted to see it. He wanted to buy the register. He said a figure that would have bought all of Tin Square with the buildings on it, and he said it steadily, and I want to be fair to him. He had worked out that this was the thing that mattered, and he had worked it out faster than anybody at his own table. I told him there is nothing to sell. There are 60 and more shelves in 60 and more sheds, and a boy in the city who will read one for a copper, and if he bought mine tomorrow, the reading would go on in Barrow and in the 2 towns south without a day's pause. Then he asked me what it would take, and there is nothing to take, and I watched a man who had held me by the neck for 2 years discover that there was no longer any part of me to hold. Put a name and a hand on them, I said. It is not too late for the ones still standing. Ask the valley whose they were, and where you cannot find out, say so. He said it would cost the crown 12,000 crowns and 2 years. He did not say no. He said the price aloud, which from him is the beginning of an arrangement, and it is being done now, slowly, badly, in the wrong order, and the widows who are getting the names do not care in what order they come. Morn I saw once more in the same hall, standing at the side of it as he did before. His carver's hand is on the shelf now with the rest, filed by Kit, read by Coram, and there is one groove on a ridge above the west trench that is filed against it and always will be. He is not ruined and he is not punished. He is 60, and his memory is the best in the kingdom, and there is no longer anywhere in this world where that is the rarest thing in the room. He knew it before I did. He always knows first. Eris came out to the valley edge at the turn of the year. She still would not cross the line, and I still walked up the road to her, and we still shouted across 40 paces of mud like 2 people who have never worked out how to stand closer. I wanted them burned, she said, before I had got my breath back from the walk. All of them, from the first one in the valley to the last one out of Barrow. You have always known that about me. I said I knew it, and that she had never once pretended otherwise to me, in a year when almost everybody else did. "I have counted the trade twice this autumn," she said. 60 carvers, and every one of them tells me their names and their teachers when I ask, and none of them lies, because lying to me would cost them a shelf. I know more about this heresy than I know about my own order." And she said the part she had come to say, and she said it as a woman handing over a thing she had carried a long way and did not want. "I asked for a world where the dead do not know," she said. "And instead, I have a world where every dead man who knows anything is named, counted, limited to 5 grooves, and buried under a marker somebody cut for him. It is not what I asked for. It is closer than I was ever going to get by burning." I asked her, across the mud, whether any of that meant the two of us were finished quarreling. And I asked it without much hope and with my hands in my sleeves against the cold. "No," she said. "It means I now quarrel with 60 of you instead of 1, and none of you can be stopped by stopping any of the others. And that is the thing you did to me, and I do not forgive it, and I would not undo it." She walked back up the road. That is the last time I spoke to her, and I expect it to remain so, and I would rather have her out there counting us than anything else I could arrange. Helga closed the store at the end of that winter, and she did not ask me about it beforehand, and she was right not to, since the store had not been mine in any real sense since the day she took the keys. She did it over 4 days. She had the widows come in the mornings, and she gave out the names, 1 hazel stick to a hand, and where the man was still in work she gave the name and the place and the carver, and where he was in the ground she gave the name and the ridge. Some of them she made wait, because 2 of them were lying about who they had come for, and she knew, and she told them to their faces in front of the others, and then let them come back the next day when they were ready to say the true one. 19 names had nobody left to come for them. She cut those into a post at the store door and left the door open, and the post is still there, and people who have no business with any of it stop and read the shapes without knowing what they say. And she gave the keys to 2 of the widows and went out of that trade entirely. And last I heard, she keeps chickens on the north side of the city and will not discuss bone with anybody. Odd is foreman in the Valley of Accru, that is now a lawful trade with a name and a price list spoken aloud at the gate. 19 men, 4 boys, 2 of them Tay's age and not Tay. He sells sorted bone with the source said out loud, and he charges more for it than the tin sheds ever paid him, because a factor will not take a count off a body nobody can account for, and the whole market now knows it. He will not talk about the store he burned. Ilsa priced the ash for him in front of his own crew on the day we came out, and he has never once said the number since. And neither will I. Rask keeps the well and the vegetable ground on the valley slope. He has not touched a bone since the ash road, not one, not to lift it out of a barrow. He eats with us and works with us and stops at that line, and nobody has ever asked him to cross it. Ari has the second shed. She has 11 learning off her, and every one of them cuts a marker before they cut a groove. And she still tells me my hand is a disgrace, and she is still right. She has not moved into my shed, and she is not going to, and we work 20 paces apart most days of the week, and that is what there is, and I stopped waiting for it to become something else about a year ago. Hald cuts a clean, shallow groove now and cannot do fine work and never will, and he has taken over the thing he is actually made for, which is teaching the counting itself, in a shed at the cruise end of the valley, to people who cannot count past their fingers. Came and sat by me on the step one evening in the autumn and said that he had worked out what he owed me and could not pay it, and asked what I wanted done about that. I told him nothing is owed and that we are quits, and he said that was a poor piece of counting from a man of my trade, and we sat there until the light went and neither of us mentioned my hand, which we have never once mentioned to each other since the day he took it. Del cuts better than her father and better than me. She took the North Road towns and has 15 of her own learning, and she puts no mark of her own on anything because her hand is already on the shelf and anybody in the kingdom can read it off a groove in the dark by feel. I made my last worker in the spring, and I have not started a groove since, and I do not expect to start another one for as long as I am upright. There was no ceremony about it. Mari's shed needed a lock for the tools, and she came and asked me for one in front of her 11, in the ordinary voice you use for ordinary work, which from her is a large thing. I cut it, filled it with copper, said the wording aloud twice to be certain of it, and paid for it. Then I went and sat on the step with the counting bone in my lap and my hand shaking the way it does now after fine work. 63 notches. I cut a line across the end of it, all the way round, which is what a crew does to a tally stick when the tally is closed, and Odd showed me how to do it years ago as a joke. I am not going to make more. Not because anyone forbade it, and not out of remorse, or not only. There are 60 carvers who cut cleaner than me, and the price is paid out of the maker, and there is very little of me left to spend. What I have lost, I mostly cannot describe, because a man does not keep a tally of what has gone out of him. I know I do not have my mother's face anymore, and I know the year I noticed. There was a way of handling numbers I brought here from somewhere else, and I could once have taught all of it in an afternoon, and it is not there now, and none of the 60 will ever have it off me. I know I cannot find the reason I began. I have looked for it in every quiet hour of this year, and there is no edge to feel for. 3 still carries baskets from the crew shed to the sorting trestle. 1 groove, copper, 23 years old, older than most of what I own. He is slower this year, and 1 shoulder muffles when he walks, and Mari says the bone has 2 winters in it, and she is never wrong about bone. He says it perhaps twice a week into the air in the middle of the working day, with nobody standing near enough to be spoken to, so that my word weighs the same as a rich man's word. 1, 2, 3. That is where it is kept, not in me. In a thing that does not know it is holding anything, that will crumble in 2 winters, and after that the sentence will be gone out of the world unless somebody standing in the yard happens to be listening on the day. So I stand about in the yard most days with nothing much to do in the way of the people who are working, and I listen. The trade is loose now, and it is not mine. In every town between the river and the passes, there is a shed with a shelf in it and somebody learning to hold a tool like a tool and a bone like it is their rent. They will teach it on. They will teach it to people I will never meet, and some of those will be careful and some will be quick, and one of them will be frightened one night the way I was frightened and will reach for silver. Nobody can stop it now. Not the crown, not the temple, not the 14 who spoke the rules, and not me, and least of all me, because all I did was make certain that no single pair of hands would ever be able to.
This story is about a betrayed debtor who turns counting marks on bone into a craft powerful enough to expose thieves, challenge creditors, and loosen the crown and temple grip on ordinary lives. Its lesson is that justice is not just defeating one cruel master. It is naming the cost, sharing the tool, and building rules so no single pair of hands can own everyone else again.